Interesting. Do you feel any negative effects from it, or does it seem to be all right?
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, stuff's not good for you, but I needed to sleep, man. If it was any other way, I'll definitely like smoking weed. Also puts me to sleep, but I gotta cut down on my smoking, you know. And to have edibles, they take a bit too long to kick in, and then I get too high and I can't sleep because my mind's racing. So now I gotta do Ambien.
And what happens if you don't take it? You just won't fall asleep?
I will, yeah. Like I'll end up falling asleep at like 2, 3 in the morning. You know.
Oh wow. You'll just lie there and not sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be frustrating.
Unless
I
I'm like,
always fall asleep within I'll usually fall asleep within 10 or 15 minutes of my head hitting the pillow, or even shorter sometimes.
what time do you go to bed normally?
It depends.
Okay.
Sometimes I do different things. But yeah, right now it's a little bit of a later one. Yeah, it's like I'm on the Pacific time, so I'm on the West Coast.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Maybe that's why. Yeah, because if it's 2 in the morning for me, it would be like 10, 11 for you. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, it is interesting to try to fall asleep right when the sun goes down. I like to do that sometimes. Do a couple hours. Like there's something about it that seems like very recharging.
Mm.
Because I actually notice, like, if I'm sleeping when the sun's up, like if I'm like at the morning time, like I can tell I don't sleep as well when the sun's up. It's like the sun is like energizing the environment, and it's not like in connection with the circadian rhythm.
Mm.
Do you still have dreams if you take that ambient stuff, or?
Hell no. I knock the fuck out, and I just wake up like, whoa, what the fuck happened? No, definitely. Well, I haven't heard of anyone that does have dreams, but I definitely don't have them.
You wake up like, whoa, what happened?
Yeah, like because I won't even remember falling asleep. You know, you just wake up all. I hate it, man. Like every morning is like that. Sometimes I do wake up in the middle of the night, but most of the time, like I'll just have a full deep sleep.
Yeah, I had a lot of dreams last night. It was like just one after the other. Jeremy was asking me if I had ever seen a cell phone in my dream. Have you ever heard about that? Like have you ever been
Hey.
on a cell phone in your dream?
Yeah, he asked me that. Yeah, I've seen phones in my dreams plenty of times. You know, like I FaceTime my daughter a lot during the day, so I've dreamt. You know, even my mom. Yeah, like I've seen plenty of phones in my dream. What I don't remember is ever needing to know what the time is. Like I remember phones and watches, but never actually looking at them to see what the time is. I don't remember like needing to know what the time is or wondering what the time is or being that concerned about the time. It's just day or it's night. You know, like I just have a general sense of what time it is, but I've never needed to know what the time is. You?
Yeah, it's a good question. I have to think about that.
Mm.
Like, I can't ever remember being on a cell phone in my dream, like looking at the screen and flipping through apps that I can
Mm-hmm.
remember, that I can think of, like in my dream or in a
Mm.
dream. But I do have times where I have like seen a cell phone in a dream, like somebody
Mm.
would be on one or something.
Have you ever dreamt of Discord people? Or being in a Discord call or something? Or talking to someone from Discord?
Yep, I have for sure.
How how does that interaction happen? Like if you've never spoken to them in real life or you don't know what they look like, how do you like when you're talking to them in the dream? How is that happening? Is it not through a phone or a device? Or do
Yeah,
you imagine what they look like?
it's an interesting question. Well, I've definitely had like in my I've had in dreams where there's like certain things happening with in my dream set, and I'm calling it a dream set, kind of in the mind state of the dream, and the set of the dream that involves people that I know through these channels and through Discords. Um, I guess in that case, I'm not necessarily like talking to someone in the dream that's like physical, but like I'm
Hmm.
aware of them, and there's some kind of like exchange or thoughts going on, between myself and them.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean, I also thought like I don't remember dreaming of talking to someone on Discord, but or someone who I don't know what they look like. Like people who I know what they look like. Yeah, they've been in my dreams, and it would be a thing of me talking to them face to face because we've talked on camera or something. But someone like for you example, I have no idea what you look like. So if I had to have a dream of us interacting, it would have to be through the phone or something, or I would have to. I don't know. I would have to imagine what you look like in my dream. I don't know how that would happen in a dream. Mm. I wish we could record dreams, man. Like if we had the technology, you know.
Definitely. I've always wished I could do that.
Record your dreams.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
I used to have to take Tylenol PMs every night to fucking fall asleep, man. I did for like 15 years. I would take like 2 or 3 every single night. And then I went to the doctor just for like a checkup, and they told me that my liver enzymes were high. So I fucking quit those Tylenols cold turkey. I was so scared that I wasn't going to be able to fall asleep ever again, but I did. So, I mean, as because I heard you talk about the ambient thing, and yeah, it's scary to have to think, well, like, what if I don't fall asleep? But you'll fall asleep, man.
No, definitely. Like if I don't take it, but then I would fall asleep at like 2, 3 in the morning, and then I'd have to be up at 5. Like I'll hardly get any sleep.
But then that night, the next day, you'll be even more tired, and then you'll fall asleep.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. But I mean, I don't want to fall asleep at work. Yeah. Yeah, I just don't take it over the weekend, because then I ain't gotta like I can sleep whenever I want. Yeah, on the weekend.
Right. It's that feeling of fucking work, right? So,
Man. Yeah. I'll be right back. Give me a minute.
Dreams are all right. Yeah, dreams are just pretty wild that our brain comes up with these things every night. It's like the endless creativity of all these different dream states. It's just mind blowing to think about. And they're all being orchestrated every night for each person individually.
yeah, but sometimes they suck. Sometimes they're really upsetting. And sometimes I think I don't want to dream. Like, I would much rather not dream at all. Because if you have a bad one, it could screw up your whole day. Just something about it. And this is why I wish that I could record them so I could see if there's any like kind of like patterns that are happening over and over and over again. I mean, I'm sure that I could write them down and kind of analyze, but I don't got time for that.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people who keep a journal, like right next to their bed, so that the minute they wake up, they can write it down before it passes. But yeah, that can help to retain it. But yeah,
And
I
that's
know
another thing. Too.
sometimes they can, go ahead.
Well, another thing is like, why do we forget them so fast? It's like they completely disappear as soon as you're done taking the piss. It's like they're just gone. Like 99% of the time, you don't remember shit. Very fishy.
Yeah. No, it's true. Yeah, it's amazing how quickly they pass. Yeah. I sort of think of it as like dipping into like a pool or something, It's like kind of dipping your toes into the water and you kind of feel the temperature, the vibe of the water and whatnot, but then like once you're out of that realm, it's like the water dries and boom, you don't even know that you had your foot in the water. You were saying about dreams being upsetting. Have you ever had it to where you're like crying in your dream, and then you wake up and you actually are crying? You have like tears on your face. Have you ever had that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, sometimes I'll be like screaming in my dream, and my wife will like wake me up like, dude, shut up. I'm like, sorry. It's fucking, fucked up shit happens in dreams, man.
Interesting. So you're actually like yelling, like what's that called or whatever? But like you're actually yelling in the. I guess it's like sleep talking or whatever they call it.
Right. And yeah, obviously you shouldn't say, shut up, but I mean, she'll say, what's the problem? and I'll have to tell her. But it's dumb shit, and that's why I wish I didn't have them, because, like, why should I feel like that? Like, what is the point of seeing those images? Like, what is going on there? And then there's a bunch of theories online as to why we have these dreams and what they all mean, but who the hell knows, man?
Yeah. Well, I think it's essentially DMT at the end of the day. Your brain is flooded with DMT, and at that point, your consciousness can open and expand to so many different potentials at that point. It's like tapping into like reservoirs of the dream ether.
Like, is that where our soul really is? And we only see it when we sleep? And then when we wake up, it's this totally different kind of reality. Like, which one is the real one? Fucked up.
I think so, but I think there can be different layers and levels, because there's like there's subconscious mind, the unconscious mind, then there's like the actual soul mind, and then there's like the different spirit world layers and levels. So my sense of it is that different dream states can be different combinations of those. Like sometimes maybe it is like a very soulful type dream or something that's happening within the soul mind and how that overlays into like possibly even other dimensions or lucid dreaming type thing. And then there's like different components of spirit world interchanges that can happen. And then there's like the actual subconscious and unconscious mind, which, you know, would be like, yeah, like taking experiences that you had that day or whatever, you know, like if you were playing basketball that day and then you have a dream about basketball or something like that.
So basically, whichever layer you're going to see that night is just a crapshoot.
Well, that's a question. Is it a crapshoot or is it some kind of orchestration from like that we are actually orchestrating something to occur? Like if you could tap into like the holodeck of consciousness, you know, like if you could like fall asleep, you're flooded with DMT, you're out of your body, and now you're in like a holodeck, like a matrix type thing that you could just create. So then would your soul like choose like, okay, I'm going to go on this adventure or that adventure, or we're going to stir this up from the unconscious. We're going to stir this up from, you know, the subconscious from when I was 5 years old or something that happened last week. Or it's like each one is being like orchestrated. And I do think sometimes there's like a processing, like the mind is actually processing something as well. So I think that can be a factor. But yeah, I mean, is it random or is there actual order to it? That would be a good plot for a movie, like a holodeck dream machine that you could like tap into, and then you could basically lucid dream by tapping into that system.
Isn't that kind of basically the premise of Nightmare on Elm Street?
I know that movie, but I don't remember like seeing the whole thing. I probably saw it when I was a kid, perhaps, but I don't really remember seeing the whole thing.
Well, basically, people fall asleep and they have these dreams where they're being like attacked by like Freddy or something, and all their like wounds are real. Like they're really being, cut up both in the dream and in real life. I gotta watch those again. I gotta see what the hell's going on there.
That's actually pretty scary because one thing I love about dreams is that if anything like that's happening where you're like being attacked or like you're like running from someone and then they catch you, but then I always like either can wake up or I do wake up or whatever it is, but once I come out of it and I come back to my life here, I'm like, oh, thank God. That was just a dream.
Yeah, that's the kind of flip side of having a shitty dream is when you wake up from one, it's such a relief. It's like, oh God, it was just a dream. And then there's ones where you're having such a good time when you wake up, it sucks. God damn, man. And then there's ones, like I said, where it's a really awful one, and you wake up and it sticks with you. It kind of weighs on you all day. You keep thinking about it for some reason. Maybe I'm just nuts.
Well, Carl Jung used to do a lot of dream analysis work and how these different like symbolic processes and archetypal processes that our brain and mind are going through in those states. And I mean, he thought there was, healing potential within them. And by kind of understanding what symbols were being shown and for what purpose within the unconscious mind, and then basically being able to get insights to that and get clarity and understanding through that process. It's pretty interesting. I mean, it does seem like there's some kind of processing happening there. I mean, when people take, magic mushrooms or LSD or something, it's like you're able to be in like a waking dream state. Especially LSD. LSD is it is like semi-synthetic, but it's such an interesting magnifier of like the human unconscious and like even more so than mushrooms, it has this quality of like being like a waking dream where sort of like you have access to your unconscious mind the way that you do in a dream state, but you're totally conscious and you're awake in the dream, which is sort of like what lucid dreaming is like too. There is some overlap in terms of that, but lucid dreaming is different in a way. But yeah, like being able to be in a waking dream, you're basically able to have consciousness, because normally when we're in a dream state, we would consider ourselves somewhat unconscious, like you're kind of knocked out cold or whatever, right? Like now when you're in there, who knows what's really happening? Like what's really happening as you're experiencing it, that's like that gets into like what is consciousness and what is reality. It gets deep into that. But just in general, the concept that you're kind of accessing that unconscious mind and the like wellspring within that kind of capacities of the human psyche. But obviously they're not as, I mean, dreams can be healing perhaps, but I mean normally like people that have like various symptoms and things, you usually don't hear about like, oh, I had this dream and it was this really healing dream, necessarily. Like it almost seems like the mind is trying to work something out, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like it always clears it out, because if that was the case, then I guess people that had different symptoms like anxieties or depressions or whatever, their mind would just work it out.
Yeah, and it's like it's obnoxious because I want to know what these things mean, but there's no way to know. It's like, what the fuck? That's why I would rather not dream at all. 'Cause it's frustrating, bro.
Yeah, sometimes I have ones that are just like, what is this? Like,
Right.
what the, like someone I knew from high school linked with like being in some other place, and it's like these different, all these like things that are somewhat contradictory, and then sometimes like they don't seem to have. I mean, I do have dreams that have meaning for sure, and I have a lot of lucid dreams as well, but sometimes I'll have one where it's like just like a scene, and it's like I wake up and I'm like, what was that? Like, what in the hell was that?
Yo, have you ever done that studying technique where you study for a test? You use mnemonic techniques where you can do this like when you memorize a script or want to memorize large numbers. Mnemonic techniques. You know what that is?
Yep. It's when you assign like a letter to each term, and then you arrange those letters in kind of like a sentence or like a phrase or something.
Yeah, that's one way of doing it. Or
Yeah.
you can, for instance, if you want to memorize a long number, you can use like a specific like route in your house or something like that, and put like each number associated with a room in your house, and you just have to make these elaborate stories that ultimately will cement that number in a like kind of a more long-term place in your memory. And at least from what I understand, from what I've studied, I think this is what the purpose of your dreams are. Is when you go to sleep at night, you're uh, doing your best to store your short-term memory into long-term memory through this process of making these crazy stories that establish these short-term memories with some sort of outrageous, picture story thing. And that gets mixed in with subconscious ideas.
Do you see the Earth as a globe when you dream, Kocho, or are you just on a plane of existence?
Have I seen that in a dream? I don't think so.
So you don't dream of globs?
Not that I can remember.
I think I could honestly say I've never had a dream of being in space. I can't think of anything like that.
Yeah, I can't say that I have either. It seems like every time I'm in like a world in a dream, it always seems similar to this world. Like there seems to be an up and a down and running around on some kind of surface. It never seems to be set in some huge, like infinitely expanding black void universe thing. It always seems to be like some kind of a local world of some sort. Jared, do you ever have dreams that, or Kosho, do you guys have dreams that might feel like they're in a different dimension, or like do they always feel like they're in this dimension or like a different dimension, or how does that? What is that like?
This one. But I mean, maybe you could kind of elaborate, like what you mean.
Well, like, does it seem like it's in this Earth like time space continuum, or is it in like a different one, or like a made up one?
No, it's always the same old shitty, you know, kind of, ground, sky, always in this kind of time period too, no like, caves or castles or anything like that.
You're not on Middle Earth with hobbits and
No. Usually just surrounded by people who are just breaking my balls. Just annoying, and like I'm always late for something, and I'm always rushing around. It's a constant thing.
See, things like that, those are based on subconscious messages.
Right. What's the message?
Beats me. That's just a personal thing with you. Huh? You ever have the dream when you're dying? Or when you get really high up in the sky and you fall?
Yep, all the time. Sometimes I have them where I could, like, I don't have to walk. I could kind of like fly,
Yeah.
kind of like hover.
But then do you fall? Lose
No,
control?
no.
Sometimes I jump too high. Can't control it.
You ever have times where, like, in the dream, it's like it feels like you're in a completely different world, and as you start waking up, it's like you're literally going through what feels like a time portal to where you're coming back to this reality, and you know you're coming back to this reality, and you even kind of get a sense sometimes, like, okay, I know I'm going to be lying in my bed, and okay, I'm in, for me, California, whatever, okay, I'm going to be in my bedroom. But it's almost like Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, with the phone booth when they transport through time. But I guess I'm saying, like, have you ever kind of felt to where it's like there's like literally like a time dilation happening as you're like coming from that other world and like coming back into this one?
Kind of happened to me earlier. I was sleeping on the couch, and I kind of knew I was waking up. It's taking forever.
I've had ones where I wake up in the dream as if I were really waking up in real life, and I'm still dreaming. And then I wake up from that, where, like, I'll be dreaming, and I wake up, I'm in the bed, I'm still dreaming. That's fucked up.
How do you know you're not dreaming right now?
Well, that's the problem.
Well, that's why people always get mad when we have the argument about not being able to prove things. But if you can't even prove that you're awake, how can you prove anything?
Right. That's what I was talking about before. Is like, is the dream like where our, I don't know, kind of soul, or is that where we really are in terms of the whole universe? And we could only see short little snapshots of it whenever we go to bed, or is this one the real one and the dreams are just BS?
Or none of them are real.
That's kind of nihilistic.
Well, no, just not neither of those. Like you said, when you woke up in your dream,
Hmm.
but neither of those are real. Your dream or the dream in the
Oh,
dream.
I see what you're saying.
But if this is all a simulation, and the person playing it is just playing it through each avatar, there's no, maybe there's some NPCs, but there's a bunch of that you can play it once all the way through. You can play it again, like as Geo, and then as Don.
Oh, really?
But all the Globers are NPCs.
Tell me more.
That's it. Have you ever seen that one video from Kurgzak, whatever it's called? It's called The Egg. I'm sure you've seen it, Don, right?
Yes.
Said yeah. Where I posted.
Mic check.
Yeah, what you said, Coach, essentially is what I. Hey, what's up, Don? Essentially, what I think it is, in a sense, like our consciousness is experiencing itself. Like, let's say there's one consciousness that's experiencing itself subjectively through each of us. So, like, the part that is me is experiencing my life, yours is experiencing yours, but it's really like one ultimate avatar that is experiencing itself through all of these different modes and reflections within these different like time scales.
Yeah, that's what I kind of believe it too. When I saw this video, the egg, I remember watching it. I was like, dude, that's almost exactly what I believe.
Where does that idea come from? The egg.
I say what? Say it again, Don.
I think that the egg comes from an ancient Hindu kind of story.
Yeah, I wondered if it was close to reincarnation, but I don't know if Hindus. No, they must. They must explain that the Godhead is looking through all of our eyes or whatever.
Yeah, but they don't really describe it all as the same spirit. They describe it as a bunch of different spirits.
Yeah, the egg is a nice New Age version. I also agree that we're all part of the thing. Subjective experience of an objective thing. If hostile aliens come, yeah, and maybe two species of hostile aliens come and they're from different places, would it then be fine for humans to decide that everything off Earth is evil? We should come together as a fascist, imperial, galaxy system of humans to defend from evil. Is there a perfect place for human fascism in the galaxy if we find other aliens to be hostile?
Interesting idea.
Be some people that say, no, we can't be racist to aliens. There might be a nice race soon. Everyone else is being raped and pulled apart and melted and destroyed. If we find, like in Warhammer, that the rest of the galaxy is dangerous and evil, fascism is then correct. Human fascism.
Well, I mean, how powerful are these aliens?
Well, they're scary enough that they could wipe us out completely. So we all have to become racist and anti-alien, or we will just fall. You know, let's say they prove that they've got direct energy weapons and they can just blow up the Pentagon by will.
You mean like in Independence Day?
Yeah, that sort of thing. When they're really hardcore and hostile. Because we're so against fascism, right? We might not be brave enough to take it on as our new ideology, and then we'll just be destroyed by the aliens.
What do you mean by fascist?
I think I just mean humans must survive. Anything else is an alien and must be destroyed.
Oh, okay, so kind of
Like the Nazis or like the Jews or like the globalists, some of these psychopaths that exist in history.
All right.
Maybe all humans have to turn into that type of tribal racism to survive.
So we would be racist, but the race would be humans.
Human supremacy. There might be like 1 in every 10,000 hostile aliens that seems to be less hostile, makes friends with a few humans, and the humans say, no, this one's like ET, he's all right. And the rest say, no, he has to be destroyed like the others.
I never really got that into the alien concepts. I mean, like other spirit worlds, definitely, and different beings and spirit worlds. But the idea of like, I mean, what kind of aliens are you talking about? You talking about aliens from like NASA's outer space place?
I think it could be both. Let's say some humanoids come, and they just happen to be all over Earth all of a sudden. And on the news, you see spaceships landing. You're not sure if it's true or not. You've got your own theories. Maybe they came out of a portal or were created in a laboratory. You're not really sure, but they're just not human. Like you look out your window at night and there's some type of weird looking humanoid creeping around in the alleyway. You feel really scared. So, and you decide these are demonic. So then your only way to survive is to become a fascist human, an anti-alien. I'm trying to explain why people are tribal and fascist and want to destroy others. And I'm thinking maybe it's in all of us if there's a big enough threat.
I think there is, because I mean, I've gotten pretty pissed at people, but like like a day after, it's like I kind of see it from their point of view, and it's like they're just another person. Just
Yeah.
morning. It's just like another person, just like me. So
I've been
I think
having that recently. I have a point of view and an opinion, and I feel really strongly, and I think other people are wrong. And then later on, or the next day, or soon, my subjective mind will kick in and just say, maybe you're wrong. Maybe we're both wrong. How do you know you're right about anything? Maybe everything's correct, every idea.
so. Yeah, I think if the threat was big enough, I could probably get along with, paid NASA shill.
Being racist against it if the threat's bad enough.
If you had to live with paid NASA shill for the rest of your life, could you do it?
I better have a damn good reason, and I think if the reason was fighting this race of aliens, that would be good enough.
Yeah, if you had to bunker up
Yeah.
with paid NASA shill all day to fight the aliens, are you down?
At one point, one of you is going to give up and be too frustrated and just join the aliens. But that's the point, because you're both human, you can forget about each other being annoying. Just survive together as humans. Oh, I've got a funny story to tell you. I don't know, you obviously heard of Dexter, the serial killer series. There's 9, I think there's 9 series, and there's now 10 when he's come back. Anyway, there's a conspiracy theorist podcaster in this show. They're in a small town up north in America, like near Canada, I think. Iron Lake or something. So the cops are all half native Indians mixed in with the natives. They don't have many cops, so the conspiracy theorist lady's helping out the case. Anyway, she said to one of the black cops, I'm sorry, but I've found someone else online. We've only sent a few messages each way, but he's a flat earther, and I'm really happy. She used that line to tell the cop that she doesn't want to date him anymore. She's met a flat earther online now.
And how did the cop react? Did he punch her in the mouth?
He just looked really good.
What's going to happen in the world when people en masse start foregoing the globe Earth?
I'd like to see it. Yesterday, I trolled some Seventh-day Adventist born-again Christians. They were doing a show called Exposing Witchcraft and the Occult's Plan in America or something. You used to buy an easy bake oven for the kids. They can pretend to be a mum or a chef. Now you can buy a special cauldron, a magic wand, and a spell book. So this is terrible, demonic abomination to Christians. They have to tell each other to be on full alert to protect their children from toy cauldrons. Which I thought was silly and funny, but then they got to a point where in a new teen magazine, rituals with menstrual blood and sex magic came up. So they were very, very offended by that, and I also think that is disgusting and weird pushing of occult agendas on teens. So they do have some points.
Yeah, that thing's pretty culty, isn't it?
What's that?
The Seventh-day Adventist folks.
Yeah. They're pretty culty, and they're very against the occult. They run their own, like, 24/7 satanic panic content. They have lots of testimonies from ex-gay people who pretend they're not gay anymore. And the one guy who runs the chat and is in control of the anti-occult content, he used to be into Wicca. So he always says, I used to be into Wicca, that's how I know. And they're total hypocrites all over the place. One week they do a show saying how meditation is opening yourself up to the devil. And like a month later they do a show on real Christian meditation. So going back to your question, yeah, I can imagine dramas and scandals, news events, protests with flat earth banners outside, science museums, vandalization of monuments, some terrorist action, maybe flat earthers would break into a museum and knock down a globe statue or something, pull it down. Power drills, they might take power drills to some museum artifacts. They could burn stuff.
Well, I mean, I guess that those things could happen or whatever, but I don't really see that as necessarily a cosmologically driven activity. I mean, there's already enough people who are wanting to protest against all the BS going on as it is, and they're not even they're not even having the cosmology in their mindset. If they knew in addition that we're being lied to about this level, yeah, it may even make it even more meta.
Oh, it's such a big echo. You must have your speakers really loud, yeah. It's more embarrassing for me because I know you're listening to my voice really loud.
Okay, I turned it down. I had it loud because I had music playing, so I had it up louder.
I think radicalism will go up in scale, yeah, if it's announced as official. Let's say before it's announced as official, it will be passed around the circles. Earth's actually flat. They've lied to us. So cosmologists and geologists and sailors, navigators, pilots, they're all gonna steal planes, start GoFundMes, and go exploring and try to explore. And some of them are going to die because they're not very good at exploring. Some of them will get there. They'll send back mysterious footage. And it will have to be put on BitChute because the Jews won't allow it on Google yet.
Yeah, I mean, what if we're just at like the early phases of this, and we're kind of been in like the ridicule trolling phase, like these first couple years. But I mean, what's it going to be like in 5 to 10 years from now in terms of how many more people are going to be questioning the globe and then wanting to explore and like everything you're saying?
There might be a few books, serious books written, rather instead of like a Math Powerland book, like a troll book, be someone serious. Write a book asking the question again. Jordan Peterson will have to do a lecture on it. Christians, think what will happen in the church? What? Because it will become cosmology being revealed will become like a religious event, won't it?
Yeah, it's basically unraveling what all these years of like church-driven heliocentrism programming has been just so out of control over all this time. So I mean,
I think it would leave more people would leave the church, follow Christ on their own, which is already happening, obviously. That would make that happen more, maybe.
Well, the churches would have to at some point separate from the globe ideology, because right now the churches are pretty teamed up with the globe. I mean, they've got globes at on the walls in their churches probably, and like whatever, we are the world, everyone pray for whatever the globe. But like if that's not the case, and then there's gonna have to be like entire sanctions that like that are not just part of the kind of globalism thing.
I'm just thinking of that song, He's Got the Whole World in His Hands. That does suggest a globe, because I think I've seen pictures going along with the song. 2 hands holding a globe, like God's hand. You could reimagine that, holding a disc.
Well, I guess maybe
God hold a flat Earth?
In a type of model where you have like a stationary Earth, which is then surrounded by a sphere, so it's sort of like being on the inside of like a crystal ball. Then you could hold that whole thing in your hands, technically. Yeah. Maybe God could.
Yeah, well, world can mean universe at that point, or everything kind of.
So if you took like a huge sphere and then had some kind of like superfluid type plasma liquid thing on the outside of it, and then you had the stars, which are all like embedded in the top of it, then you have the whole Earth and all the water, at the level of it all in the middle, and then whatever's underneath it, then you would have basically like an entire realm.
I do the idea more of celestial sphere, but we haven't worked out how the bottom bits rotate around to the top bits yet. I like that more than a dome, because with a dome it like stops at the ground. it's sort of assumed that it stops near the ground. Then the stars are like a projection moving on the dome. I like the idea of the flat realm with some type of rotational space around it. It just makes a little more sense to me. Because then the sphere, celestial sphere, is already set up. And it can explain why some of the math points to sphere, why we've thought of the stars as a sphere, how they go in circles. It just doesn't quite explain how the South people see what they see differently.
Yeah, but who's to say that, like, even if there is a dome that comes down at some point, who's to say that we can even get there? Like imagine, okay, let's say we have the North Pole, and then we have the continents that we're on and our sun. What if you get to the Antarctic region and there's another sun on an outer ring, and then maybe even another, who knows how many of those? And then wherever this whole thing ends, whether it's, different conceptions of whether it's infinite or finite, but let's say it is finite to some degree. If it's so massive that wherever it ends is just untraversable by humans for whatever reason, it's either too cold, it's too whatever, then that's kind of the thing. Like God's the only one that will ever know at that point. Like in a human body, we're not going to be able to ever know.
Like
We're just in this huge playground that is so large that in any one lifetime you can't even see the whole thing. Now, if you talk about exploring, yeah, that is interesting. What happens in Antarctica, North Pole? I mean, that gets pretty interesting. But right now,
we'd explore, and then we'd find out, if you're right, we'd find out that there's just loads more exploring, and we'd have to turn around and go home again. Say, right, we need more. We need to take more stuff next time because it could be double the distance. We have no idea. But it's like the universe in that way. Might not be infinite, but it's too far at the minute to know. So the stars become like apparent. Dome is apparent. Like a rainbow where you never quite get to it.
Yeah, like we know that we need sun to survive. We need heat, we need food, all that shit. So if this thing does end somewhere, like let's say it's a planar stationary Earth, if it ends somewhere, whether there's more rings and more suns out there, outer ponds, whatever that all is, at the end of it, if you have not enough sun, then it wouldn't even be possible for you to even traverse there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'd be the kind of thing where, like, let's say it's just cold and cold and cold and cold, and no matter how much food or fuel you take, you can only get in as far as halfway to where you have to come, to get back out. Because if you don't have enough fuel or enough whatever to get out, then you're going to just die there. And no matter how much you could pack, no matter how much fuel or whatever, by the time you get there, and you won't ever be able to get to the edge, as it were. Like it's just physically impossible because of the.
Like that. I can imagine in the future someone inventing a super fast craft, having enough water and people on there. Let's say even it takes 2 lifetimes to fly across. They have a baby on the way, like in a movie. Baby grows up, learns to use the spacecraft. Just as the baby gets to the end of his life, he sees the dome there on the horizon. It gets a glimpse, but he's not old enough to come back. I mean, not young enough to come back and tell people. Perhaps it is there, just really far away. In the Matrix where they fly to that special bit and they're flying for ages just through clouds. Eventually they get there. I can imagine it like that. They fly to the fields, I think, don't they, in the craft? Neo and the woman. And they finally come over the clouds and the mountains and see it all. So it's like a revelation of the truth. It's actually there. The stories are true.
Well, if you could create it any way, would you create it that there would be a physical edge that you could go knock on, or would you make it so that it's just impossible to even ever find it?
I don't know. Let me think of the pros and cons of both, if it was God or a human. Because on my globe Earth, it is infinite, yeah, but it's also finite. It's infinite, but you go round. You come back. So if you're really obsessed with walking, you could walk forever on the globe. And you might forget and be in a trance as you go around and think it's much bigger, but you will be retracing your footsteps nearly if you go in a straight line. So on a flat Earth, I guess if Satan created it, or God, no, I think God or Satan, they might do the same thing. Maybe he wants to protect you, so he kept you in there. But that would also work for super far distance. That's still protecting you to keep you in there. Yeah, I don't know, yeah, because I'm not God. I don't know whether I'd put it so you can knock on it or not. Maybe it's different for each person. It's knockable for some, but not for others. So maybe it's technically possible for humans to get to the edge of the universe and have a revelation, but maybe it's so unlikely that they might not and hardly any do.
Yeah. And then there's the portal possibility where you could get there and just like
Walk through.
walk
Out.
through it to like another, yeah, exactly, like into like the spirit world or into another one.
The film The Island, the Irish actor
I'm not
and
sure.
Scarlett Johansson, beautiful Scarlett Johansson. They have to wear tight white suits, and they're on this perfect island controlled by government and AI, and there's like a lottery. But anyway, when he's down in the basement bit, he sees a moth, and he looks up and sees an air vent, and it sort of gives him this key, like the Truman Show, that there might be another outside bit. So eventually they escape. Anyway, they run across this walkway, and they have to run through the hologram, which is like a dome, and it's projecting a beautiful seaside horizon for all the people on the island. But as they run through it, it's just a blue hologram sort of digital screen, and they run through into the desert. So they realize the island was fake, and they're in a manufactured zone in the desert. But yeah, I imagine that if anyone gets to the dome, it could be like you just said. You walk through it. Because you managed to get there, you're then granted with being able to walk out. I'll try and find this island scene.
Well, if the purpose is to live a life in this realm, then we're actually just meant to be here.
What do you think God would have done? I mean, what do you think God thinks about this? So you think Earth's flat, yeah? Been lied to him. Gonna get told the truth. So God somehow allowed free will and allowed this big lie, and allowed his garden to be reformatted into a fake globe.
Yeah.
What does he think? Does he want everyone to wake up? Him wanting me to find Jesus Christ, would that be the same as him wanting me to find flat Earth truth? Does he want you? Does he want you to go to the dome and try and walk out? What do you reckon?
Well, I definitely. Well, there's a couple things you said there. I would say, in terms of it being a lie, yes, on a level, the creator would create those that have believed that lie, but then the process of realizing it was a lie. Because if it is a lie, everybody will realize it eventually, whether it's in this life or in the afterlife or in your, I mean, I think that when everyone gets to the afterlife, they realize it wasn't a globe pretty much instantly upon dying. So like if you, like my viewpoint would be this: if you die, even though you might believe it's a globe or whatnot, even the most hardcore globe earther, if you were to die, right, in your sleep tonight or whatever, you would instantly realize right upon death that it's not a globe, because you would
I'd
be
realize God's
coming out of
real.
your body on the plane.
Yeah.
Like,
God would reveal himself to me, and the globe shape, the globe lie, all that would be part of the revelation.
yeah, and I think each person's going through their own process with that. Yeah.
But
Especially,
maybe I'm asking, why do you think they did it? Did they put you on a flat plane with a dome and a sky that people lie about? Is it just another religion, false religion?
yeah, it is kind of weird when you think about it. Like, let's say like the creator, created this realm the way it is. Let's say it is, planar earth and water's level and there's a dome or whatever, all of that. Like, but then it created specifically this globe lie and then this whole thing. And then all of us that believe it or at different stages of believing it or whatever. And then the whole mainstream, the NASA, all this shit. Yeah, it is quite a conundrum. And then the process of people kind of obviously discussing it or thinking about it, and then what is that? Yeah, like the larger process of like humanity realizing this. It's a big thing. I mean, I think there's a reason for it though. It's a cycle.
Yeah.
In a particular cycle.
Would you say God might have done it to challenge us, or do you think Satan took control and did it?
I
I
think
don't know the difference.
Yeah, I would say kind of both there.
Yeah.
Well, the creator
would
the creator would also have created, what you called Satan or whatever this, like, so it purposefully would have created the globe lie, and the way that it all kind of connects, like the little eclipse thing, like, oh, it's a shadow of the earth on the moon, like kind of fits in, and the sun is 93 million miles, but it looks the same size as the moon. Like, just all this stuff would have been like written into the whole. At least
you feel like that. You feel like God's used nature to lie to you a little bit as well.
Yeah,
as well as man lying about nature.
I don't think nature itself is lying, but I think that there's like these overlaps with a possible globe idea that seem to have been like kind of. It's like a.
I guess if God isn't a mean trickster, maybe he did it out of love. You know what I mean, there's all these tests and challenges in life. So you've got a mortal body. This is one of the tests and challenges. It's hard to discern what you live on. This is another challenge, he says. Out of love. Maybe. It's hard to love all of your neighbors, especially if they try to hurt you. This is another challenge he sets you out of love, maybe.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's so many different purposes within that. And yeah, I do think it's all driven by love.
Yeah.
Well, if you created let's say you created something that's real, and then you create entities that are pushing something that's a lie about it, then wouldn't it ultimately be the conclusion that everyone who has believed the lie is now on a process of that unwinding in whatever way, shape, or form that takes? So in that case, you've just created an entire like a domino effect of awakenings to be occurring.
Yeah, it's sort of dynamics, right? Because if everyone just already knew the truth, never fell for a lie, wouldn't everyone would be like an automaton robot? We'd be like fascist Nazi Third Reich when we all march together. Maybe he adds the dynamic by letting people lie about the truth. And when I
kind of think this globe lie, like in a way, we could say anything. I mean, in my opinion, it is a lie, but like, what it is like, but it actually created this entire modern world that we live in. Like this particular setup is rooted in it in kind of a way that's kind of cool. Like, even if it's not the actual truth, it actually is, it's kind of artistic and It's pretty wild when you think about it. Just
That's
like
exactly how I feel about most religions now. There's bits that where I think that's fucking horrible and horrific. Why are these people deluded idiots? And there's other things where I think that perfectly describes reality better than anything else. And it gives these people hope and direction and unity. And it's very artistic. And it's not exactly the same as Globe, but that's how I feel about religions. Yeah, I let them pass because it seems to be a cool expression sometimes. Whether true or not.
yeah. I mean, I think everything has its purpose, and it's all divine ultimately. It's like divinity playing hide and seek with itself through purposefully implanted deceivers, and then the like will of the human soul to unravel that or to inquire into that. But when you think about like the entire, let's just say 20th century, I mean, who knows what was even happening before like 1800? That's the whole question. Is the history we're told even true or not? But let's just say from like the late 1800s to early 1900s, essentially this has been like the age of globalism and whatever that even means. But I mean, what they did with the ether in the early 1900s, and then Einstein, and then World War One, World War Two, and then of course, like after World War II, like this whole like modern world that we're in that really was set in place, and then the invention, the creation of NASA and all these other things that came after that. So we're kind of in like a unique moment right now that this entire globalist perspective, whatever it is, with the Copernicanism and then all of the factors of like the modern world, the way that it's set up, that we even have like bank accounts and everyone's got their own passwords and they're all separate and isolated. And I just don't think any of this whole like modern industrial world, I don't think it could have come together like this without the globe.
Oh, it needs the science religion to get to this point in this type of progress.
Right.
And Globe is part of the science religion, obviously, because it's a working model that they can use. So it helps them progress other things in science. What else was I going to say?
Well, think about like quote.
Oh yeah, this was it. Quickly,
I was going to say about flat.
Science is going to have to bow and get on its knees to the New Age now, spiritualism, and that's going to happen. And science is either going to lie and reject the New Age and become second best to the New Age spiritualism, or science is going to have to explain magic and God and ether again and admit some of it to go along with the people that believe it. Because the New Age is going to crush. So science is going to have to tag along. Or they're both going to go completely separate ways.
What is your definition of the New Age? Kind of like an ancient revival of ancient spirituality mixed with like a kind of
mixed with technology and modernism, I guess.
With the denial,
neo-spirituality.
With the denial to the like bow down, because the one thing about
science, a little bit, and not denial of science. They like science, but when science says no, you're being delusional, the New Age is not going to take that like Christians. they're just going to separate and laugh at science. So science is going to have to change itself and get tested again by another new age, a new version of spiritualism. It's going to have another fight. Because maybe scientists and geeks, they're not into the new age, but tech guys and the computer guys are all into the new age. They're going to lead it, and the scientists are going to have to follow along as like a second best. Like NASA are going to say, oh, we're doing this new mission to touch the sun. And all the important elites above NASA say, yeah, but does it align with Jupiter? In accordance with ancient astrology. They don't care about the science, they just want it to be ritualized.
What I was going to say before as well, like when you think about, just to even use that term, just flat earthers in general, like such a wide range of open thinking people, I would say. I mean, there are some similarities in terms of a lot of us, thinking the Earth is stationary and all of that, but you can't really just like pigeonhole people in, people that don't believe in the globe. I feel like are much harder to like pigeonhole into some kind of a state religion thing. Whereas with the globe, it's like that's like the whole story, because what seems to come with the globe is this kind of, Copernicus and Galileo and Newton, and then that plays right into this kind of supporting the modern scientism, whatever it is, like this whole thing, the whole like globalist status kind of energy. And I'm not saying that to like criticize anyone who believes the Earth's a globe. I'm just saying that it seems like a kind of, the cosmology goes in with the package of believing all of that, and then that goes into believing the authority, then the authorities that are doing the science, and trust the science kind of thing, rather than like a free-spirited kind of decentralized open system of just humans being humans and having different thoughts,
Yes.
where there isn't just one authority that everybody kind of has to like, either sign up for or be ridiculed.
It's almost a type of neoliberal thinking, the flat earth and the conspiracy crowd, right? There is some hard religious people who choose a direction, but there's a lot of people that are very open. Yeah, like, I agree.
Well, they call a lot of this postmodern, so we're talking about like, now we're talking about like postmodern.
Yeah.
It's like we went postmodern after they said they discovered it was a globe, and now we're going postmodern to realize.
Yeah, I guess that was a neoliberal, maybe.
With New Age, which is actually the old age. It's actually the ancient old knowledge. But they call it New Age because the new thing that they have, now they're calling anything that was, ancient New Age.
Yeah.
Because it's new compared to their new system, I guess. Or
even the idea of New Age is kind of a reaction to Christianity, right? From the Bible. They're trying to invoke the new aeon after Christianity.
Oh, yeah. Well, what do you think about like yoga, though?
The stuff they're invoking is the old stuff just before Christianity. Yoga.
Yeah. It's like yoga's not New Age. Like yoga's old that's as ancient as can be.
Yeah. Now you have it in church, Christian yoga.
Well, it's actually, I mean, it's like biologically good for your body, like the, the breathing and the stretching, like it actually has all kinds of health benefits.
It's related allegorically to serpents, isn't it? And chakras. But that's not demonic. It's just the concept. But maybe if you go to a New Age yoga class, while you're doing the stretches that are good for your spine and your body, they'll be playing New Age satanic music or something, or they'll slowly be programming you with other stuff that you don't realize. That's what the Christians say.
Yeah. I mean, do you base your spiritual viewpoints around anyone else's viewpoints on things, or do you just, is it all your own?
Yeah, I do. It's all based on other people. I wouldn't be able to come up with anything on my own.
No?
I'm creative, but I can only manipulate what already exists. So I don't create my own genre of music. I'm not talented enough to do that. Create a known genre of music by replicating other people's music that I like. I think everything's like that. Some people obviously get weird visions and just are the first person to come up with this new thing. So my spirituality is based on Christianity and the occult combined, really. A reaction to Christianity and also trying to fit in the same worldview because I can't avoid it. And obviously, my cosmology is completely copied from Wikipedia, or The Universe by Brian Cox.
I get my, that's a good meme. I get my cosmology from Wiki.
I've got a big picture book, The Universe by Brian Cox. He did two. One was the solar system, one was the universe.
Yeah, so you're co-signing with Brian Cox then?
Well, no, some of my beliefs come from the educational globe cosmology ideologies. My beliefs about like evolution, human origin, come from weird occultists like John Maxwell or Manly P. Hall or David Icke.
Well, I think it's interesting to definitely, read and research other people, but what about experiencing your own spirituality yourself, like directly with the universe?
Yeah, I think I do that. I think I just use names of small frameworks from that already exist.
Yeah, things that resonate.
So I've renamed the witchcraft sun, horn god, into Lucifer. That's kind of my own thing. I think most witches do not call the horn god Lucifer. They're two different things. And I don't use the name Diana like most witches. I'd use Isis just because Egypt's cool. I get some philosophy from Mark Passio. What do you mean when you say have a personal, like remove all concepts and just try and relate to it? Find a
Yeah, like
relationship.
if you were to have a direct spiritual experience or a direct, a direct experience of the divine. So without having to go
Yeah.
through like a book or anyone else's theories or thoughts or beliefs or anything, but an actual experience directly.
I had a dream a couple of months ago. I think it was an experience of the divine. And it's obviously, my memories are triggered by all the visions and things I've read in the past. This didn't relate specifically to a movie or a picture or a book or anything. And I just saw the glowing orb, but it was glowing of darkness and light at the same time. and I looked through a hole at it. It was just so bright with darkness and light that I like quickly withdrew from the hole and stopped looking. So that must be based on all of my experiences and knowledge, but it is still a personal experience. And I didn't think that's Yahweh, or that's Lucifer, or that's the goddess. I didn't think anything like that. I thought, that's it. That's everything, I thought. I'm doing this thing where in my bedroom I've got a tiny little altar. It's just a chest of drawers with stuff on it, candles. I've got my tarot deck, and it's already shuffled a few times randomly. For the last few, over a month, I think, I've been turning the cards over it once a night and trying to relate it to either the day I've just had or this week or tomorrow or something. And I realized that if you go through the whole pack like that, eventually you are going to get to the bad cards, like the Hanged Man and the Devil, the Tower. And maybe that's part of life. Like, even if you're not feeling shit and terrible, the karma wheel's constantly spinning.
Yeah, it's always in motion. See, I think that's a beautiful thing. Like, if there is like a universal law of karma in that sense, then really it's actually not necessarily up to us, to like either convince each other of things or try to stop getting each other from doing things that we think are wrong or whatever. Because if there is that universal law, then each person will be redirected, as it were, eventually. It's not really up to us to like necessarily save others, but they will. When I say be redirected, it's sort of like, I guess, when you're on the highway and you kind of like veer off a little bit and you hit the rumble strips.
Yeah.
And it rumbles, and then you like kind of come to, and then you steer back on. So it's like, if karma's doing that for everybody, then no matter what someone's doing, no matter how wrong it is, it's like that will be righted in its own time.
Yeah, I do rely on. I like to push people if I think they go in terrible wrong direction, or maybe guide people, just mind them that the other way they were going is that way.
Well, you could help them along, but the thing is
Quickly,
that
I
like
agree that karma, you can rely on karma. Someone's gonna get their own realization in time. Yeah.
yeah, like if you have a truth, let's say that somebody is, you know, doing something wrong. Let's just say they're stealing from somebody or something like that. Like, you could offer them wisdom that it's wrong to steal, and they could realize that, and then stop that pattern or have some kind of a positive growth from it. But if they're not able to, from you telling them, then they're just going to have to keep doing it until their own karma sort of catches up with them, and then they realize to stop doing it at some point. So it's like, you could accelerate that by giving them some insights or challenging them, but if they're not able to in the interaction with you, then they will eventually, is how I see it.
Yeah.
Which kind of goes with this whole, like, the shape of the earth thing. It's like this concept that somebody's going to, like, convince someone or something. It's like, that's just not necessarily realistic. I think it makes much more sense to kind of respect each person on their journey and then be able to kind of share the ideas and exchange things. But it's really quite an individual journey how people come to, the nature of their reality.
Yeah, what if every creature and plant is the same as a human? Where they think they're the center of the universe inside their body.
I don't know. That's trippy to think about. Like,
Does my dog think he's the center of the universe and he just happens to be with a human that helps him? Or does he realize, does he like actually take on a slave nature and think of me as the center of the universe? And he's the second in the universe? I think they all think they're the center, even an ant. Do plants have an ego? Do they think it's all me and the rest of it's 360 from me?
well, that's a question. Do they have kind of a distinguished ego the way that humans do? Dogs seem to like they kind of do. I mean, dogs can have like attitudes and stuff. Like they do seem to have. But I mean, do they think they're the center of the universe? Probably. I mean, in their consciousness state, yeah, it's kind of like all about them, basically.
Yeah, if they see an ice cream melted on the floor, they try to lick it. Right? They don't stop and think.
Yeah, they just.
They decide that it's my time now. I'm going to lick the ice cream. Isn't it a weird paradox? We realize we're the center of the universe, each one of us has our own ego, but we're also complaining that people are controlling us from above. So isn't that like contradiction in terms? So you feel like you're the center of the universe, but you're not the top of the universe.
Well, I don't really feel like I am the center. I mean, I think that the plane of the Earth is the center in a way. I mean, it's the middle Earth, as it were. It's like the middle layer.
But I mean, your consciousness is centered in you now, mostly.
Yeah, it is. It does kind of like my lived experience when I'm in my body, as it were, would be that the whole thing literally does revolve around me. Yeah. I wake up every day, sun, moon, and stars are moving around me. When I meet people, they're all around me. Yeah, it is like that.
It's so egoic of us to think like that, isn't it? But we can't help it.
Well, it's what allows like each of us to differentiate from the whole. Like if you just had the whole thing in your
Yeah.
consciousness, you'd be walking down the road and like seeing like thousands of past lives and being in multiple dimensions at once. So in order to be like in this human state, somehow that all has to be turned off so you can just have like a,
Yeah.
as
Maybe,
Alan Watts called it, the skin encapsulated ego.
yeah. Maybe you couldn't make choices, could you? If you were feeling part of the all the whole time, that would be another version of being an automaton robot, maybe. Like, this is another example. When you're a bird and you're flying in a flock, when the whole flock turns, you turn, don't you, automatically? But as you turn automatically with the hive flock, your consciousness is still inside your little head turning. So you're still the center, but you just happen to be controlled turning. So in that way, it's kind of almost a torture. God put us all as separate egos being washed around by nature. A tumble dryer. Like, it's me, I'm me, as you're banging around hitting stuff.
See, I think there is only one consciousness ultimately. So I kind of like my ultimate sense is that all of this is me. Like the thing I call me, like the capital M me, that would be like, yeah, like my life, who I am, my thoughts, my memories, everything. But when I think about like right now talking to you, like, do I really feel like I'm talking to someone different? I don't. I feel like I'm really just talking to myself.
I think we're enlightened. That's why we can tell. We can go jump into both ways of thinking.
Yeah.
Like maybe an ant, they're the center, but they're constantly like the queen is them, right? They're bred to be part of the goddess tribe for their queen. Whereas humans, we have to like concept it out in our minds.
Yeah, I don't think ants sit around like actually thinking as deep as we do. Yeah, they're just like, I don't know exactly what their consciousness is like, but it's probably just very simplistic in a way. I mean, they're actually pretty advanced creatures in certain ways, but I mean,
But
it's
they don't
just a
have to.
completely different mode.
They don't have to remind themselves that they're part of the goddess, do they? They just know it
Well,
instinctively.
that's a whole trippy question too. Like
They must get signs, like reminders, like you said, verging onto the vibration bit. So if they walk away, they'll start to feel lost and they'll turn around and find the scent and the pheromones back to the queen. But mostly, I reckon it's natural and intuitive. Whereas for humans, we have to remember as a concept. Oh yeah, God.
yeah, we seem to want to conceptualize it all and figure it out. I mean, that's why it makes sense that like from God's perspective, like the ants have their purpose, but they're not really the purpose of this realm necessarily. Like,
Um,
do you think humans are the purpose of? Like, do you think that this world would even exist without humans?
yeah, I can imagine an Earth with just animals, dinosaurs, or different types of monkey creatures that become the top species. But I do still think humans are the purpose at this point in time of the Earth. We seem like a human planet, a planet that grows humans, or a planet that's been used to grow humans.
Yeah, like that we're the center stage in some way.
Yeah.
Because if this whole Earth existed with no humans, what would it be? Just nature, just doing its thing, I guess,
Yeah, it
forever.
would just be nothing, right? A germ jungle.
Yeah,
There'd be no intellect and buildings.
yeah. Because I
No
mean,
one would even know that dolphins exist because they'd be under the water the whole time.
see,
Yeah,
that's the difference. Like in general, between the cosmologies, in general, like the globe Earth would more say, no, it's just here. Like the Earth is what's primary. We are secondary. We just somehow, grew out of the oceans and the brain cells knocked together, and here we are. But we're kind of
yeah, that does not
secondary.
make sense.
We're just on this planet thing that is primary. Whereas in general, can't speak for everyone, but a flat Earth, a planar Earth, kind of stationary Earth concept for a lot of people is actually more that like we're in some kind of a temple, a realm,
Yeah.
a domain of some sort in which the center stage part of it is the human, like the quintessential component of,
I can conceptualize planet Earth like a temple
and that nature is
for
all just
humans.
secondary to us. Like it's all here for us.
Yeah, but conceptualizing planet Earth as a temple for humans isn't my main thought on it. So I've been brainwashed into thinking it's more of a natural thing, and it's been used to breed humans. I think
It's a natural thing that's
a
primary.
natural occurrence to have
We're
a
just
ball
here.
of
It's like,
germs and nature on it.
yeah. But like, okay, from the creator's perspective, let's just say, and just trying to ponder it, if it wanted to create this world, did it create it? Like, did it create the human first and say, okay, now I need a place for these humans? Or did it create this and say, you know what? I guess I'll throw some humans in here.
Yeah. Well, following my recent theories on alien breeding and divine breeding, Elohim's, I think Earth was already a paradise with quite advanced creatures on it. Then they seeded humans to watch us become the top creature. So I think Earth came first. But maybe the idea of humans to create a race came first in the aliens' minds. Then they went and found Earth as the place to use.
Yeah, like what if humans already existed as a creation and have and that this human thing has already been used in different realms and different worlds, and then this one is just like in a long line of worlds that's used for human experience.
Yeah. Oh no, I think that could be true in an atheist natural world. There's loads of Earths that are used to grow humans just by nature and God. But also, yeah, if humans have been seeded, maybe we're one of multiple experiments on different planets or different areas. What would be the other thing? So the other way would be they create humans in a test tube, and then they find a planet like Mars and fill it with water and wait. Like they create grow a garden while humans are in a test tube. Adam and Eve are in a test tube. Then once the garden's finished, they catch the monkeys, breed them with themselves, sex magic, make Adam and Eve in a test tube, and they send a Prometheus type of creator down to Earth to spill the test tube off the Niagara Falls. And here we are now. If you don't think of the globe lie as the biggest lie ever, and you just think of it as another lie, it makes God less guilty. Because God allowed the Federal Reserve and Jekyll Island and Freemasonry and the Inquisition and the Holocaust, right? God has allowed lots of fucked up things, not just the globe lie.
Yeah, I mean, actually, in comparison, it's actually a pretty small transgression compared to. I mean, a lot of the shit that's gone on. Like, just think about like torture, which like we don't really even have to talk about it. But I mean, some of that shit, like, yeah, that's like some serious dark stuff. I mean, the globe lie is just kind of child's play compared to that. And then all the other sufferings that people go through, like just brutal things. I mean,
Imagine like Atlantis every day. There's women taking their own child up the pyramid and giving it to the priest. Like 24/7, like we do now with cows, but we did it to our own children. Compared to that, the globe is just an idea.
well, I think it's like a platform by which this current cycle has existed within this framework. Because even like these last, 6 to 7 to 8 years, yeah, people have been questioning it very much so, and this whole kind of process. But even before that, for decades, it was just globe, 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 and virtually 100% of people just on board, just globe city. So
It's very like it. You could say the same for Christianity. There's some people that wake up and debunk it. Most people at the time, most of the time, it's Christianity, Christianity, Christianity.
yeah, like let's say that I died, and let's say there is an afterlife, then let's say I reincarnate on some other world somewhere. Okay, so something that's not this human world at all. There's no United States or South America, none of that stuff. And if I were to go to that world and I somehow had memory of this one, and somebody asked me, "Hey, what was your last life like?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I was this guy. I lived on the in this place called Earth, and what if I were to explain it, I would say Yes, I was born into a cult. That's what I would say. I was born into this globe cult thing, this atheist, heliocentric, scientism, you know, vaccines, like whatever, this whole thing. And it was like from birth.
Do you feel like it's not just that, but it's being a human in general, like the human cult on a
I
wider scale?
don't necessarily see a human being. You just mean just being a human is a cult?
Well, you were convinced that you were just a human. Then you were given lots of weird stories by lots of weird people. Like, even if you weren't born in the heliocentric time, any time talking about this life on Earth, it's going to be like, what the fuck was that? They're all psychopaths and mental, all gullible idiots.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Human cult.
Yeah.
But they don't know what they're doing or why. But they pretend they do. Yeah, I feel like I was born into a cult of
The
just
modern day.
a cult of lies. Not all humans. Maybe I won't say the human is a lie, but I was brought up by my parents. I think believing in government is the worst part of the cult I was born into.
Yeah, but see, then that goes to another layer. Let's say the people that are behind this cult are not even human. So they are actually getting, like, they're whatever they are, reptilians or some other being entirely, and they're the ones getting us to believe in their cult.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it seems like to me. This doesn't seem like a couple humans just kind of got together and thought of this. Is like, it's otherworldly,
Yeah, no, I think I agree, definitely.
and it's like specifically designed for this time period and this whole dynamic.
I understand why the Christians say it's demonic.
Yeah.
I also think what they're in is demonic. So I would say it's all demonic. Everything.
Yeah, but what is more demonic? I mean, I'm not trying to call atheists demonic right now, but I'm just saying, like, a being that convinced other beings that they are separate and meaningless and that there's no creationary source. Like, they're basically trying to get people to believe in the void as being reality. As being the only reality, I should say. Just complete emptiness, no meaning.
I think my sound card fucked up. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
If we ignore how Christianity hurt people in the past, or the people of Christianity hurt people in the past through dogmatism, the main belief of there being a God and we have to try and be righteous and good to people, I think that is much less demonic, than atheism. Let's believe in science and deny spirit. But I think if you factor in how the delusion of Christianity and the extremism of it could be worse than atheism has managed to be so far. But atheism's got a long way to go. So I'd say they all have their own demonic qualities. Demons use everything to do their work.
What about seeing it as like a spell as well?
Yeah, definitely. That would like one-off magic. Maybe they update it more like a one-time thing, and we're still under it, rather than they have to constantly do brainwashing and witchcraft. Maybe they did one spell in the first place as they created us. You know, sex magic golem. They could have created us into golems. through sex magic.
Yeah, that's what gets probably freaky looking into like Jack Parsons and Walt Disney and all those guys. I mean,
Yeah.
they have literally just blanketed us in this weird phallic worshipping, heliocentric worshipping scientism.
Just think, if the freezing cryogenic technology really becomes a thing, like mobile phones have really become a thing, they're going to resurrect Walt Disney and other elite psychopath pedos. That's not going to be. I mean, that's going to be fun to watch, exciting, and a total mess.
Oh man, just bring those guys back for NASA 2.0.
Bring Walt Disney back. What? Make a Star Wars world.
That Walt Disney, for being such a occult Jesuit Freemason, God only knows like his actual roots, but they do pump out some pretty good movies, I gotta say. I mean, they really do. They know how to like please the people and get the people's, acceptance, and then they can slip in their twisted stuff in there.
Yeah, that fascinates me, how well films work. That, especially with the New Age, but I know it was the same with religious films and war propaganda. But right now, it's New Age and magic and Gnosticism, and everyone is being pummeled with the ideology that's seeping into their heads because the films are great. You leave the cinema thinking, wow, what a brilliant Gnostic story I just went through.
Yeah.
And that's you. That's you. They got you.
What some wonderful occult programming I just experienced.
Yeah, that's how I feel when I watch them.
No, I know, but it's like they're good though. They have all the nice storylines and just. Well, I think it's because a lot of the people that work in there, just like with NASA, it's a little bit similar to the way that like there's real engineers that are working there, but it's like in that as well. There's real film, there's real writers for those movies that bring all that human. Because let's just say for a minute, let's say these people, these rulers, whoever they are, the controllers, let's say that they're not even human. So they don't even really know how to make like a touching human story. They just want their programming in there, and they just want that in there. So they've somehow found a way to like control it and co-opt it to where they had enough writers of real humans, that were probably writing it to where they could make it heartfelt and touching and profound and, connect with humans or whatever. But then also to have the programming in there at the same time. It's kind of brilliant. Like I actually give that whole Disney thing, I give that actually more props than I give NASA. NASA's it's just garbage. But at least with like Disney, there's some pretty creative stuff in there.
I mean,
I just find NASA to be just cheesy and just like pseudoscience. Like it's just at least with Disney, there's some heartfelt, there's some emotion, there's some.
Well, the thing is, with Disney, we know it's an allegory, don't we? As woke people. With NASA, they actually believe it. That's like the true part of the religion for them. They're not watching NASA as an allegory.
Yeah, like everybody knows that Disney is fantasy to a degree, but with NASA, it's like being played off as fake, as real, which to me just comes off as really cheesy.
Yeah. Oh. I would say I get more of my ideas about what it would be like to travel space from fiction and movies than I do from NASA. I reject NASA as a real pistol.
I remember thinking when I was a kid that I wanted to get in a spaceship. And I wasn't like even a big space nerd kind of person or anything, but I just remember thinking this, that I wanted to be the one for humanity that took the risk to just get in a spaceship and go as far, you know what I mean? Because they used to say, oh yeah, well, if you just get going in space, you'll just keep going forever, right? So all you got to do is get a little thrust in one direction and you just keep going forever. And I used to think like, yeah, if I could just get enough food, enough entertainment, whatever, a couple of magazines, a couple books, and just go and then knowing that I could never come back to tell humans what it was or what I found, but I just wanted to be launched out and just go forever and see what happened.
Yeah. Oh, it's exciting. It's like sailing, isn't it? When you first sailed the big oceans, you wouldn't know if you'd come back. You'd say to your wife and family, I hope I come back. Then you just set sail. Last night I was listening to Alan Watts again, as usual, and he was saying, how do you define the size of the sun? Is it what you see? Is it how you measure the extent of the fire? Or is it the heat? Completely different distances. You have to arbitrarily decide the size of the sun.
Didn't they just say some article was saying that they think the sun might be a different size than they thought?
I bet they did.
Well, pretty soon it's going to be like, oh, dude, 93 million miles ago was so 20th century. We know now that it's fucking 150,000 miles, 150 million.
I swear 93 million miles. The actual official distance in cosmology and science, stolen from Crowley's favorite number, 93, which was a sun cult.
Oh boy, really? Yeah. Well, also like 9 minus 3 is 6. So
Jack Parsons is involved in making the rockets, and friends with Crowley is involved with saying the numbers that the scientists pretend are real. Flight 93 is obviously the idea that you can try and survive, be evil, but you'll still crash into the ground and burn. Even your love and your will will not stand up to the New World Order. I'm just going to make coffee.
all right. Jerry, you still there?
Yeah, what's up?
I was just thinking more about dreams. It was such an interesting conversation we were having. I just wanted to ask, like, have you ever had anything in a dream? Sort of, this is getting into like the idea of inception. Have you ever had something in a dream that you feel that something you're going to do there is going to change what's going to happen here after you wake up? And even more so, have you ever actually had that occur? Like something in the dream actually affected this world?
I think I've thought about it in the dream. I can't think of anything actually happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that is an interesting concept.
Or like something that you could bring back from the dream world into this world.
Yeah, there's been times like when I was a kid, I wanted like this certain Ghostbusters toy, right? And I had a dream that I had it, right? So when I was in the dream, I held on to it, and I could feel myself waking up while holding it. Then when I woke up, it wasn't there. I was really pissed. So I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I remember I kind of had a similar thing where I wanted a go-kart when I was a kid, you know, like I wanted a go-kart, and like I just remember like dreaming about one and then thinking I had it and then getting back to this world and being like, "Oh, I don't actually have that."
Yeah. But yeah, there's certain thoughts that I carried from the dream to being, uh, you know, awake. Like, I'll have dreams sometimes that my wife is, like cheating on me. And it's weird because I'll wake up that day and I'll kind of look at her kind of, cross, you know what I mean? Like she did something, but she didn't. You know what I mean? And it totally screws up your whole perception.
That's interesting. Huh. Yeah, wow.
Or, like one of my friends will like do something shitty to me in the dream, and then I'll talk to him that day, and I'll want to, ask him like, "What the fuck is your problem?" But he didn't do anything. It sucked. I have the most fucked up dreams, man. I'm telling you.
You're about to go like kick someone's ass and then something that happened in the dream in a dream.
Right. And they didn't do anything.
Do you ever have dreams of like just like weird dark worlds that are just like rainy and like everything's just like depressing and like very industrial? Sort of like the worst parts of this world of the like industrial sort of smog and pollution and sort of enslavement, but it's like to a maximum level where there is like no joy. It's like only that.
No, mostly it's personal. Like my surroundings are never really that threatening. It's people in it are more threatening.
So you ever
More,
have times where you're like running from people that are like chasing you down and shit?
Yeah, I get that a lot.
I don't really get chased by people. I'm usually going towards something. I'm usually trying to like achieve something, but I never get there, or like I'm always late, or when I get there, I'm not prepared. But yeah, as far as like the setting, no, it's always pretty good.
My mate said he has a bad dream a lot. He's sinking in quicksand or sludge, oil or something, and he realizes it's like a big worm's mouth. So he has nature like devour him.
Right.
I agree with you, Jess. Mostly people. They're either trying to hit me with stuff, or fire projectiles at me, or chase me around corners.
Well, here's a question: have you ever died in your dream?
No.
I have met the end in my dream, but I always wake up. I don't actually die and feel like I'm dead. I just
See, I've
wake up.
had times in dreams where I literally am dying, and then as I'm dying in the dream, I'm waking up in this world, like I'm waking up in my bed.
Yeah, I have that. I'm running, and there's loads of people shooting at me. I make a last brave attempt to run across an alleyway or something. And suddenly there's 50 men, and they're all shooting at me, and it goes in slow motion, and all the bullets are coming towards me. It's like impossible to avoid every single one of them. And eventually I feel one or see one hit me. So I'll know that's it. That's the last time I'm alive in this dream. And then like I'll jump out of my dream, wake, as I just get shot, or just get hit, or just get spiked.
What does it mean when you dream of babies?
What's happening with the babies?
Like, where they having a baby and they in the hospital doing the baby stuff? What's that mean? They crazy?
Maybe you're just reflecting on action.
Yeah, it is loud here. Hi, Dawn. How are you?
Great, thanks.
Let me get on Bluetooth real quick.
What if dying is kind of like falling asleep?
Yeah, I think it is.
Because you know how like when you fall asleep, that's the thing that trips me out too. I'll be lying in bed, and usually maybe takes me, I don't know, anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes to fall asleep, maybe 15. And as I'm first lying there, I just kind of go into a meditative state, and I just start to relax my mind and just kind of get into that place of no thinking, essentially, and just kind of clear my mind. But then I don't ever really remember falling asleep necessarily. But then when I'm in the dream state, I know that I'm there, and sometimes I have lucid dreams and things, and then
When you wake up, you know you must have been asleep. You can't remember going to sleep. That's what happened to me last night.
yeah, you don't really remember falling asleep, but you know you were in the dream state, and then now you're awake again. But like, what if dying is like that, where like when you die, it's sort of like falling asleep, where you don't necessarily, well, that gets trippy, whether you actually even remember the death or whether you just wake up in a different reality, like the afterlife.
I think it is like a gentle turning off. But then being born is like waking up, right? But you've had a memory wipe this time. So you don't remember going to sleep. You don't remember dying the night before. Like the first time this time. But, literally, it is. You are just waking up. That's a new thing.
I had this experience once that was like a little bit fearful about death, where I was thinking how like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to describe this right, but like when you die, I was kind of like, this is the one experience I had where I was like a little bit afraid of like, how am I going to fit my consciousness into the afterlife? I don't know if that makes sense, but it was like, I'm in my body now. And I was just thinking how like I'm going to die someday and how wild that is, you know, like this whole thing is going to be over. I'm actually going to die. And then I was just thinking like, how am I going to fit through?
How do you save? yourself to go through, like the pharaohs tried to do. You worry that all this is for nothing and you're just going to reset. So how do you save your loadout for the next level?
Yeah. I think that's all kind of taken care of. Like, well, see, there's this perspective too. Like, okay, let's say this idea that, we're in the spirit world and then we incarnate into a physical body and we do a whole earth life. And then when we die, we go back there, then we plan another life or whatever. In that kind of idea, there's an idea that our soul is actually always in the spirit world. And it's only a part of us, a part of our essence that actually incarnates into the body.
Yeah.
So instead of like the idea that it's your whole soul that's here, and like there's and that you've left the spirit world entirely, and that you're here, rather than the idea that you're actually always there, and this is just one part of your essence that you're kind of splitting off in order to incarnate. Because if that's the case, then we're there all the time.
Yeah, and it's just a tiny bit of that goes home and joins back.
Right. It's just a part that goes back exactly and joins back. Yeah, it's not the whole thing.
Yeah, I think that explains our divine nature that we have to try and remember, and that's the waking up enlightenment process.
It reminds me of like the spirit world is like everywhere, and then you have this fishbowl of water that's like this reality right here. And if someone in the spirit world took their hand and put it in the fishbowl, right? Their hand is in the real world, that part of that soul, that part of that entity, but it's still connected to everything in the spirit world, right? Just a part of it is out there exploring in this reality.
Yeah, I think that's how I think of spirits and ghosts and demons and angels. They're based in the immaterial. They just ghost through the material so we can see them.
Right. They're in both places.
Well, there's that idea of like the astral plane, which would be like, let's say you've got the physical plane, and then the astral plane is like the intermediary spirit space between, like it is overlaid over the physical plane, but then it's also like the transition to the spirit world. It's like the in between. So, like in that perspective, a ghost would not necessarily be incarnated in the physical plane in a body at that point, but they're still on the physical plane through the astral plane.
Yeah.
So that's why they can like appear like in a bedroom, or they like slam a door in your house or whatever. It's like because they're actually somewhat interacting with it. So then what do you think ghosts experience, Don? What do they have egos? Do they have thoughts about God and philosophy? Do they have speculation about, do they know they're dead? Do they know that they're a ghost?
Weird. Whenever I think of spirits or supernatural or God or whatever, and then trying to match a logic or a consciousness to them, I always just go, oh, well, I'm biased. It could be similar to this, or it could be something completely different in many different ways, right? But I don't know. To me, it's probably I see those things as more of a automatic energy, look like a thing that does a thing with a purpose, but it's not like the testing ground. Like to me, the decisions that we supposedly have, if they're not all chemically reaction from dominoes from the beginning, it's like, yo, maybe that's our purpose, is to test these maybes, to test these things that could go one way or another. Whereas the like other things that are more just energy based or less human brain based, they might be more like automatic, like like guaranteed rules, like just moving in a circuit or something, moving like you know, and pattern different than us. Like, I don't know. I don't think that those things are going to be on the same logical consciousness that we are. It's going to be higher above us, probably. I don't know. See, I'm careful to guess. Is my simple answer, Gio. I'm careful to guess.
Yeah, considered materialism. Like, if there is no immaterial, it's just projections from your mind.
Like residue, like echo energy, especially things that it seems like ghosts are traumatic events more than like happy things. Like they're left over from, like murder scenes or
Yeah.
or like massacres and natural disasters.
That's the common theme: unfinished business.
Yeah, sort of energy that was in motion that abruptly stopped for whatever reason and still is following that arc until it completes its journey.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
My mate says he agrees with that. He calls it like purgatory. I think he's made his own type of purgatory up. Instead of going to purgatory, you become a ghost kind of thing, stuck in between worlds, something like that.
It's like the soul of the event mixed with the person.
All right, then. Do ghosts ever die?
What is dying? Oh, y'all started with that. Yeah, you already talked about that. Coach, I don't know. Kosho, do ghosts ever die?
Are they just in that state forever, or do they transcend at some point? Do they get saved?
Like once they like there's like these ghosts from that Fukushima or the tsunami in Japan, and they keep thinking that these ghosts aren't going anywhere because they can't find their homes because their home was destroyed. So in their culture, they're thinking that after the ghost completes this sort of walkabout, or once they come to terms with their new their new set of conditions, then they can let go and then move on. Like,
Yeah, because I think the idea is like I've never heard of the idea of a ghost dying, but I have. But the concept that a ghost can be, like somehow like resolve or heal its attachment to the physical plane, and then they can actually transcend like back to the spirit world.
like when I was still a globalist, I believed that space travel was part of the creation, in that you would, when you died, you turned into energy and you could go on to another world, another version of Earth that was out there that was better or that would challenge you in different ways than you were challenged here. And you kept almost like a version of Mormonism, but not where you're like, yeah, but different than that. Different than that, you don't
I knew
become a god.
that idea.
Because that's the only.
Become the ether and end up on another new Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the only way to travel these distances would be in some sort of form of energy. A physical form can't do it. You can't pass, the lower atmosphere.
You travel the astral like when you die and go where you want, sort of thing.
Yeah, kind of like where you do like ebb and flow. And then the reason why like you get deja vu and stuff like that is because the future or the past seem to just touch just enough to make you remember like a past version or a past iteration. It's kind of like that Arkham's Razor, where they say, well, one example for deja vu is that people that your senses are out of sync with reality, that you're actually living a few seconds in the past, but your intuition can fill in the blank before your senses do. But the other one is maybe you're the simple answer. You think you remember this because you did it before.
You do. Yeah.
I've got my own version. Deja vu is me literally doing almost the same thing.
Yes.
later
That's
in my life.
exactly yeah.
Later in my life, I actually think I've done it in my real life, this life before. Most of my deja vus, and it's my mind realizing that I'm on full repeat, almost to the same positioning.
That's exactly what it is. Like, period. That's the clinical. There ain't a science team that's found anything other than that so far.
I think that's a very telling part of our consciousness. Ever.
Yeah, it's like, how much do you pay attention to your pattern? Damn, did I cut out there? Fucking me. All right.
No, I heard you.
I'm sorry. No, it's sorry. My map like literally went crazy. All right.
Sometimes I can even specifically think of the time that I did my deja vu before.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's 6 months
Exactly.
before or 2 years before, and I can remember, oh yeah, you have done this in this same spot. Very similar at this time of day.
That's what it is. They ain't gonna show you nothing in that. Everybody's bias is that so far. They ain't shown nothing but that or their own bias. But I've heard these other explanations of this, you know, being a split second ahead of your brain, but that doesn't line up with so many where you know that you remember the other time, you know what I mean? But it just gives you that spooky feeling.
Maybe there's maybe there's a group consciousness version of deja vu, or like a high-minded, enlightened version where you don't just have it about your own positioning and memory, but you have it like about humanity in general or something.
They've done studies where, hold on 1 second.
Don, I'm gonna be right back, you guys.
They've done. Oh, you're gonna miss the banger right here, Don. Should I wait? Wait for Don. Some cool ass shit.
Well, he definitely. I don't know if he's on a call or something.
Well, they've done studies where, they hook people up to the, they hook you up to the machine with through like your brain. You're like your brain getting excited up in certain regions. Well, they'll show people a picture. They'll show them either a nice picture or like some horrifyingly, just like some horrifying picture of people dead or dying or just something like that. It's not nice to see. And then like another image that's beautiful, like rainbows and unicorns. And different parts of the brain will light up. So they can tell which part of the brain it's a totally separate part of the brain that lights up for each picture, right? But they were finding that they could see people's brains lighting up before they even showed them the picture of the spot that it should have, at the spot that it did when they actually saw the picture. So like there was some like intuitive thing where they like knew what picture they were going to see or something. I don't know.
The vision of seeing the death or the lovely, cute baby. Let me think about it.
If they see it before it even gets shown.
Vision is
their brain
happening subconsciously, and the brain's reacting subconsciously before they realize, oh, that's a disgusting picture. Or, oh, that's a cute baby.
No, before they
body
even
and brain's doing it first. Yeah.
No, before the picture's even on screen, their brain lights up.
Or maybe they start to try and predict nice or bad pictures.
I don't know if they're predicting it.
I think that's still telling that your body and your mind is reacting with disgust or attraction before you realize you've seen anything in your brain.
Before you have even seen anything. You haven't seen it yet. Like the picture's not even on the screen yet, and your brain's lighting up in sync with what you're gonna see.
How would you explain that?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think they can either. There's just shit we can't explain and shit we're never gonna know, I think. You know, it's fundamentalist, materialist, you know, they think they want to know everything and they're gonna know everything, but it just ain't going down like that. Fuck.
So, Jeremy, have you ever had a dream where in the dream you have some type of experience and then you actually think about, like, is the experience you're having there going to affect your life here? And then the next part of it, have you ever had that happen to where it actually has affected your life here, like some inception shit?
I mean, I've had dreams where that shit like happens later. Maybe the next day or weeks later, it ends up like happening, that situation. I've never worried about it affecting. I mean, when you're dreaming, you think it is real. So like, you know, unless you're lucid dreaming, which is fucking dope as fuck.
Do you think it'd be possible to have something in your dream that would actually change your physical reality here? Like send a message to someone or something, and then in your physical life have them confirm that message?
I don't know. That'd be crazy. I don't think I've ever even heard of that, but maybe.
What if we
I do
tried to
think
do? What if we tried to do it?
Yeah,
Like if we if we all like came up with a specific message that we wanted to send someone, and then try to do it, like set the intention to do it in the dream state, and then verify to see if they got it.
I definitely think you'd get interesting results if you put time and effort into experimenting with dreams.
I mean, that would be unbelievable proof that we are connected. It's like if I was able to go into a dream state and connect with someone and then tell them something in the dream, and then the next day or whatever in the physical reality they came to me and confirmed that.
Yeah. I reckon the CIA did this 100 years ago, dude. And they just didn't tell anyone, and they're still studying it now.
I do
This
think
is-
we're all connected.
I mean, it's essentially kind of what they do in Inception. They're like going in to that dream world and trying to change certain events that are going to affect, like that's in that movie.
Yeah, that's the extreme of being able to get in someone's dream, change the real life. Yeah.
I don't know. The best thing I think you can do with a dream right now is lucid dream, which that basically has endless possibilities, though.
Yes, I think they are very good and quite easy experiments to do. You got to put time and effort into it, like a hobby or a study. But if you practice lucid dreaming and you do lucid dreaming, eventually you're going to be able to control what happens in a full simulation controlled by your own mind, which could get very deep, and you could find answers to all of life's questions if you knew how to ask.
Like 8 hours of our life is like, spent sleeping. If you could turn that into something awesome like lucid dreaming every night, that'd be fucking huge for humanity. Because when I wake up from a lucid dream, I don't feel like life sucks. Like sometimes when you wake up, you're like, oh, I can't believe I got to get up right now. This fucking sucks. When you wake up from a lucid dream, you like hop out of bed. Like you don't have that. I don't have that feeling of like, I don't want to get up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
Even though they say
you've been in
they say
slightly
you
more
don't
control.
dream as good. Say you don't dream as good when you do a lucid dream, Well, I don't know. I feel better in the morning. What are you gonna say, Don?
Because you have more control, you haven't been pummeled by an experience all night. I can imagine you waking up fresher. Yeah.
Yeah, when you lucid dream, you're in the REM state, and when you wake up after the REM state, you don't have any drogginess or sleep inertia. If you wake up in the wrong part of your cycle, then you have that drogginess because you have sleep inertia. But you don't have that if you wake up at the end of your REM cycle.
What up, Coach? Where you been?
Just fucking doing that damn thing, dude.
You been getting chips and licking dicks?
Doing what? What are you talking about, dude?
I don't know. I just made that up. What you been driving, Uber?
Have you been blowing with your Tesla friend lately?
And then offered a job.
No, I haven't even turned in my application yet. Actually, I'm supposed to be doing that now.
Yo, show.
What are you gonna do for Tesla?
It's this robotics thing.
Coach, stop bullshit. Jesus. We all know you're fucking James Bond. You're not going to be working at no fucking factory. Stop telling
Coach's kind of smart. He could probably get a job in there.
me. Don't. Bro. That's just his cover, man.
He's gonna be working there, and they're gonna do an undercover boss episode with Elon Musk, and he's gonna go undercover. And then he's gonna have a long talk with Kosho about the shape of the Earth, and then he's gonna reveal.
Man.
He's gonna be on TV like, we'll have this worker. His name is Kosho, and he really blew my mind about the flat Earth.
Coach, don't you?
I guarantee Musk. They don't even tell Musk. He doesn't need to know.
It'll be
Like,
like
people
some-
think so many people got to be on it. Like, they're not running around telling everyone. Like, I bet you presidents wouldn't even know that shit.
That's interesting. Yeah, I would agree. Well, why would they?
This is like
Yeah.
need to know information. Like, if you don't need to know, they're not telling you.
You better believe it.
It would be like that scene from Spider-Man where he says, I'm kind of a scientist too, but instead Elon Musk will expose, I'm kind of a Discord mod myself.
Yeah, a little bit on the weekends, you know. Pop a couple.
I thought you was gonna get rich and shit, Coach. How much is this job going for? $250,000 a year or something? Like, what is the deal, dude? Let's get this millions to stop bullshitting. But not for real though. Didn't you say you got some people in Florida, Kosho?
Don, you in New York right now?
What?
I said you in New York right now?
No, 2 weeks. Well, 10 days. 10 days. I'm gonna be up there. Right now, I'm in the biggest city in the United States of America.
You're in New York City?
Wrong.
Is LA bigger?
LA.
I don't
Is
think
there more
that's
people?
the answer according to what I'm Googling.
It's definitely not bigger. There's no. What city is it?
Jacksonville.
Bigger.
I just typed
I
in
mean,
large.
it's all just stories, right? Like, and I guess New York has all these like extra parts, but the whole island is really New York. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, you could extend New York out and out and out and out and include all the boroughs and all the different neighborhoods and
Yeah, it's the 5 boroughs.
yeah,
It's like
this is
8 million
really
people.
is huge then, yeah. Like 3 million.
It's like
right?
8 million people or something. Yeah, and 7.
This is saying 8.2 million for New York City. Then LA is actually only 4. Like
Yeah.
half the size. That's by population.
I thought that was the second biggest, LA.
That's kind of hilarious. The 2 biggest cities in Minnesota, Minneapolis and St. Paul, the Twin Cities, don't even add up to 1 million together.
I probably have 1 million people in my area. I bet, but my area is like 3 cities.
There's that
Maybe
one
not.
area they call the Triad. It was that like in uh
Is that Jersey?
yeah, Jersey, right? That's supposed to be really densely populated too, right? Like 3 cities in a triangle shape.
That's what we got. I got what they call mine the capital district, and it's like 3 cities, and it's like a massive little area.
Yeah, because it's like urban sprawl, like all the way across, right? There isn't really any
Yeah.
sort of stopping point where one city ends and the next one begins.
Yeah, there's not a lot of like dead space. There's no like dead space in between. It's not like you go down a country road and then you're in the next city. It's like all city. Coach, I got an important question for you later, Coach. When you get back.
You must get pretty cold weather up there, Crit.
Oh yeah, it can.
It's like some. It's like Canada basically up there.
Yeah, yeah. I'm. Yeah, pretty much. Like they call it Southern Canada or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't really realize how kind of high up there it is. It's really. I think I've been Mandela affected. Didn't used to be there.
So was it -17? Oh, hold on, let me switch to Fahrenheit.
Right now?
-3 Fahrenheit.
Oh, damn.
And then there's a wind chill advisory too, so that would drop it. It's a winter advisory because you have to because the wind is so cold too. You have to go out with protection.
I feel like of all the states, I don't know that much about Minnesota. Like I guess I've probably been through it, but I can't think of any time I've spent much time there.
The biggest takeaway is flat.
Man, the whole East Coast got like a freaking rain, like whatever this shit is, like storms, ain't it? It's been like 3 days.
Okay, so with wind chill, it's considered -12 Fahrenheit.
Called snow, Don.
No snow. Yeah, but I'm just saying it's like hurricane shit all up and down the East Coast, ain't it?
Yo, the wind was blowing so hard it fucked my trampoline up the other day. But it's snowing right now. But I took a picture it snowed the other day too. Look at this picture in my backyard.
Oh, I saw this.
This shit looks like it's like picturesque. No, we're not having pizza for breakfast. I got you Cheerios and a Nutri-Grain bar over here. No pizza for breakfast.
That looks nice. You don't have neighbors right behind. You got some land out there.
I saw this hilarious video.
Yeah, they're to the right and the left. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, this hilarious video of a trampoline that because the wind was so so powerful, it threw a person's trampoline into the neighbor's house and it stuck into the wall, the outside wall.
Look, I don't totally want to change the subject, but Jeremy, see, your snow brought my attention to the above post. I mean, look above just a few posts. Kosho got a trilateration box. Like, no, we don't even know what the fuck that is. What is this? What is this guy doing? Okay. How blessed are we to hang out with the guy who makes the bots and the maps and the GIFs and the things and all this? Kosho, please don't go work to Tesla. Please just stay with us. Tesla can't give you what you're worth, man. You need to be a free, independent agent. Get millions. Also, I'm selling packages for the Turning Stone Circuit event for the Bracelet Challenge. $300, 10% of the package. Who's in? What's up?
But Kosho wants to get in with Elon. He wants to get in the Elon's secret society group.
There's no way I believe anything Kosho says. That it's serious. He's like teasing you with like a maybe, like it's on his wish list or his watch later list, And then like that's the throw off, you know. Kosho, wake up. Stop falling asleep on your bots, man. I need you to fuck with me for a second, like 2 seconds.
All right, what is it, man?
Do you got some people in Jacksonville?
Yeah, I know a few people. Why, what's up?
Bro. I've been in this car for 3 days. I don't know what's happening here. Okay? Like some golf thing, or I don't fucking know. Dude, there's no rooms under $300 a freaking night right now. This shit is ridiculous, dude. Or like,
Spring break, dude.
What is it? Spring break? Man, damn, my kid don't get spring break till April, bro. Fuck.
Yeah, in Florida, spring break lasts for 2 months.
Dude, okay, so I was gonna ask you this on seriously. All these Airbnbs, this is what I'm gonna probe into. The ones that are open and good, or not open and like fairly, reasonable. They're like all of them. I found 6 already hosted by this anime character looking pale Asian with pink hair female. Okay, named Jing Zhao, and it looks scary. So, what do you think about this shit?
She's probably got a chain of them, so.
Right, but do the neighborhoods like are motherfuckers gonna just walk in your door and fucking rob you down here? Like these neighborhoods look sketch as fuck, bro.
I would imagine she's more professional than other people.
I'm not even talking about her. I'm talking about like that was a little sketch that it looks like a fake profile. And a lot of them are like one review from 2 years ago. That's a little sketchy. But I was gonna see if if there's any suggestions. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Dude, I would be careful because there probably is some sketch things like that. Like, you think you're safe doing something like that, but people can like set up I don't know what it takes to make an Airbnb thing. I don't know, man. I would just be careful.
Yeah, for real.
It's probably safe because they probably have to give a lot of information on it. I've heard of people renting things like hotels and shit online, like paying for like these package deals, and they go on vacation and like that shit doesn't even exist, but they already paid for it. Like the hotel's not there, or the
company, like they're gonna probably take care of your money a little bit, but it's like, bro, I don't know, man. I'm straight up. I'm like, I see what these homeless people be on, bro. Like, and where do you go? You just be out here in the rain.
Do you have to be in Jacksonville?
Bro, I'm about to Google fucking shelters or some shit, bro. This is ridiculous. Then my one buddy's like, yeah, I got the room, saying the company put me up this week. And then some of this roommate is gone. And then didn't even invite me over there, motherfucker.
That's fucked up. How far away how far away can you be from Jacksonville?
I don't care. 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
All right.
I mean, I got family that stays an hour away.
Yeah, well then that's better than what I had. I got a friend his family owns a town, but it's like 3 hours away.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You said they own a town?
Yeah, basically.
Oh, that's cool as fuck.
I don't know what the population is, but...
Remember that Schitt's Creek show?
Yeah, he says they have armor-piercing bullets, rifles, and they just shoot school buses. Like they have not like other people's school buses. I mean, on their property.
Man, that's cool. There's one room here. It's $350 a night before taxes and fees, and it's looks like right off the corner of a highway where you would normally see a homeless tent city. They have like a little corner lot, like gated off, and there's about 20 railroad cars, and they've pimped.
I would stay away from there.
$350, dude. The fuck are they on? $350. Dude, this is ridiculous. All right, I'm gonna say what's up to Crit and Nate. All up. I'm gonna say hi, and I'm gonna listen for like 40 minutes until I find a homeless shelter.
Bro, I'd sleep in a whip before I slept in a homeless shelter. That's just me, though.
No, I mean I'm gonna be playing all night, man. I'm just saying, like, you know, middle of
But
the
you're
night.
gonna
I'm
have to sleep eventually.
I have to sleep in my car. It's a fucking shame.
Yeah. Or you're gonna. I mean, if you're gonna be in a casino and shit, try to mix it up with a chick. Maybe she got a room up in the spot.
Yeah. I mean, there's no rooms. Yeah, dude. This is just the craziest thing. There's like no rooms. But yeah, I can't do the chicks. You know, I'll be married and shit, and you know.
But your wife will understand. Your wife.
Go to the Navy base.
I got to get my wife to pull the chick.
Listen, we're not having pizza for breakfast. You need to have Cheerios and a granola bar. Daddy made you that. I slaved all morning over a hot stove and that breakfast.
Jeremy, are you working a regular schedule anymore? Are you still kind of free right now?
I mean, I'm kind of free. Yeah, what's up?
Bro, you said you're only an hour from Turning Stone?
About an hour and a half.
Bro, if I final table the bracelet event, you got to come sweat, bro.
No, I'm not driving out to Turning Stone.
And on the 28th, you won't come?
Probably not. Like, I don't know what I'm doing on the 28th, but I'm probably not gonna be going to Turning Stone. Like, I'm still mad busy, bro. We got the kids that my wife works. Like, I'm still super busy. I still gotta go drive Uber again now a little bit. So
you get one vacation day to see your Discord buddy, Jeremy. You get one day. Come on.
Oh, it's not right.
I'm be like, I gotta hunt this bracelet. I'm gonna meet Jeremy, the best CIA undercover ever on Discord.
What's the buy-in for that tournament?
Today or the up north for the bracelet?
I guess for today.
Today, I'm pretty sure it's 500. It could be less. It could be bonus. I'm pretty sure it's a 25K guarantee today for 500.
What's the tournament?
How many people go to the one in New York?
The one in New York is I'm doing 3 events for 400, and then the main event 1700. So it's going to be like 29, and then I'm trying to sell like 10% of the package for like 3. If anyone wants 10% for 290 or whatever, you can get 10%.
Yo, should I play in America's Card Room right now, or what's the best?
Yo, don't gamble. Set up for your future. Get some passive income ticket in.
You should build me this fucking server. All these fucking little app play guys are fucking bullshitting about them. We could play fucking on the fucking line. Put you in some real games.
All right, America's Card Room, or which one, man?
Fucking water.
Which one do you play online? Don, didn't you used to play on America's Card Room?
I'm on. I don't play on there though.
Okay, which one is the best one to play on?
None of them. None.
Which one is the best?
Like as far as like people that I know get paid, you still get paid on America. This wouldn't be a problem for you, but I would recommend Global Poker. It just has a 2-level, like buy their free money, convert their free money to the money, and then cash out the money to the like that type of process. But they pay, and it's browser based. You don't have to download anything. It's and there's fish from all over the world, and you know I've seen people with results on there.
What's it called?
What's that one called?
Global Poker.
global
I have
poker.
an app.
Huh?
If
It
anyone
sounds like
wants to
we need to make a
download
flat poker, bro.
a what poker?
Planner, planner poker.
Oh,
That's why they make all the cards flat.
Right.
who's the guy that used to argue with V? There was the guy Dark. Was it Dark Sea? No. Dark Star. And he's like
Yeah.
poker predatory and evil.
Dark Star.
Oh, that shit was so funny.
Is Darkstar still around much? I haven't heard from him in quite
I
some
saw
time.
his account. He deleted his account, so I don't know.
I haven't seen him in months.
Oh, show. Very important, serious question. How many trapdoor spiders do you think there are on Earth?
I don't answer questions like that, dude.
Tell
It's a
Jeremy.
serious question about nature and our physical reality.
I'm not gonna partake, man. I'll tell you this much though. This is a stupid argument. Okay. There's more
Why?
wheels. Okay.
It's clearly wheels, right? I feel you. But this trapdoor spider thing's got me worried.
It shouldn't.
Coach
You know how many trapdoor spiders there are?
Show's all in on the wheels. Oh man.
No, there's not enough.
Bro, every second, 16.5 Hot Wheels gets made. That's 4 tires on each of those 16.5 Hot Wheels. And don't get me going with Lego.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Well, think about it. Okay, you're in a cave, right? You have no door. You have no wheels. Which would you rather have? Door or a set of wheels to go somewhere?
Or a set of wheels to roll in your dead lion. With wheels, you can lift a boulder and get a door.
If you think about it that way, if you have wheels, you might be better at catching dinner.
Yep. I'm catching Jeremy for dinner on the 28th.
So Don, you just do the tournaments for fun or for work or what is it?
I mean, they're fun. But you know, it's heartbreaking sometimes. It's heartbreaking.
So you pay your initial amount, and then depending on how you rank, you either make something, break even, or lose something.
It's usually 10 to 15% of the field gets paid. Usually 20. I'm always in the top 20%. I'm in the cut half the time. You know, I'd like to think I final table a quarter or a third of the time at least in these average type of little events. It's only a few hundred players, you know what I mean? It's like it's nothing serious. Now the circus gonna have some thousands of players in this. I want that house money. Ship it. Next week, they're doing a celebration here for 10-year anniversary. They normally do promotion where they give away like $600 an hour. They give away like $300 every half hour to the best hand in the room and shit. Next week, instead of $300 a half hour, they're doing $2,000 a half hour. giving it away. It's fucking bananas, dude. 4,000 an hour they're giving away all day. Let's see. It's like they're gonna give away 50 grand in the poker room. It's bananas. It's gonna be people. It's gonna be people playing with $100 stack and $200 stack and just get a free $2,000.
Wheels all day, bro.
Do poker chips count as wheels? Or they don't have an axle, huh?
I was thinking of what about boxes, cardboard boxes? Do those count as having doors? Because if so, that's a lot of boxes.
All right, can y'all sing me back to sleep for an hour and a half?
By the way, if anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, the inquiry is: are there more doors or more wheels on Earth?
But you can answer in any form of relevance that you like. Trapdoor spiders and non-man-made things need not be included.
Well, if trapdoor spiders work as doors, then I would imagine that the flaps on cardboard boxes work as doors.
I like Jerry's framework. He said, "What's more important, getting someplace or keeping something out of where you're at?"
Branch has finally figured out that I have the keys to the universe. Thanks, Branch. Finally recognized.
If you could pick one for the rest of your life, I'd probably pick a door.
I know, I like it. If you had one that like shoot like a board game type thing where it's like loaded questions or whatever, and someone were to play the two cards in front of me, live without doors or live without wheels, I'd be like live without wheels.
Yeah, you need them safety doors, the privacy doors, the cleanliness doors, the fun doors, the oven door, and the back door. Oh!
How about what would you rather have, $1 million or you're never tired ever again for the rest of your life? Never have to sleep. You never feel, drowsy or anything.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, it is because sleeping's good, but because it
I,
can
f-
restore you and stuff. But
I feel like it depends on what the age of the person. Like if you had offered me that when I was 18, I would have took the no sleep thing. But now that I'm older, like I could just really use $1 million, and the time I would save from here to the end of my life, probably isn't going to add up to $1 million if I was going to go to get like a job or something during those 8 hours.
oh,
There's
there
no,
you go. That's a real problematic. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good framework.
yeah, if you would pitch me that when I was 18, I'd be like, okay, it's 8 hours a day for the rest of my life. I'm going to have right. I could go get a job, and get a pension from that and shit. I don't know. I just feel like now it's like I just need $1 million. So just let me know when you're gonna write the check.
This is going to turn into like a what would you rather server.
Like a party game.
Yeah.
There's definitely more wheels, though. Like that's a fact.
Hold on, them fighting words.
I don't know how many doors there are right now. Like, well, Gio made a good point with the cardboard boxes. Can that be considered a door? 'Cause there's a lot of fucking cardboard boxes.
But it's wheels everywhere, bro. Like think of
Listen, Hot Wheels make 16.5 Hot Wheel cars per second. Per second times 4. That's as many wheels as getting made by Hot Wheels just in wheels.
think of like the wheels in the watch. I don't know.
Yeah, we got clocks, fans. Fans are wheels.
Yeah.
It's the wheel deal.
If you count conveyor belts, the things on a conveyor belt as a wheel, there is a 61-mile long conveyor belt. This is one conveyor belt. That's the world record one.
Think about them 18-wheeler trucks.
You got them, motorcycles, no doors, bicycles,
Wheel
roller skates.
planes, trains got so many wheels, Like the old school ones.
Kosho won't partake in this debate, though, Nate. He said he's too good for us.
Oh,
It's
because
just retarded,
he
dude.
doesn't know the
I was listening to you guys talk about this last night. It was depressing.
answer. Yeah, because I mean, Kosher doesn't know the answers. He's doing the right
It's
thing.
wheels, man. This is it. It's the answer.
Wheels, yeah. See, it's definitely.
That's what I'm saying. This
Ain't
ain't
even
a
close.
conversation.
Yeah, it's not even close. But Jeremy, you said it was doors. Like first time I asked you.
Oh, but your initial thought is doors. If you look around, you see mad doors. But once you start digging deeper, like I started taking my fridge apart and my dishwasher and shit, and there's just wheels everywhere inside. Like you look at your fridge, you're like, okay, there's 3 doors. But if you open the fridge, there's mad wheels in there. My refrigerator has 16 wheels and 3 doors.
Did you actually count it?
What's up?
You actually counted how many doors?
You're cutting out.
Sorry, did you actually count how many doors and wheels in your refrigerator?
Yeah. 16 wheels that I could see that were visible once you open the doors. There's probably more wheels underlaying. There's definitely got to be a fan in there. That's a wheel.
Yes, definitely.
17 wheels in a fridge, 3 doors. The microwave has at least 4 wheels in it. 1 door.
How about this? Is there more glass on Earth or more metal?
That's bad.
I'm gonna go with metal.
I don't know. You got to think of all the cups and eyeglasses.
Yeah.
Windows?
Well, fucking windows.
It's more metal.
But think of all the
more metal by,
More metal, right?
by a whole lot.
pots, pans, everything got metal in it.
All the frames of all the cars.
Yeah, frames, the
Wedding
window,
rings and necklaces and shit.
metal's
Rings
everywhere.
and
Man.
necklaces.
Yeah, that's all
Metal,
metal.
people have in their bodies.
Silver, gold,
Glasses. Dude,
Where's all the
what do you
metal
think all the
go?
small shit?
Ships. Look at all the aircraft carriers.
Yeah,
It's
dude.
all metal.
Aircraft carriers. Fucking ships.
Submarines.
Cans.
All the fucking buildings, the whole interior, all those skyscrapers.
Railroads. Trains.
Rebar. Yo, everywhere you walk, you're walking on rebar. Like inside all that concrete, there's all metal. Where train tracks.
There would 100% be more metal on Earth than there would be glass. If we're talking about like unmade glass, all the sand and and because all the made metal, think of all the electronics and stuff on Earth now, all the metal in the ground, the unused ore in the ground that has not been mined. It would make sense to me that there would 100% be more metal than glass on Earth.
Yeah. Even half the shit that's holding the glass is metal. So like anytime you even have glass, there's metal like surrounding it. Like even on a window, like there's aluminum that holds the window in on your house.
Every skyscraper ever made, think of all the metal, right? It also has a lot of glass window, but the amount of metal in the building would outdo the glass by like 10. And then all the cars in the world, mostly metal.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of glass.
You think there's more grains of sand or drops of water on Earth?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
How far down does sand go though before it's like not sand anymore? Like if I was to go to a beach right now and be like, all right, we're getting buckets of sand. How far down do I gotta go before it's like really?
But there's also underground water. Right?
Well, what is a droplet of water considered like in the ocean? Let's say, under the ocean water. How do you denote a drop?
That's a good question. I guess one molecule of H2O, one compound molecule of H2O. I don't know. Let me see. How many drops of water in a gallon? How many drops of...
Because you could do a little drop of water and a big drop of water, right? Not all drops are created equal.
So each gallon of water has about 75,000 drops in it. How many gallons?
How many grains of sand are in a gallon of sand?
And there's 326 million trillion gallons of water on Earth. Jesus. It might be water, man.
Or so we're told.
It's definitely water.
Yeah, there could be way more water. Yeah, but look at the sand. Underneath all the water is usually sand.
Yeah,
right?
so there's about 10 million times more drops of water than there are grains of sand.
How about this? Is there more land on Earth or water? Land including all of like the base of the ocean, everywhere. Land versus water.
Then there's more land.
What about like Antarctica and like the Arctic, you know, places where the water becomes ice, and I mean, you would consider that land, you know?
There's still a lot more land.
Yeah.
Especially the land we don't even know about.
If you include all the land that's underneath all the water.
If you include all the land that they've hidden from us past Earth.
Yeah, how about all the hidden land?
It's like the entire Earth.
Well, if they say the Earth is 70% water, though, in your model,
The surface of it, yeah.
It's covered with 70% water.
It's only 2%, I think, of the whole globation of Earth.
Yeah, get the model right, Joe.
The globation.
Yeah.
How about sand versus grass? And the sand starts at sea level. Okay, we're not going to go underwater.
So beaches versus grass.
Sand.
Okay, but you're saying not sand under the water, only beaches that are exposed.
Yeah, beaches, you know, sand traps on a golf course.
Every raindrop has one little piece of sand or dust in it. It's almost like our Earth with water around it in a sphere. It's crazy. They're like little Earths falling down from the heavens.
Yeah, I do hear you on that, but they're falling.
I think there's almost equal amount grains of sand and great blades of grass.
I would say there's definitely more sand than grass, because you have like whole entire deserts that don't have grass. Right?
Are there more trees or more coral reefs? Are there more trees on top of the land, or are there more coral reefs in the ocean?
I think trees on land.
And you know, all white sand is just parrotfish shit. That's not even a joke. All white sand is parrotfish eating up coral and shitting it out. You know how many parrotfish? But that's crazy. That's a crazy statistic. It's too early for me to talk.
Is that true?
If you Google it, that's what it says. And I thought it was crazy too, and I've looked it up so many times, and it's like, yeah, it's true. At least that's what they say. There's a lot of parrotfish. I mean, there are a lot of them, but that's a lot of fucking parrotfish shit. But to be honest, when parrotfish are eating, because I live in Hawaii and I'd spearfish them, and while they're eating, they're shitting. So they're like full. They're just constantly like shoving in, shoving out. It's a very streamlined. Anyway, it's crazy. That better question is, how many parrotfish does it take to make a mile of or a ton of sand? I'm going to do that.
Are there any globe earthers that think that they're hiding land from us on a globe?
Oh man.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, there's islands and stuff that they definitely. There's some islands that are like illegal to go to, and I'm sure there's other places. Yeah, why not?
But importantly, it's not illegal to go to the South Pole. And that seems to be a large part of what a lot of flat earthers say. I mean, there's expeditions you could take right now. I think they only cost like $60,000, which is a lot, but it's not so much that it would outweigh the amount of money that it would cost to do a multi-government cover-up of all of this. I mean, it only takes one human. Well, unless all the humans, I mean, it depends how big this cover-up is. I mean, if you don't trust anyone, you could probably go yourself, I suppose.
But you just call them conspiracy theorists, and then it voids everything else that's said.
I'm just saying.
I think
you can go to the South Pole. It's not.
Rovers that deny the moon landing.
I mean, you guys should definitely do that. Oh my god, you guys should film it. Definitely film it. You would actually make quite a lot of the money back if you filmed it, because that would be a good YouTube video, I think.
So you think they'll just let you go down there without any issues?
Yes, I think there's vlogs. There appears to be vlogs on YouTube of it. And you could ask to have a window seat, and you could make sure, because if you're really you could probably take some precautions to make sure they're not trying to trick you. So you could look out the window or do something. I don't know. You can figure out how to do that. But at a certain point, once you get, I mean, so I guess to take your side of the argument, you'd say, how do I know that's the South Pole? Now, of course, if you just keep walking, eventually you'll come back up the side of the planet. But that turns the expedition into a much bigger expedition, because now you have to go off into the wilderness. Or actually, you could probably hire a plane to do it for you if they pay some extra money and say, I want to, because they take you there by plane. I'm pretty sure you have to get a boat to the coast, and then if you wanted to go to the actual South Pole. So there's ways to do this. Like, it's not that big of a, I mean, $60,000 really isn't that much, like, especially for you. Yeah, I already said that, but anyway.
What is the 60,000 for? That's for a tour, or
I'll send you where I'm getting that thing from. I'll put it in the voice. Oh, accidentally.
Because I mean, what we'd want to do is be able to freely explore. Be able to go down there and actually freely explore the region and be able to travel. Like for example, to try to do north to south circumnavigation. But to be able to do that, you got to be able to go off the beaten trail. You got to be able to go.
Yeah, I mean, if you, I'm sure if you pay extra money for these people, or maybe not, I don't know. But I feel like if I wanted to do that, I could probably get it done, unless there's, I mean, it's not like a government.
Yeah, because it's going to come down to like rescuing. So.
Yes.
So as long as you pay, like you say, if you pay like $200,000 for rescue, and then you can just go anywhere. They should let you do that.
Actually, if they so there's like different countries own different parts of the coast. There's probably airstrips on one side of the ice pack and on the other. So you could the plane could take you in one direction. You land. You have to maintain the direction somehow. You could do that with a gyroscope or something. I don't know.
There's no cell service in Antarctica.
But that doesn't matter to what I'm saying at all.
Well, how would you call for rescue, dude? You'd be shit out of luck.
Wait, so but there's a at the South Pole there's a large building, right? There's people that are there, and they fly you there.
There's no South Pole.
So I can yeah, and also I don't think you'd be using cell phone towers to, but you'd be using
Well,
GPS.
how else would you communicate? Like, how would
GPS,
you?
like,
Maybe a
let
smoke.
me just
Well, if you,
find. Let me find
well, if
this.
you pay that much money, well, if you
Well, they
pay that much
call
money,
those
you're gonna have a satellite phone.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Right. A satellite phone, which is something you don't believe in. But the thing is that that's completely irrelevant to whether or not you can get there.
No,
Which
no,
is, do
no.
you get
But
there
I
or
don't
not?
believe with the satellite. I don't believe the satellite is in space.
No,
There is satellite
wait,
phones.
you realize what
Yeah,
you've
it's
done
just
here?
it's
Now, whether or not there's a satellite phone is irrelevant unless something bad happens, and you need rescue. And even then, I mean, that has nothing to do with it. What we're talking about.
Well, wait. How would you tell them where you are? Because there is no GPS there either.
1 second. Let me just. I have to use press to talk, so I'm just gonna not talk for about 30 seconds. I just gotta find you this thing so I can post it.
I'm just confused. I mean, that they don't give a shit about your safety. They just don't want you poking around and finding things out. That's all. The government does not care about your safety. Get that through your head.
Well, he was saying that we could.
All right. Well, whether or
travel-
not you're safe or not is irrelevant to. I mean,
No, you said there's a fee for rescuing, so that entails that they care about your safety.
Well, I don't know whether or not whether they're lying or not. I mean, we're just trying to figure out if. So yeah, they'll have a fee for your rescuing. So yeah, you don't
Well,
believe
guess
that they
what?
could
There is
possibly
no
rescue you,
rescuing. You're
right? So
shit out
that's
of luck.
I guess
That's the
I
truth.
guess that's a bad business model from your perspective. They're lying essentially, but they'll still take you there possibly, unless you think they'll just
If they cared
kill
about
you
your
or something.
safety, they wouldn't put bad things in the medicines, and they wouldn't allow you to smoke cigarettes. I mean, they don't care
All
about your
right.
safety.
Okay, but
Just
but that is a separate issue from whether or not the world is a disc. You know.
right, right. What we're saying is there is no South Pole. They have 4 different locations with 4 different South Poles, alleged South Poles.
See
All the different
that's a good rebuttal, I guess.
well, there's different places that are controlled by different countries, and they're all off the tip of large continents, like anything close to Antarctica, like New Zealand, South America, South Africa. They have their own regional South Poles right beneath them.
So if you went multiple times with different countries and different tour groups,
Hmm.
then you would be able to tell that there's a difference between these buildings, because if you put like a
Right,
little mark
right.
on
Yeah,
one of
they're
them, a
different.
secret mark that only you, right, they're different. But so you put a little mark on one of the buildings, then
Right.
you
If you
go
wrote your
to the
name,
other one,
yes, and
unless they have cameras everywhere, and even then, I mean, you'll be able to say, "Oh, it's gone," or
it would, right, right. It would be a different pole. Right. They
right.
have a different. It's a
But
photo op pole. They say
what if
I've
it
been to.
was there? What if that mark was there? Then that would be proof. Well, not proof,
No,
but it
but
would go a long
they're
way to help.
I'm just saying they're in different locations and they're all different.
I
It's not
know
one.
what you're saying. I'm just saying that then
It's
now we have
called a
something that we can check.
ceremonial South Pole. It's a ceremony. It's not a real actual South Pole.
Well, this
But now it's testable if you're saying there's multiple ones, because now I can
Yeah, right. If you were
determine
to
the
put
difference.
graffiti on it, yeah,
Yeah,
and come back, it would be gone. It's
there
like a
you
different
go.
one.
And if it's there, then we have proof. Well, it's not
Yeah,
complete
now
proof.
all we got to do is go write our name on it. I mean, that sounds
It doesn't
plausible.
have to be on the actual little thing they put on the South Pole, but like, are you telling me there's no way you'd be able to secretly find a piece of metal and scratch a little thing into
Say you
it?
scraped it. Yeah, you scraped you scraped an
Yeah,
X in it
your name.
in a very discreet place, right? You pull out a pocket knife and you scrape a small X or an O or something, some identifier, and you take a picture with your cell phone. And then you go to the one in New Zealand and you go, okay, where's the ceremonial South Pole? Oh my God, it's not there. My scrape mark is not there.
But what if it was there?
Well, then you would prove something that they're all the same, but I guarantee you they're not.
Hooray, we did
Because they're
it!
all in different
We've got a little
locations. They're
test we
all in
can
different
use.
locations.
We did it.
Well, these trips are saying that they take you to the 90-degree point, 90 degrees south. I would be interested. Yeah, $51,000 this one cost, but be interesting to see what the stars look like at that spot.
So
I
I haven't looked at those the exact I haven't looked at all, like, you know, where they take you and everything, but I do know that at the exact South Pole there's a building, and I looked up that building's website, and they do say that they get lots of tourists. So I know for the fact that, well, not for, know for an absolute fact, but I think that you could probably find one for the Wait, so what's the stars though? What is that? Is that like the oh, is that the poles that are?
Well, I mean, these things are saying that they're taking you to the 90 degrees south point. And I mean, this right here says, fly to the geographic South Pole, the holy grail of polar explorers, and spend the night at the world's southernmost resort. Embrace the exclusive opportunity to camp overnight and wake up at 90 degrees south. Below your feet, all 360 lines of latitude meet, and in just a few steps, you can walk around the world. So, I mean, they're claiming this shit.
Right. So, but what we can do to show that that is the South Pole, and is what we could do is we take an airplane.
Wait, could I ask you a
one
simple
direction,
question
and then, like I
before
said,
you go down the rabbit hole?
this isn't
Why
not a rabbit
couldn't
hole.
you?
This will be very
Okay, well,
simple.
let
Right?
me ask you a
They
question real
keep
quick.
flying
If
in
it,
so the direction.
hold on 1 second before I lose this thought. If it is indeed the South Pole, it should have it should react to a compass, right? The southern end of the compass should pull toward that pole. Simple enough.
I don't know about that. If it's I mean, I think if you get too close to it, that might not work that out. Might not work that way.
I'm saying even if you step foot in Antarctica, right, it should pull toward the South Pole. How else would you find it?
Oh yeah, yeah, within reason.
But
I don't know
compasses
if you
don't
get too
work down
close.
there at all, my friend. They don't work at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you get too close, something.
Well,
okay, so,
too
okay,
close.
so okay, yes, okay, so I see why you said that now. You're saying, oh, we don't know that's the actual South Pole. So that's what I'm. So I have a way we can show that it well, at least there isn't a disk. At least, you know, if you keep heading in that direction, eventually you'll come back up the other side of the Earth, which is, you say you might have to pay extra money, but since there are airports on both sides of Antarctica run by different countries, you say, when I leave, I want to leave. I want you to keep flying in that direction that we've been originally came. So we're not going to go back up. So we
how
say
does
keep
one
flying.
identify the South Pole without a compass?
Well, yes. So could I just have 3 more sentences, right? You keep flying up, and then eventually you're at a different part of Antarctica. So whether or not it is the exact South Pole, if they want to lie about that, fine. But it doesn't matter, because we have shown that the world is round. It's not a disc where, you know, if you keep heading off in one direction, you're just never going to get to the other side of the planet.
Yeah, but these trips here that you just offered, these seem like very controlled, meaning you get in an airplane from, it looks like Chile, and then you fly to this resort place. And I'm sure you can't just go off hiking and popping around where you want to go. So I think what Ron's saying is that, how do we know where that actually is? Just because there's some icy whatever and there's a little resort there, is that actually 90 degrees south? And yeah, the compass thing would be interesting to take there. Perhaps taking like a gyroscope or two would be cool, some other equipment. But another thing, like I was saying, would be if they say you can spend a night there. Now, granted, they might just chemtrail the skies down there to where they're so clouded you can't even see the stars. But if you could see the stars, then that would be pretty huge to see. If they're claiming it's 90 degrees south, then yeah, it'd be Sigma Octantis should be right above your head.
Oh, so I know what you're talking about with stars.
That'd be the only way to find out is to actually go, right?
But what I want to, like I said though, whether or not it's the actual South Pole, if they want to lie about that, it doesn't matter, because if you keep flying in the same direction, you're coming up the other side of the planet, or you're not.
Let me ask you something.
You're either going off into a direction off the planet, or you're either going to find
claim.
South America, or you're not. Right?
You cannot, no one has ever flown over the South Pole. In other words, you cannot fly in a straight line and come out 180 degrees the opposite side of the ball. You cannot do that, and no one has done it.
All right, well, that's a. I'll look. I guess I'll look that up. Yeah, that was just a guess on my part, to be honest. But
there's only one way to find out if all this is real,
I think
right?
a commercial airline.
And you want to know something?
I'm just realizing we don't even need to go to the South Pole. We can just hire a commercial airline. That'll be much cheaper. They have enough gasoline. You could fly that in one direction. You can go over the South Pole with. You can.
There's a no-fly zone. No, you can't even. It's no. It's not even possible, because the military doesn't even do it.
But they don't do it because there's just no reason to. But well, I mean,
it's the shortest distance. What do you mean there's no reason to?
Between Australia and South America, maybe. But even then,
the distance between those bases, there's military bases or scientific research labs, whatever they want to call it. If you have one 180 degrees opposite, right, it would be easy just to fly over it. It's only 11,000 miles in circumference. So a third of that to cross directly over it. That would be your short path. but they never take the short path.
I'll look into this now, but it might not be the short path, to be honest. But I'll look it up to see.
Oh, this is interesting. This one that you posted. Yeah, because they have this thing they called Union Glacier Camp, Three Glaciers Retreat, and then the South Pole Camp. And they're basically just like, looks like they're landing an airplane on the ice and snow, and then you get out and there's your little South Pole. Like I said, it'd be really interesting to see what the stars look like from that position. But
so I haven't thought about this enough. Why is the stars important? Is it because I guess you're looking at you're looking at a new set of stars you'd never see, I guess?
Well, yeah, like if you're in the northern area, like let's say you're in the United States, you're going to see Polaris, and all the stars are going to be moving, counterclockwise from your position. And then if you go to the southern area, like Australia, or somewhere in the south, you're going to look south, and you're going to see what they call the southern pole, where the stars are moving clockwise, as they're moving in that way. So what I'm saying is that if you were actually at the 90 degrees south, like the real South Pole, well, then you're not going to be looking south to see that anymore. You're going to be looking straight up to see that. So you're going to see, the Southern Cross and all of that circling right above your head if it's really 90 degrees south.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting.
But I mean, wouldn't the only way to figure all of this out be to actually go? I just looked at the link. The cheapest one is like 33 grand. You guys could put that money together in some.
But it's
two or
Did you
three
say
people.
33?
That's really
Wait.
that's not that much
Did
money.
you say
Though.
33? Dude, that's so
Of course,
funny.
of course, he
33
said
grand.
33. Of course, it's $33,000.
They
What else
picked
do you
their
think it would be?
favorite number, dude. That's hilarious.
Well, I mean, there's different options. I'm saying the cheapest one I've seen on the
I know,
link
but
that the
it's not
Pinky
by
guy posted
accident.
Wait, guys,
is 33 grand.
but you realize
I'm
It's
just
not by
rounding it off.
accident that they
so
chose
Not
that
an
number.
exact
but that's if
But listen,
that's
the
not that
point
much
I'm,
money.
Pinky, hang on.
How come a normal cruise costs
hang on, let me
$1,000, but
talk.
like if I take a cruise to Antarctica, it costs 33 grand? How is that?
I don't know. I don't
know.
care.
I haven't read it.
That's beside the point. The point I'm trying to make is you guys could easily put 33 grand together and send 2 or 3 people down there.
No,
I
you're
don't
not
know
allowed
why
to
you guys are hesitant.
You're not allowed to explore.
You
Antarctica's
don't
a
know
vast
that, Ron.
area.
You really don't know that.
Yes,
Just put the money
yes,
together.
there's a
And
tourist
send it out.
area.
Why are you making
The tourist-
excuses not to go? Don't you want to know what the
Because
truth is?
What are you
Why
going to
making-
learn? What are you going to learn down there?
Wait,
you have a ceremonial.
You never know.
tourist-
There's only one way you're gonna find out, and that's if you go, bro. Why are you
we
guys so
will.
afraid to
Someone
go?
will scrape it
Wait,
together
wait,
someday.
can we, guys, we need to
You
brainstorm
guys
a
are
way
making
that
excuses not to
a
go.
way?
This is ridiculous.
Is there any way that we can use something like gyroscopes or something to figure out that is the South Pole, or like maybe we can look up at the stars?
Yeah,
I
well,
wanna know
I'm
how
genuinely
they
asking.
determine.
I really I don't know. Like, could you guys have any ideas of like how we could tell that's the South Pole without using magnetism?
Well, yeah, because we had talked about this. There was a flight that was, I guess it ended up being a scam, but there was one that was trying to be sold. They were selling tickets for this, Antarctica Southern Polar flight, and so it never happened, and it ended up being a scam. But and people got scammed out of money and stuff. But what was interesting about that time, this was a couple of years ago, is that we were all talking. We had like many brainstorming sessions around, what equipment we would take and what we could do to verify. So like bringing like a ring laser gyro, for example, along with you that can actually measure your XYZ movement, up, down, left, right, in addition to, whatever other GPS and compasses. But we got pretty like in depth with it, and in terms of that. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of equipment that could be taken to try to verify.
You could use radio waves, like shortwave radio or something from like different parts on the globe, and then I don't know if you could do this actually. I'm just riffing, but like you could probably triangulate it based on interference and stuff like that.
Yeah,
You could use
we just need this
triangulation bot.
We
no,
just need to see the
I wasn't
compass.
trying to say that. Like it's not like I just mean using using interference, or this you could possibly you could. No, actually, no, that would be difficult because
We just need to
those
see the
radio waves would
compass.
bounce all over the place.
But
Especially,
you're missing the elephant in the room. Why doesn't a compass work down there? Like, there's no magnetic south. We know there's a magnetic north. Everyone knows that. But
it's not like
Even
that.
at the magnetic north, your compass
No,
would
it
just
doesn't
go
work at the
crazy.
magnetic
Like
north. It's
that's how magnetism works.
All right.
because
So what
No, no.
happens since they do these trips as they're claiming, and they're claiming to take people to 90 degrees south? I assume somebody's taking a compass with them. So what happens to their compass? It just spins.
Well,
in circles?
luckily there's a bunch of YouTube
It
videos.
it spins
of
like
vloggers
crazy.
going down here.
That's
No, it
what
doesn't.
Yeah, I
It
thought that.
doesn't react at all. It's
I
inert.
thought that,
It
Nate.
doesn't
Yeah, I
have a
thought that it would
direction.
spin like crazy. Your
I
initial
would think
thought
it
would be that it would.
It's not going to do that.
Your
So
initial thought would be.
sorry. So you go.
Yo, Pinky, you
Your
gotta share the
initial
mic.
Sorry.
Your initial thought would be that your compass would spin like crazy. Yes, but I've asked the Globers, and they say it don't happen like that. It slowly turns. Right as you get to the North Pole, it would slowly turn. They say.
No, but like when you are at the North Pole, where's it gonna point, Jim?
That's what I would think.
It's just that the field lines are pushing it up, possibly. So it's not going to.
You
It's just
want
going
to
to point
know it's
whichever
going
way
to pull
it's.
it down toward the earth
Or-
if you're holding it level.
Oh yeah, if you're at the other.
If you're standing on the North or South Pole, where's your compass needle gonna point?
In the south,
there
it
might-
doesn't have any south attraction at all.
What do you mean?
There might be. There's way more sensitive instruments than just a little compass. So but there's probably some things that can measure magnetic field lines.
But why?
And it might,
why
you might be
is
able
it
to-
not there? If you're saying it's an equal hemisphere, it doesn't. Why is there no magnetic south?
There is.
There is a magnetic
There
south.
was. Let me see.
Where? How come the compass doesn't work if there was? That's my point. It's
What do you mean
it's
the
so
compass
easy.
doesn't?
I thought it would work in the same way that it does in the north. Except
Your compass
It
needle points
doesn't.
toward, lines itself with magnetic south.
It should.
In
It
most
should,
compasses.
but it doesn't.
Yeah.
It
So if we go
does.
to the South Pole,
That's how
Nate.
you know it's pointing towards the North Pole.
All right. So if you walk, if you're at the ceremonial South Pole and you walk from one side to the other, does the compass change direction?
Oh yeah, you're
What do
right.
you-
It's the real South Pole.
Ceremonial South Pole is not the magnetic South Pole.
Yeah, but it depends how close it is, I guess. But just like as really an important point here is that there are things that are way more sensitive than a compass. Like if there is something that can find the direction of magnetic field lines, which I think there are because I think they have those on the Parker Solar Probe. So they definitely have something like that.
The
But
thing
I'll
is,
read it up. But anyway, but you might be
If
able
you
to
were
get
that
so close
close.
to it.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, never mind. I'm just realizing since there's a difference between the magnetic and the actual South Pole. Well, I don't know if you guys care about that difference, but you might be able to
Actually,
detect.
your compass becomes more stout the closer you get to the pole, because let's say you're in Florida, right? Your compass, it works reasonably well, and then you go to somewhere like Canada or Alaska, there's a stronger reaction. It's more stout. It just boom, the needle pops faster because there's a greater pull the closer you get.
But because the
Mhm.
compass is like perpendicular to the way the field lines would be going, but you might be able to, but they're still there. You might be able to detect them using something that doesn't, just like something that is just like a little needle on a disc.
A compass
I'm
is
gonna look
very
it up.
sensitive.
But it doesn't even measure things in that orientation by design. But I'll find the one. Let me see.
This one I'm
It's
just looking on this site. The one that's $90,000, the most expensive, it's pretty intense. They say that you're like traveling with a dog sled on skis for 7 to 10 hours a day, pulling your own sled. You reach altitudes of 10,000 feet. I mean, this sounds like they still probably don't let you just wander off, but still, it seems like quite a bit.
Wait a minute. You can't bring dog sleds to it. The Antarctica Treaty doesn't allow dogs. You can't bring them. I mean, at least that's what they tell us. You can't bring dogs.
I guess if I said
made
dog,
that up.
Where
in the tree does you can't bring
it just
dogs?
says sled on here. No, it does say dog.
Okay.
No, it does say dog sled. It says, it says while at Amundsen, while Amundsen traveled by dog sled, that doesn't make. Well, I don't know what that means. While
What are you
Amundsen
reading,
traveled
Joe?
by dog sled. It's just this
There's certain rules. They disallow dogs. You can't bring even a small boat. There's things you cannot bring. You have to package your own waste to bring it out of there. There's all these stipulations that make it impossible to do any travel.
Well, but these trips that he posted are just basically like you just pay and go, as it were. It's like it's like all, you know, there's a whole itinerary all set up for you.
Exactly, it's all set up for you. But like, what we need to find is one, and I'd probably have to call a bunch of them to figure out which ones do this. But I want to say, no joke, I am a flat earther, and what I want to do is I want to keep going in a certain direction, and I want to do a big expedition. I can pay double the amount of money if you want, and I think if you did that, like I mean, at a certain point, they are just capitalists, and they're not breaking any laws doing that. I don't think. Maybe
No, they don't care about money.
You don't have to pay
NASA
double to
pisses
go by
away
yourself.
hundreds of billions of dollars. NASA and these other they piss away billions. They do not care about printed money at all. They care about controlling the world. What's a bigger to you? Something you could print infinite amounts of money, or something having control of the entirety of the world, all of it?
Dude, there's people who have gone by themselves. You don't have to pay extra to do that.
But what we could do is, like, if I had $3 million, like, and that's like the top amount that I'm willing to pay, I bet. Well, this is all just hearsay, I guess. But I think I'd be able to put together.
Where would you get that kind of money?
Well, I don't know. First of all, I do have that kind of money, just so you know. But I
Oh, really? Yeah. Me too. I have trillions, so.
You have $3 million?
Well, not just like sitting around, and it's not my money. It'd be my parents' money. But like, say, I don't know. But actually, that wasn't even in houses or anything. I just moved that like a couple months ago. But no, that was in Australia.
You would spend it on a vacation, right?
No. This is all just if I was like you guys, and I like thought that this thing was actually real, because I'm beginning to think that you guys actually. I thought this was like a troll thing, but
No.
I think I can see you guys actually do believe this. But if I thought that was like could possibly be happening, I mean, I don't know how important is it, but
the part about Antarctica doesn't prove the flatness, my friend. It just proves there's regions we're not allowed to go. We don't know if it ends in Antarctica. In other words, we don't know if there's an end or how far the plane extends. It is a plane. It's verifiably a flat plane, right? But we don't know how far it goes. Does it end somewhere past the coastline? Does it end a certain distance? We don't know.
That is true. What you said is true. But if you do keep going and it turns out you hit South America and it's the same one, then you would know that.
Then I would lick your boots. If you could fly over the South Pole, I would lick your boots.
All right, I'll look that up now. I'll do it now.
Well, I hear what you're saying about these trips. Like, it does seem like some of these are claiming a lot of, like, you know, camping out in the middle of the ice and all this stuff. But I guess this thing would still be, can you actually freely travel around, obviously, or is it just on these set routes that are already predefined, you know, that you're doing?
If you go to a state park, right, or a national park, you're not allowed to get off the path. Say you go to watch Old Faithful, the geyser erupt. There's certain paths that you stay on. You're not allowed to go explore around Yellowstone Park or any other park. You have to stay in a certain set region. So even it's very controlled, and especially down there, they allow you to go a certain distance, and they say, well, maybe it's for your safety, right? But it's not. There, you cannot freely explore. Say me and Gio are like, hey, let's go check this shit out. I got my snowmobile or whatever. We're gonna go 200 miles inland and see what we find.
So
you're not allowed to do that.
I have read into this just a little bit as I was trying to find these places. So I know that what you just said, if you're just doing it on a whim, like, oh, I'm gonna just take my snowmobile and go off, you can't do that. But what it does say is that you plan everything beforehand. So, but you can still be right that maybe some areas are off limits. I don't know that.
Necessary. The things that are necessary, like a snowmobile, fuel,
but
you're not allowed to bring those.
I don't think that.
You can't bring fuel. You're not even allowed to bring fuel. So how would you fuel your snowmobile?
Not Naruto. You guys ain't real truth seekers. You guys are only kidding about finding
I mean, honestly, by far the best way is not to go on the ground at all and just take an airplane across it. And I think that you'd have much more luck convincing environmentalists of that. Actually, that I'm going to look up now, because that I don't.
Do you want to know something interesting? I don't know if it's true or not, but Admiral Byrd, he was one of the American explorers to go to Antarctica. He had planes that were allegedly crashing into something, and they thought it was a German force field. They thought it was something like that. It was an invisible barrier that the planes were crashing into, and it was I don't know, what was it, 13,000, 10,000 feet ceiling? But it's different in different areas. Like, it depends how far south you go. And then there's an old encyclopedia from 1958, and it says there's a dome over Antarctica, and it tells you where. It's 80 degrees south latitude and 13,000 feet at 80 degrees. So before you even get to 90, if you get to 80, you're 10 degrees away. The ceiling of some barrier is 13,000 feet, and the mountain ranges get higher and higher. They're like high plateaus. The ground becomes like a high plateau, thousands of feet high. And they tell us it's the highest part of the world. And they may be telling the truth.
Say it's
In other words,
the highest continent.
But what if the edges keep going up and up and up until they meet the sky barrier, the firmament?
Mount Everest is still higher.
Sorry, I'm just gonna mute myself because I want to do some reading on this plane thing, but I'll be back soon.
Yeah, I mean the fact that they are offering in that thing to take you to the 90 degrees south area, like I said, that would be pretty interesting to see what the stars look like there and what your compass does. And I mean, if that's what they're claiming, I mean they're claiming that they're taking you to the actual 90-degree point.
Think you're gonna be able to go there at night? I know.
Yeah, I've posted the video where the guy goes there every year and he takes a bunch of videos.
Is it at nighttime?
Yeah. Daytime, nighttime.
And
yeah, Kosher's been posting.
Antonio Subaret's been singing about it, dude.
How come none of you want to go to Antarctica? This is ridiculous. I thought you guys were truth seekers.
Yo, all we need to do is go in a straight line over it and then pop out on.
Yeah.
You know, we need to do this whole circle. One whole circle would lock it up.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like they let you do that. It looks like you go in from this union or whatever. You go in and then you come right back out with where you came in.
Why not email those people and ask them, what is it I'm allowed to do over there? Why not inquire, look into it? Since there's an actual link claiming, they can take you right there.
Well,
doesn't that make you guys interested?
Why are you asking others to do it? You can do it, right? Or whatever you want.
Because we don't believe that you're not allowed to go there. We're not the ones that think the Earth is flat. This is for you guys.
No. All you have to do is read the treaty. There's an Antarctica treaty, and it's right there in black and white. What you're allowed to do.
Yeah, you guys don't want to go there. Pretty clear.
Oh, who says we don't? Of course we would.
Then go there, bro. Put 33 grand together. Call them, inquire. What are we allowed to do there? What can I bring? Make an honest attempt. Don't just sit here and say.
You know what? Jeranism did that. Jeranism did that. There's a guy Jeranism, and he did all that. I don't know who Jeranism. He's a flat earther. He's one of the biggest channels on YouTube that deals with flat Earth. He has one of the most subscribed, let's say.
And you guys just believe he honestly tried his utmost best. Why don't you do it for yourself?
He gives you all the steps he took, and you can go if you want to go through the details and make the phone calls. He'll probably get. I trust him enough to think he's not lying about all the steps he took.
But
so you're not going to make an honest attempt on your own.
If his conclusion was that it's impossible to get there, then you have to realize that could be biased, of course. But
if they make a million hoops to jump through, right? You can't do this and this and this.
If I was a flat earther and I wanted to know the truth as to what we live on,
I've seen the parts.
I've
seen the relevant parts.
Antarctica.
That's why I know you can't bring dogs, you can't bring boats, you can't bring fuel. I at least read all that stuff. And that makes it, without those items, it's impossible to travel in a barren wasteland.
Okay,
it's impossible. You're gonna. It's
so
a death sentence.
None of you are gonna try and go. So it's cool. Let's just talk about something like.
I mean, I think we can probably put something together if there's multiple.
No, they don't want to, bro. Pinky.
Not only that,
like I was saying, they have no interest in going to Antarctica.
If I dropped you off in a featureless land, just a featureless barren land, and a compass didn't work, most people, what they do, even when there is features, they tend to walk in a circle, a large circle. They don't even know they're walking in that path, and that's how they get lost. They think, I'm heading north or I'm heading west. They just they walk in a large circle. So you need something.
If buts and maybes, man.
I think you'd have to use inertial guidance or something like that. I don't know if that would work. Because those things, they start to drift.
A gyro, you would use a gyro. That's the only thing that would hold reference, because there is no south magnetic pole.
And I recommend if you guys ever do this, of course, bring your own gyroscopes and stuff for the plane. And so that
You know, an interesting fact: before they had the Panama Canal, the ships would sail around South America, and they would get out of reckoning. They're like, all of our logs are out of reckoning every day, meaning where they thought they were traveling the speed they are was always wrong. And could it be that because they're traveling a greater distance than they think, like between the longitudinal lines is a greater distance the further you go south. They should converge. Your longitude should converge on a globe because they should get tighter and tighter together until they eventually hit a south pole. Just like at the north, they all converge, right?
I think you have to provide some more information about exactly what was going on here, like in terms of like how are they getting these bearings? When was this exactly?
Well, they would drop a string with a weight on the end, and they would measure the knots, how many knots. Like, so they tie a knot in it every so often, and they count them. So that's what the ships travel in knots. They call it, what are knots? Those are just knots in a long line, a long string that they let out, and then they pull it back in and count how many. How many knots have you traveled? They time it, and that's how they keep their speed and their distance traveled.
So I just posted one that shows the map of what they're claiming. There's this place called this Three Glaciers Retreat, and it looks like you take an airplane from there into what they're calling the 90-degree south point. So it's probably, I would imagine it's pretty set, you know, like the path that they let you take. And yeah, maybe you hike around a little bit when you get there. But the thing is like, let's say even on an AE map, that could just be into the ice, into the, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't mean that you're actually at the south of a ball. It also doesn't mean that you're able to actually travel around the whole thing. You're just going into a very icy region and then right back out the way you came.
And you don't know how fast the airplane's going, so you'd have to ask for permission to like have some independent instruments on it, which you could probably.
You wouldn't even know where you are. Like, they could drop you off on an island 1,000 miles away from Antarctica, and it's just all barren ice, and you might think you're in Antarctica just because they told you so, because you don't have no way to disprove it. If you don't have a way
beforehand, you'd be like, okay, we're gonna try to. Is there a way we can at least know we're not changing direction or speed, and we can know?
If I flew you to Canada or Alaska, would you know which is which?
I could potentially, but not just with my bare eyes, maybe.
No, with all your stuff you'd have on a vacation. You know, just you're assuming if I take, you know, you have your luggage and that maybe your phone. If I take you somewhere, if they took you, they could say, "Oh, you wouldn't know the difference."
You're fighting against what you guys believe is a huge government thing. Like, why would you treat this like a vacation? You buy the inertial guidance stuff. You'd research like, okay, how can I know where I am? Maybe I could have like a link with someone else, maybe on the
There's no way to determine it. There's no way to determine it. Compass doesn't work. There's no cell towers. There's no way to confirm this.
You could use a GPS compass.
We could know.
There's no GPS down there.
I know.
What do you think GPS works down there? You just can't use it to find for like travel, but you can use it to find your location.
No,
do you want to know something?
You use it to find
GPS,
not to do this. It's crazy.
GPS. When GPS was early, when not everyone had it on their cell phone, I was driving a truck and I bought a Garmin GPS, all right? And I was going through cornfields in remote area of Ohio, and I had no signal from a satellite. So if there's a satellite overhead, it doesn't even cover me in Ohio, this large flat area.
But you just said when GPS was brand new. I'm sure if you go to that same spot now.
I said when it was newer and you had to buy an actual unit to have GPS. This was like a factory-built GPS unit that's communicating.
How long ago was this one?
I don't know, maybe 2009.
Jesus.
So Nate, what are you thinking? What would you think that that one would get out of this? Like, these are Antarctica trips. Like, they're obviously already predefined areas that you can go. You can pet some penguins. They have these little camp areas, and you fly into the area. Like I said, it would be interesting to see what the stars look like, but I don't doubt that it would look like essentially that. Well, I mean, that gets into a larger question of what the South Pole stars are.
It's not that.
But I'm just saying, what would you hope to get out of this if somebody dropped $70,000 to do it? What is it going to prove to you about the shape of the Earth?
Well,
It's going to prove to me that this whole claim that we're not allowed to go to Antarctica and there's no South Pole might be true or might not be true.
But nobody said you can't go there on these trips. We know that there's these trips that are predefined that you can go on. We're talking when people say you can't go there freely. We're talking about freely being able to traverse.
So I'm just looking at a map.
Yeah, but Gio, you don't know that either, because I've seen plenty of videos of people that are just walking freely in Antarctica. Doing their own experiments, making their own observations, making their own videos. So you're never gonna know whether it's true or not unless you try it out yourself.
Dude,
and if you're truth if you really want to know the truth of the matter, this would interest you. You would
Nate,
take this seriously.
Nate, you want to see the compass spinning though to verify we're there. When the compass starts spinning.
You guys are. I know. I've been listening to you guys talk about all this stuff. You guys are smart enough to come up with ways in order to know which direction you're going, know how fast you're going. Or this is what I would do. I'm looking at a map of Antarctica, and there are lots of air runways all around it. I think you would. Okay, unless they ban you from doing it, I'll have to again look into that. But I'm pretty certain. Actually, no. Let me just make sure that there's like some sort of actual.
Did you? Let me ask you this too. Did you know that the scientists have to sign an NDA? You have to fill out a non-disclosure agreement. If you go to Antarctica as a scientist, you're not allowed to disclose any information.
Yeah, I've heard that billions of times, and there's plenty of scientists that go there and disclose info.
I mean, they
Jeremy, what did you want to say?
They might fly supplies between different airports already. I don't know. We'll see.
What were you going to say, Citizen? I think you were trying to get in.
Yeah, I was just going to say that really the truth of the matter, how I see it, is yes, of course you can go to Antarctica if you really wanted to, right? It would be like if you really wanted to, right, and you had the right ship and all the right resources, and you could just take off from your dock and just go down there, and sure, and you might be able to get on Antarctica. The truth of the matter is, though, it's extremely difficult, dude. Like, yes, you have to have money. This trip is not going to be, they make it extremely difficult for you to get down there, even if you could, right? You're going to need money, you're going to need resources, you're going to need a lot of things, right? And most importantly, like, the thing is like, if they have like radar and stuff down there, like they have buoys and stuff that like when you cross certain points and stuff, like they're going to know, they're going to see you on their radars and stuff. And that doesn't mean that like, they're necessarily going to stop you. But you like look, the truth is like you could quote unquote make an attempt and try to get down there to Antarctica. Of course, my point here is that it's extremely difficult, dude. Who even has like a ship and the amount of resources you would need to like get down there, let alone then go on to the actual continent and then like venture around. Okay, we know that this is like a extremely hospitable zone. The climate down there is just ridiculous. You're going to need a lot of resources to do this sort of thing. And, so it's like, it's just extremely difficult, right? And then furthermore, I'm just going to wrap it up by saying this. Furthermore, I'm just going to say this. I would estimate that around 80 to 90% of the Antarctic continent is an actual wall. Okay, we know this because you can go to Google right now and search Antarctic shoreline. And the first image that comes up is going to be a wall of Antarctica. Okay, this is the truth. There are spots where there is not a wall. There is like quote unquote shoreline, but that I'm estimating that to be extremely rare. Okay, so even if you do get down there with a boat, you're going to have to find the right spot to even get onto the continent itself. Unless you have the gear to like climb the ice shelf, then sure. But like, what are you bringing with you at that point? Like, if you can't find an inlet to actually get on the continent, like, good luck, like ice climbing a wall and bringing enough supplies with you and parking your boat and hoping it's there when you come back. Like, dude, the entire thing, you have to think of the logistics of the entire thing. It's just ridiculous. You need a lot of money.
Guys, I just realized we're being kind of stupid here because don't you just need to circumnavigate Antarctica and measure the distance of the coastline and see that
that's been done. That's been done by Captain Cook.
Right, but like
you can't do anything measuring the coastline. Clearly, you've never heard of the coastline paradox.
Hey, don't you dare try to pull some fractal bullshit on me. You're going to try to... I don't care. Okay, you're estimating it.
What do you think you're going to do with the coastline?
Is that really an argument you're making that you think... Okay, fine.
Yes.
Estimate it to the nearest meter. So you're not gonna actually. Why are you even saying this, man? Okay, we're not gonna just sit there measuring like it with a microscope.
Every little
I
dip,
don't know
bump,
what's going
and
on. At this point.
grain of sand, everywhere, every grain of sand pops up above water, you actually go and measure around that and add that to your total.
Do you know
Yeah,
what an
that's
estimate
how we
is?
measure.
Okay, what is that
You know what
going to tell you?
do you know? So do you know what an estimate is, though? Right? Like we know. Okay, we're not going to go into every nook and cranny, but it's just like if you're on a beach, like I mean, we know how big the coastlines. Actually, this is a troll now, right?
It's
What
an
is the
argument.
coastline of Antarctica? What is the coastline of Antarctica going to tell you?
The coastline of Antarctica, measured to the nearest meter, will show you that it's not this large circular disc, but it's actually a small disc.
Okay, so what if it's a smaller disc? What if it's an island somewhere or a continent? Then what? Does that show us that? Does that show us that Earth is flat? Does that show us that Earth is flat? Okay, but that doesn't tell us that Earth is flat or
no, yes, it does.
right?
So you're right about that. It could be it could be in one island, in one of these directions. But that means that if you were on the other side of the planet or on the other side of the disk, if you went the other direction, you would get either it goes to another island if they make a duplicate one, or you would just never find an island. Now, if they made an exact copy, that's insane. If they're going to copy every single rock, but you can scratch something into a hidden rock if you really want.
Well, Antarctica could be
Nate,
Antarctica could be the center of the Earth. Huh?
Why do they call it the circle, dude?
And also, this coastline thing, you realize the waves go in and out more than like the amount that I'd be measuring. I mean,
so Nate, you go to the South Pole and you know you're there because what? The compass is spinning crazy.
I'd go with the dip compass and have it pointing straight down.
Well, we know there's
if I went to the South Pole, I would use a GPS compass, Jeremy. Like I think a magnetic compass might lead you astray.
But like I said, you so even if you don't know it's the exact south, you circumnavigate it, and then you take a bunch of photos of stuff. You go to the other side of the planet. Okay, now let's go. Is it the same one?
Okay, let me stop you right there. The entire circumference should be 11,000 miles. The distance between bases is greater than that. You take the bases from one to the other. Say I need to bring supplies from one base to another. Say you need beans and whatever. Hey, you're running low on food. I'll bring you some from my base, right? The distance in any direction, right, should be half of that. If I'm in the center, right, it should be like 5,500 miles. Either way, if I go east or west, should be the greatest because this entire circumference is 11,000 miles, right? So if I travel more than 5,500 miles, something's not right.
No, that's
you
not
should
true.
travel anything less than 70,000 miles, you got something wrong.
No, that's not true, though. The circumference is whatever it is you said it was.
The distance around the entirety of it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you're saying that any two distances should only be half of that distance?
Yeah, because I'm starting at one and I go either east or west. Halfway should bring me 180 degrees behind.
Yeah, what if
So
it's not?
nothing
What if it's
should be
more than
greater
halfway
than
across
180.
what if they have to cross more than half of the continent?
That would be the greatest distance I would have to travel. If I go east or west, they would meet me 180 degrees to the back side, right?
Talking about from the center? From the center?
From any given point. From any given
from
point.
any 2 points on there, they can be much further than halfway.
Half of the circumference.
Wait, what's your point? What's your point here exactly?
My point is, if I travel greater than that, something is off. In other words, let's say I travel 7,000 miles to get to one place. Well, it would be shorter to go west than east, right? You should have to travel more than 5,500 to get to any given point.
Where are you getting the radius
the circumference and cutting it in half? I need to take supplies somewhere, right? On this known island. Let's use an island. Let's say I'm on an island, Maui, right? And let's say Maui is 100 miles in circumference. I'm just using round numbers. So if I go 50 miles in either direction, I should reach the furthest place from me would be 180 degrees. Opposite of where I'm at would be the furthest distance on a circle, right?
Can we start with how you know it's further?
I'm saying the distances, the known distances, are longer than that between these bases.
But what do you mean between these bases? You mean
If I have two bases, if I have a base off the tip of South America and one from New Zealand, the distance between those two bases is a known distance.
I think you might need to
Yeah.
post something. But
Yeah, you guys know what you're
an
talking
Arctic
about.
circle, and you're saying that the Antarctica doesn't even fit within its own supposed circle, kind of.
I'm saying the distances are greater
In what way?
than they're claiming.
By whose estimation? Who knows? How do you know this?
Definitely post something, because like we definitely need a source for this one, I think.
Are you using Captain Cook's trip around that took 65,000 miles, which included the trip there and all the searching that he did? What are you talking about?
No, yeah, I think he's doing the Antarctic Circle, which actually is better to use.
There's the one the Americans is called Middle America, and that's off the tip of South America, where what's his name? Robert Byrd, or not Robert Byrd. What the fuck? Admiral Byrd. What was his first name? I don't know. Admiral Byrd, whatever. He traveled to the one directly south, right, of South America. That was the Americans' base. So if I want to go to the British or the Russians or the Norwegian, whatever, I want to bring them supplies, there should be no distance greater than 5,500 miles between any base.
From South America to where?
No. From any edge of Antarctica, from any edge around the perimeter, right? If I want to go to any base, if it was a circle, like if it was a land continent.
You're saying to the geographic South Pole from
shoreline, anywhere along the shoreline. If I want to go from the shoreline anywhere to any base, we cut the circle in half, and we have half of the circumference. So if it was a circle, it would be, sometimes it would be shorter to go east, and sometimes it would be shorter to go west, and sometimes it's the same. It's the same. If it's a circle, sometimes it's equal. If it's 180 degrees opposite of where I'm at, it's equal if I go east or west. It'll be the same distance.
Okay, now where are you getting your information that
no
it's
distance?
incorrect?
No distance should be greater.
5,500 mile thing is that
well,
just
the 11,000 mile circumference is 5,500 miles.
How did you derive the circumference of 11,000?
From their given notes, they tell us it's 11,000 miles in circumference.
Which notes?
I just want to make sure you're not doing a coastline here, though. Is it...
Go on anywhere like that gives information about Antarctica. Go Wikipedia or wherever you want, and it will tell you 11,000.
I googled circumference of Antarctica. It said 16,000 kilometers.
That's what I believe.
Okay.
Oh, kilometers. That's about 11,000, is it? Did he do it in miles or kilometers?
16,000 kilometers is 10,000 miles, or 9,500.
No, so I'm actually getting a number closer to what he's getting.
So it's smaller than 11.
53.
Yeah.
But I think that's because one might be the Antarctic Circle, and this one's more like the smallest circle you can fit it all in.
So it's even smaller than that. So yeah.
All right.
So less than 5,000 between any given point.
All right.
Okay, now where are you finding your exception to this?
So we need a base on the tip of two places.
From where to where are you finding this exception? The one that's making you say it's wrong. Or are you just saying that if it's wrong, then we got a problem?
Yeah, we definitely have to know what where these bases are, because they could.
The thing is, it's going to be a hearsay until we can until we could freely travel and find out how long it actually takes to go from one base to the other.
Well, that is true, but we could just sort of play the game of the flat Earth conspiracy, the global conspiracy thing, because I do have Google, Earth and everything. I just want to see that if there's perhaps
the best way to know for certain is like military flights. If someone from the Air Force or whoever travels down there, and they tell us how many hours it takes, like how many miles they fly between bases, to know that, to have those details. I'm sure it's like highly classified information. They don't want it leaking out, but that's the only way to confirm it. You don't have an icebreaker ship to travel and do it that way. It's like, it wouldn't be plausible for us to do it.
All right, why do you have to travel freely? Because I mean, basically, if you wanted to verify some things, all you have to do is verify, the key indicators that you need, like sail around Antarctica. Okay, now we know it's around 11,000 miles. Okay,
Yeah.
so we've now verified that. Now there's no argument whether or not your other argument is a problem, where the distance between these bases would be wrong. You've encompassed everything. So all you have to do is
We'd
sail
have
around
to
it.
find out. We'd have to
But that
find out because they could lie and tell you that, okay, it's 3,000 miles away, this base to this base, but it's actually like 10,000 or 15,000 miles between them. We don't know.
Hey,
We just
well,
have to
Oh,
take
wait,
their word.
I just realized that other thing. If you go from South America to Australia, you can't do it because Antarctica's in the way. But what you can do is kind of go slightly around it, and that distance you can measure by having like speed measures in the water and stuff. That distance would be now. Those are the opposite sides of this supposed disk. I think that you can just look at a globe. You'll see that that's going to be much smaller than actually. And how would you? Yeah, I mean that wouldn't even make sense.
Oh, you could
How would,
measure. I got it. You could,
but that wouldn't
if
make
you're
sense.
allowed to go to these bases from a given point, like you said, if you go from Australia and you go to two separate bases and you measure that distance, and then you do it from South Africa, let's say, and go to you could triangulate it that way by the flight times.
I'm still very
between the
confused.
Actually, I
Okay.
think maybe I might even be wrong about what I just said. Probably not, but it seems like I'm just realizing because you would have to go around a curvature, which you guys isn't in your model, and that might make it bigger, maybe.
that never factors in. Curvature
Oh yeah,
never
probably not.
factors in the
Probably not. I was
measurement.
just trying to be.
If I measure my swimming pool in the backyard and I find out it's 19-foot, it's a 9-foot radius, and now I can tell that there's no distance inside of that pool that's greater than 18 feet, right?
If you have a
So all we-
circle for a pool, if your pool is a circle, if you have a kidney-shaped pool, it's not going to be like that. It depends if you have a perfectly shaped pool.
True. But you can find out within certain parameters that things that can't happen. Like we know that Antarctica is not a long skinny thing because I don't know the way that the stars transited or whatever. But I also know that it's kind of wide, so it's got to be more round than it is elongated.
What would satisfy you? Let's say there was a distance between two bases that was over what the entire circumference was. Let's say they went 12,000 miles between two bases. Would that be like irrefutable proof that something's off?
Maybe. I wouldn't say irrefutable because I still would need a little bit more information, which is what was the trip like, with Captain Cook and how the people misrepresent.
Well, in modern day, let's say supplies.
Yeah, I know, but the example is like with Captain Cook, where people say that it was 69,000 miles, and they completely omit the fact that he did not just go around Antarctica; that he searched for islands and he traveled there and back.
He's giving you his best estimation. If all I had was a rope with knots, I can only give you a best estimation. It's not going to be perfect.
No,
Obviously, we don't expect it.
The problem is like what they're saying is measuring my house is 100 foot around. I've got my property is 100 by 100. So now I'm going to walk around my property, but to get to my house from the school was 3 miles. So my property is 3 miles and plus 100 feet.
Well, guys,
and that's what they did with Captain Cook.
I looked it up. This is apparently this what he is talking about, the actual coastline distance and not the circle. That's
right. No, but
that's what's happening here. Apparently,
the flat earthers said, the flat earthers or whoever, the people who are conspiracy people who are complaining about it, were saying that the circumference of Antarctica was 69,000. I know that's not part of this argument. I'm just saying it's part of some of the narratives.
What if it's more than 11? That's all we need to prove. We don't need to prove 60,000 miles. All we need to do is prove it's longer than what they're claiming. And then we've shot a hole in their hole.
It says here it's 15,000 or 16,000 essentially. Although I don't know. Is that what you're talking about?
See, that's why we're not allowed to go. Let's say you set sail in a boat, right? And your boat travels like 30 knots. And okay, this should take me this many days of sailing to reach this base. What if it takes you 2, 3, 4 times the amount of time traveling at that speed, and you realize something's off here?
Well, if that was the case, then you would have some good probably some good evidence. I think
look at the ship logs from the early like 1800s, and they said that before the Panama Canal, before it opened, all the commerce east to west on America had to sail around the Horn. They call it the Horn of South America. And there's terrible storms, and a lot of ships would sink. Aside from that, the ships would get, it was a larger distance to go around the Horn than it was measured in, than they claim. All of the logs were off. They say it's a terrible trip. It's much longer than it should take.
But so I think what you would actually want to do is probably tow some speed measuring propeller type thing that can see how fast you're going. Of course,
this was in early days of sailboats.
I know. I wouldn't use the early days of sailboats.
But these are log books. All of them have the same claims.
Why would you ever want to use this evidence? Because it's just so much worse.
Because that's all we really have. That's all we don't have any new accounts.
If we want to go around the thing, we could make our own speed device that would be so much better than that. I mean, why are we trusting random logbooks?
But who are you thinking? Where's all this going to come from? These resources? Do you think we have limitless resources?
Wait. This thing, making this little speed thing, or even you could probably buy one commercially, probably. I mean, they might even have these on.
No, the vehicle to go to make the trip.
To go around
any vehicle, be it a ship, be it an aircraft. We don't have resources like this.
I will look it up, but again, I mean, I remember the people that were fighting whales, the Sea Shepherd people. They were a bunch of hippies that ran on donations, and they were down there for a while.
Was funded. Greenpeace was funded by like George Soros and those type of people.
Okay.
Funded by billionaires.
I mean, I don't. I can maybe look up to see how much it would cost, but yeah.
I know we were talking about the Greenpeace. They would crash into the whaling ships. I heard about that stuff, but that's not funded by their small donations. That's funded by billionaires.
So it is expensive for an individual to do, but the thing is that in opposition to this huge government conspiracy that costs all this money, it's not that much money to show that it's all fake. Some
people get turned back. There were some Australian fishermen. They get turned back by a Coast Guard ship. They tell you to turn around. They won't even let you in a fishing boat.
One person was turned back. That's all I've ever heard of.
Okay. So
and he was turned back by the country of Chile, if I'm not mistaken. And
they all guard sections, different nations. They split it up.
Wonderful. But I know people who have circumnavigated the globe. I mean, I don't know if they've done it one trip, but yes, the globe. Everywhere, the thing we all colloquially call the globe. You want to argue that, or do you want to actually have a conversation?
Well,
I want some proof of it that it is a globe.
So it's apparently it's only 15 or 16,000 kilometers. We just need to see what's the range of a ship that could possibly do that safely. I think, and then we'd have to rent it or buy it or something.
It has to break through ice too. It has to. There's pack ice down there that you'd have to break. So the hull has to be a certain thickness.
Not in Chile, where you said he was turned back.
Around in Antarctica, you're gonna travel through pack ice.
If you genuinely believe this, you should definitely do this, because you would be like Darwin or freaking. No, seriously, you don't think
it's not necessary to prove it's flat. You don't have to go there. That doesn't prove anything about flatness. Antarctica is. See, how long have we been talking about Antarctica, which doesn't prove the Earth is flat?
Yeah, we've been talking about this for years. Pinky, I'm the guy that was DMing you. New perspective. Still trying to get to sleep, but I can't stop listening to you guys. I've suspected that Antarctica has been a red herring for a long time. Maybe at some point they'll have a certain place you can actually sail around the whole thing and show that Antarctica is its own continent. Doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth. They could have it as a red herring, and then they can say, flat Earth is debunked because we have claims of a South Pole and we went around Antarctica. When really there could still be an ice wall. It's just not Antarctica surrounding it.
So it's not about the ice wall. What it's about is the distance involved in going around the entire disk that flat Earth is.
There's no disk. There's no disk. No flat earther thinks it's a disk.
Well, whatever fine. Maybe
the
if it goes on for infinity,
let's call it the Antarctic Circle.
I don't know, but
like it's actually called on the maps, Antarctic Circle.
Whatever you guys think the coastline would look like
we don't know
in that model.
We don't know. We're not trying to make any claims that we can't know.
Okay, I know that, but if you do go around it and it's too small for it to fit anything, that you're going to have to start changing your models here. And
we don't have models. We don't have any models.
Well,
you have no models.
Start to build one because you'd have data. You'd say, okay, now we.
Well, that's something you could help with. If you have that kind of money, that'd be great to help with actually mapping things out. But I sent you a video of my friend that did a really good job with that. The last video I sent you is my friend who did a good job with plotting it out, and it might have something to do with Orion's belt. But just listen, we've been talking about the South going to Antarctica in this conversation for years. More importantly, right now, it's funny that you came in, Pinky, still thinks that the whole thing might be a troll, or at least you just are now learning that it's not. I'd like to hear Ron Levelson. Ron, could you give us like your quick story of how you realized that you're not on a spinning ball? Just real quick, just for Pinky, because he thinks that this might still be a troll. Yeah,
I watched
I
Flat Earth
don't think
videos,
that in comparison to a lot of people.
and I did some observations of my own, and I took some basic knowledge I had about water and things of that. And I realized when I put the pieces together, the globe doesn't add up. If you have something that's level, right? A level surface is a flat surface. By its own definition, you cannot have a level curved surface. It's an oxymoron. They cannot coexist. It's either level or it's not. So if something's level, that also means it's flat. And if you can prove, let's say a 1 mile section of water is level, or a 10 mile or a 60 mile section is level indeed, you can verify it, then it's safe to assume the rest of the water is also following the same principle, that it's also level. And when they tell us 70% of the earth is covered in water, well, then that rules out a certain shape. It rules out a globe. It rules out anything with curvature. So
do you have this thing? Do you have any of this published so I can just like go over it really quickly, or I could just ask you a question?
I sent you like 20 links.
And I will watch. I will watch those videos you sent. It's just that they were one of them was 90. The last one was 90 minutes long, and I will just certainly watch that because honestly, like what you said, you guys do seem like genuinely, or some people, definitely some people.
Yeah, you
really
can
do believe
speed up
this,
the
right?
video. There's 3 little dots, and you can adjust the speed 1.5, 2x, whatever you can hear it, whatever you're able to
Yeah,
comprehend.
you gotta
it
at least
whatever
watch the
speed.
200 proofs.
How did you determine that it was
There's
level?
lots of stuff.
I just asking.
Water's level. But real quick,
No,
Pinky, I gotta get back to sleep. Real quick, Pinky, I watched those, but also just to let you know, one last thought. Nobody here believes the Earth is flat. They only stopped believing it's a spinning ball, and your default reality is
no,
what
that's
you
not
observe.
true either.
That's all it is.
That's
That's
not
all
true
I
either.
want to say. They're gonna try to convince you that we believe something, but it's a loss of a belief.
Some of you
Anyone
do believe that.
that's respectable in here will tell you that.
You're a flat earther. Don't try and hide it.
Good night, Don.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Some of you do believe that, so don't
Wait, did he
speak
just
for
leave?
everybody.
Oh my god, I have to go talk to him now. He seems angry. But yeah, but answer that question. How did you know it was level? Because what was your methodology there?
Here,
Right,
I'll show you an experiment that I did, right? And just bear with me. I'm going to post it in the chat, right? So here's what I did. I put 4 poles into the ground. This is in Saginaw Bay. It's like the thumb of Michigan. There's a bay right here. And all of these lines, or this one line with 4 separate water levels, are lined up perfectly with the horizon, and there's no high spot in the middle. So if you read the definition, perfectly flat and even, having no part higher than any other, conforming to the surface of still water, conforming to the plane of the horizon, not sloping. Okay, that's what's relevant. We're talking about water, the plane of the horizon, not sloping. There's no high point in the middle of this. If it was a globe and it was curving, the center would be higher than the edges.
Wait, so but isn't gravity emanating from the very center, and also?
Can you read the definition, please?
I'd like to first off comment on. I'd like to comment on your image. You actually are showing it is above the horizon. Hence, your first premise is wrong.
What is above the horizon?
Your opaque line, if that's what it's showing.
The string line is above the horizon?
Yes.
Wait, where's this pink?
It depends where your camera is. I mean, it's slightly above in this shot, but
these are screenshots from a video. I'm lining it up with a cell phone, so
yeah,
I'm not.
it looks level. I mean, so
I'm
what?
human, so
what if you've managed to make a string look like it's parallel to the horizon? So what?
There's 2 of them. There's 2. There's one in the front and one in the rear. And when you have them in alignment with the horizon, you have 3 points of reference. You have the front string, the back, and the horizon.
So yes, so you're showing here that the there's no curvature that you can see from from the ground. But I think what if that wasn't surprising? Like, what if it's to be expected at the distances that you see a horizon? you wouldn't be able to
The
notice
middle would be higher
especially
than the
with a string.
edges.
No.
But no, but like
Yeah.
so in a
By how
cartoon
much?
world, like that yes, by how much you'd have to. Did you do any?
Let's say it was even a quarter inch.
No. How many?
Whoa, quarter inch is actually quite a lot. Like let's did you do the math to see? Okay, given the global the spherical Earth people are correct, what should you expect? And then what did you see?
You would expect hundreds of feet, but if you were to relate it to what
in this image here,
distance of that string represents, let's say 35 miles. Saginaw Bay is about 35 miles. So let's say from one end of my plane of view, right? My field of view from the left to the right, let's say is 35 miles. Then I could say in the center point, I can make a prediction that it would be several inches higher.
That horizon is approximately, looking at you. Well, actually, I'm not sure what my zoom is. What was the field of view of your camera? Was that a 60
That was a
millimeter?
cell phone. I'm just filming it with my cell phone, so it wasn't.
Okay, so you're probably looking at maybe at most 6 mile field of view to the 3 mile.
Well, I
point
went
away
around it. I went around it at all different angles. That's why I put all different points. That's why I made a grid, and I viewed it from all different angles, from east to west.
You repositioned your camera and looked
Hold on,
straight ahead.
I have
You
an
were
uncut.
expecting more
I have an
turn.
uncut video if you want to watch it. It's only like 2 minutes. I'll show you what I did.
I
didn't cut it.
All I can tell you is that field of view that you were talking about, that's probably less than 6 miles. So, and then from the center to 6 miles, so you're talking what, 3 miles of dip in either direction.
Doesn't the horizon go out 30 kilometers in all directions? So then, if you're going to go 3 inches,
Don't need to do the math. Come on.
from this small
Tell
triangle
him
here.
it's totally normal to see this if you tie a bit of string on a cliff.
How far did you? How were you standing away from the?
Just tell him it's totally normal on any model to see this with a bit of string on a cliff.
Well, I know that I'm just gonna show it mathematically because that's more fun.
Yeah, that's not how you debunk flat Earth with math. Sorry.
No, nothing debunks flat Earth. So I mean, let's just be straight.
How close were you? Were you like an arm's length away from that string? That's kind of relevant.
I'll show you. Hold on.
You can't trust any of the numbers he gives you, so I don't know why you're asking.
Well, I can add some uncertainty.
I would ask you to do your own observations. Make your own observations. I can't convince you. You have to make your own observations.
Okay.
Nothing I say will convince you.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, because like if you tell me that, how far you were. I mean, I don't trust the string method. There's probably better ways to do that and all sorts of stuff. Actually, wait a minute. This has probably almost certainly been calculated. How much it bends, and how little you can see that. Let me just look up and see what they say. Although we're going to trust them. We will do math on it.
Why is so? This chap's used some pink string. Is that the gist? I'm new to the party. That's what I'm trying to work out.
Well, yes, he did, and that you'd think it wouldn't work, but he's making the claim that it should be about 3 inches.
The middle would be 400 feet higher across 35. If you divide it, it's over 800 feet of curve over 35 miles. And let's say we halved it. So the center point would be over 400 feet higher than the edges.
Sure. But I wouldn't want to know how many feet higher. I'd want to know angular size, right? I'm not going to get feet from all the way back here.
All we need to do is determine. All we need to do is determine the center higher than the edges, right?
Where are you getting 35 miles from?
He is correct about the degree. We need to know the degree and the angle, and the way you do that is
all we need to do is see anything.
If it's 33 miles, but it's spread out around 180 degrees, so you're looking all the way to the right, all the way to the left, and within that, you're expected to notice half a minute
There's no
incline and decline.
There's no observable. There's no observable convexity at all. None. Zip.
No, I absolutely believe that when you went looking for curvature, you failed to find it.
All right. So what it was level, just like the definition says, not sloping, parallel to the horizon, right? It tells you right in the definition, conforming to the surface of still water.
Where were you getting 35 miles? The radius of that circle is 3 miles, give or take half a mile. So let's call it 3.5 miles. Pi r squared times 3.5 does not equal 35.
Oh, Saginaw Bay is 35 miles.
You're not seeing Saginaw Bay's entire length. You're seeing up to the horizon and only to the horizon is what you're measuring.
Roughly, I'm above the water about 35 feet.
Okay, so what does that give you? 14 miles? Okay, maybe. Now you're doing a full circle. That camera image is only
We have to know how far that mountain range is.
Yeah, watch the video.
Oh yeah.
I'm not. You know what? It might even be more than that. Let me see how many steps I went down to the beach. There's I think there's like 20 steps. They're like 8-inch treads. Let me see.
Did you work out the angular size at any stage, Ron?
Yes, I mean that'd be a good idea.
I was
work it
looking
out
for any
now?
convexity. I'm just looking for a high spot above the line at all. Any amount at all.
Right, but
It could be 2 millimeters. It could be 2, 3, 4 millimeters above it. I'm looking for anything, and there was none.
Right, but what if the expected amount was just a tiny amount, so small that you wouldn't even be able to detect it with your camera using its pixels? You know, I mean, do you know?
It's also like, let's take a look at the shot you're doing. You're trying to get the horizon, and you're holding your phone in what
6
angle? What is the orientation of this photo of this? Is this the best way to test the horizon with the camera held vertically?
Hold on.
It's only to be all like, you know. He's doing actually. This is pretty cool. Actually, I think, you know, going out there.
I think it's very cool to do it, but next time hold it horizontally, please, Ron. You're taking the horizon, and you're only able to take it in this video in very short little amounts because most of what we're getting is.
And I don't think you even need the. You don't need the string. You can just take an image, and you probably do it on a computer. That might be more accurate. But
no, I went through the trouble. I went through the trouble of using water levels and making it as large as I could. It was roughly 16 feet from each post to the center.
So here's the question, Ron. Does it need to be bigger?
No, it doesn't.
Because what matters is angular size, right? So if you have a device capable of capturing like 180 degrees or 90 degrees, small is better, right? Small is more.
No, larger is better.
Why is that?
Because you have a larger plane of reference. If I have something that's wider, if I have let's say a 20-foot long straight edge, and then I have a 12-inch long straight edge, what's going to give me a more accurate measurement? The longer the straight edge, the more accurate the measurement.
Sure. But do you think these longer straight edges, because they're longer, are straighter? Because I think because they're longer, they're
there would
sagging
be
more.
not straighter. Yeah, if I tried to make it 100 feet, yeah, there's sag to deal with, but the
you should use a laser
amount that I had, even if I used a 4-foot level, it depends how far back from the straight edge I am, because I can cover the sun with my fingertip, right? It all has to do with perspective. So the further I am back,
The guy did this same test, but he used 2 metal straight red things and then compresses the image left to right. You get this really clear curve.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I got the idea from a guy.
Definitely not a really clear curve because I mean you can see that even the straight things.
There was some lighting
Okay,
effect.
just let me finish. You can see that. You can see that clearly the straight objects are even bending. Even the red thing and the black thing, the table it's on, everything that's supposed to be straight is bending in that picture.
Yo, all that's going on in that picture is it's compressing your circle of vision around you.
Yeah.
That's all that's doing.
That's why every straight thing is bending in that picture. Yes.
Which picture are you looking at?
So couldn't we work out the angular size?
Are you saying that
just with
handrail? That handrail was sinking.
Oh.
Do you see the ground? That was all washed out underneath it. That handrail's fucked. That little beach. That handrail's not straight at all. It was sinking.
Okay. But what do we want to do? Earth curve calculator. And what? How high are you off the water there? Do you reckon?
How high is it?
Yeah.
It's hard to say. There's even two levels here. See the level where the rocks are by the clock? It steps up about 2 feet right there. And then by the time you get to the steps, the ground's sloping down, and then you have to go down steps to get to the beach.
Right.
There's about 20 steps to get down to the beach. And then when you
like
step
30,
down to
40
the
foot?
landing, another 6, maybe, let me see. From the landing, there's probably another 4 or 5 feet down to the water's edge.
So to be
So
on the
it's hard to
safe
say.
side.
Maybe upwards of 40 feet, maybe.
I think this
35,
might,
40 feet.
to me, this is a mixture of all different experiments with no real
It was,
hypothesis.
Well,
yeah, I
certainly a
was
lot of
there
things you have
doing,
to correct for, but we can potentially do that. I'm just gonna.
I just wanted to
Horizon. So
see,
here's the horizon distance I'm getting for that elevation. And I think all I need to
8.37.
do to find the angular size, unless I'm wrong, is put that in as the bottom length of a right angled triangle, where angle A is my eye, and that out there, and the height of the object, the height of the curve at that point, should be how much
so we're
angular
saying
size
8 miles. We'll round it off to 8.
You have to use
8
similar.
miles,
You have to use two similar triangles. Oh, two
So you,
triangles that are congruent, and there's calculators for that online because you've got a small
so you'd
one.
have 64 inches.
You've got the distance of the
Even with
string,
the
and then a
small
couple
number.
inches, and then you've got then the 35. Yeah, actually that's good.
Okay,
We'll do that.
so we want to go, the base is 8 miles. Can we put this back to metric, please?
It's all done in inches.
At most, I think it said 5 kilometers is the distance to the horizon. I think
12, almost 13,000 meters. Call it 13,000 meters.
That's why they're trying to take us off the metric system, because
13
all this was done, it was all done in miles and inches. And in the old world, it was done that way. And when you put all their numbers into the equation for the Earth, you come up with 666.
Oh,
The number
okay.
666 pops up. So if they move us to metric, all those numbers will go away when nobody knows
Wow.
what miles and feet and inches. When they get rid of us Americans, all this will be lost.
Good. Point. So
quite
the alpha,
possible.
for using 40 feet, I got 0.04 degrees total span from my height to the water at that distance.
how far.
So now-
Okay, so what are you guys using for your distance from the camera to the string?
I'm ignoring the
You're not
camera
using that?
string.
Okay,
I'm just
okay, fine, never
figuring
mind.
overall angular. I'm trying to figure out how to do this, and I can't work it out yet. Overall angular size, and what I'm trying to get is, like, if you could see 180 degrees, let's say, how far are you seeing, and how much from the lowest point to the highest points do you expect to see if you look straight ahead anyway?
0.04 degrees would be the worst case scenario.
I would expect
0.04
any
of a degree. That's quite a
measurable
bit.
amount. In the center, right, there should be a hump. There should be a detectable high spot in the center.
How
If
big
it's
should it be?
perfect
That's the
alignment,
question I'm asking you. How big
Right.
should it be?
0.04, not 0. It's 0.04. It's a 400ths of a degree.
Yeah, because so here's the
That's
issue, Rob.
measurable, but
We're happy
impossible
to.
to see.
I think it could be a good test, but what you need to do before you even start a test, in my opinion, is to go, what's the number that would mean something, and can I catch that number? It doesn't sound like you've got the number.
what would you, if you came up with 0? Let's assume the string is sagging. We have sag, right? That should even show us some low spot. If the string is sagging low in the middle, right? That should make it appear higher in the center, but even with that factored in, you see none at all.
But that sounds like here is a different way in which this experiment is also flawed.
I'd like to dismiss the idea completely that you'd see a hump in the middle.
Well, then
Especially
and you gotta do the math.
Vertical video in tiny snippets.
Yeah,
What is the
because
angular?
I didn't cut it at all. It's not cut at all.
You're not a scientist. You haven't got a good enough camera. You haven't set it up flat enough. It's just a piece of string.
Oh, he
the
could have a
horizon,
good enough camera.
horizon's blurred even on perfect day because it goes to infinity.
Wait, now you're doing what he's doing. You don't know this for a fact. You don't know. I mean, unless you just did all the math in your head. Maybe you have good intuition, but
So let's work out the angular size. What's the highest bit in the middle going to be in angular size from the lowest bit, and then we can work out how many pixels of that camera that should be. We can have an idea. Let's do the maths together.
Okay, let's fucking do the
What
maths.
is it? It's about an 8-mile radius, right?
So 8-mile radius circle, yeah. So I guess what I can say is 8 miles left and 8 miles right. How much would be the sagitta for that? Do you get that logic? No. So if I just said,
Isn't it a quarter the drop?
my thinking is this. Like if I'm slicing off the top of this thing,
It'd be 10 feet, I think. It's a quarter the drop.
I'm trying to
Would
find
be the
out
sagitta.
how much that is. So I'm like, what if it's going to be 8 miles out that way to 8 miles out that way? What's the max hump that way? And this is going to be the line I'm seeing. That's the horizon. And I want to know, what is that in terms of angular size? So what we're talking about is in there has a right angle triangle that if that's X, going to be that X. The height of the top of the hump in the middle of my view. Does that make sense? Is that correct?
Not positive.
The thing is, if I had a long string, it would be more favorable to the globe because it would sag in the middle, making it
Do you
look like
understand the question
the
I'm
water
asking
would
though,
be
Ron?
above the string.
I want to
What did
know.
you?
I've got no idea, but if this is like, if you're talking about like a couple of arc minutes of difference from when my shoulder is to my right to where my shoulder, like my chin is on my shoulder to my right to my left, then it doesn't matter. I'm not going to see it. So I want to know
If I have
how
64
big should it
inches,
be?
if I have even 30 inches, right? You're saying I'm
You're
not
not
going to see
understanding. This
any of
isn't
that.
an inch. This isn't an inches question right now.
Yes, I'm speaking how high above the horizon, above my straight edge, how high should the center be relative to the edges? They're all equal. Do you know what fucking equal means, you stupid fuck?
Well, listen, you
Easy,
stupid
easy.
fuck.
Yeah, we're working together. Let's all work together. So is it this? Do you take a wedge from the Earth and then calculate that arc length?
If I put a straight edge against a curved edge, I have a high spot in the middle. What is so difficult to understand?
I just
Nothing. I just want to figure out the size of the hump that you're looking for. That's all.
Hundreds of
You
feet.
haven't been able to tell me
Hundreds
how
of
big it's
feet.
going to look to me.
Hundreds of feet from end to end. Hundreds.
Hundreds of feet from how far away?
Yes. From across the span. The span
Only
that's
8 miles.
relevant.
What? If the
The
span is
span of
1,000
Saginaw
miles,
Bay.
I'm not going to
The
see
span
it,
of
right?
Saginaw Bay from east to west.
I don't know Saginaw Bay. I'm trying to ask you for
Look
numbers.
on a map. Look on a map. It's the thumb. It's the thumb of Michigan.
In this math
you
problem,
see-
I don't know
okay.
how long that string is that needs to be measured, and also how big that bay is. Does anyone know?
I just told you the bay. Saginaw Bay. Look it up. Look it up.
Yeah, he's talking about the radius of to the other shore.
I don't.
He's not talking about his field of view.
No, I am talking about how how wide it is. I need to know that as well. I think. Yeah, I do. So
8 inches per mile squared. That's all I need. So.
Oh yeah, well, of course they've already worked this out. The humans already done that.
Yeah, that's all I need. 8 inches per mile squared. So,
8
no,
inches
it's 8
per.
in both
Wait, what do you mean
directions.
per squared? So 8 inches per mile.
Just work it once and I'll.
You square the mile. You square the
So-
mile.
Oh, I still don't know how big
8
the
squared
background
is 64. So 64 drop. Is that correct?
64 inches.
Actually,
64
it'd
inch.
probably be easier to estimate how long this pink string is. Probably
The
like.
64
I just
inch
told you.
drop.
It's,
So
it's
you want
over
to
30
see.
feet. It's 16 feet, 32 feet.
But excuse me, if you live, what you're testing is if you live on a ball.
Okay.
If you live on the ball, the horizon is right at your feet. It's like it's 8 miles away.
I'm looking for curvature, convexity
I
on
was
the
hoping you could
water,
go the
and there
other
was
way.
none. There's no
Sure, but-
convexity at all.
According to this, you're looking for 64 inches of convexity.
Sure.
You're looking for 64 inches, 8 miles away
According
from you.
to
and
me,
expecting
I'm
to
looking
see it
for
with some pink
hundreds of
string?
feet.
Oh
Hundreds
yeah,
of
there you
feet. Why
go.
hundreds of feet? Where do you get to hundreds of feet? Show
Because
me
I
the
take the
maths that gets me to
distance of the
100.
Saginaw Bay. What's 35 times 35 times 8?
Do you have the other side of the Saginaw Bay in there? I don't see any.
Yeah, you
You're
don't
testing the
see
globe
it
model.
because
The
it's
globe model
compressing. It's
dictates how
compressing at the
far.
horizon.
So okay, so how far
Everything
away are you seeing in that
converges.
shot?
Wait, okay, so
Everything
I'm
converges
gonna
at
look
the
it up on
horizon.
like Google Earth
How
or something.
far away are you seeing in that
Hang on,
shot,
Saginaw.
Ron? What's the furthest
This
distance you're seeing?
that would be how I'd
Or-
have to calculate the height. The height. I'd have to get the actual height. Otherwise, I'm just making a speculation.
It's 8
You
Wait,
can
miles.
pick a highest number.
We've already worked it out, man.
We don't
Yeah,
know,
is
but I
40
know
feet
we don't know
reasonable?
how wide it is. Just because the bay is technically that long. I mean, the bay is curved for a start. I mean, how do we know that encompasses all the bay or all of it?
Well,
I mean, really, it's lots to think
if you're
about
looking
there.
left to right, hold on. If you're looking left to right on a black swan, and you go to the black swan, and you're looking left to right, you're seeing
I see
more
a bunch
left
of
to right.
mountains.
You're
I don't know
seeing
where the
more
bay.
left to
Hang
right.
on.
I don't know where the
I might
bay
have got
is.
this wrong. It's 64 inches is miles squared. 8. I need to times that by 8, don't I? So it's not 64.
Yeah.
It's 64 times 8.
Yeah,
What
but
do you
how
mean
much
miles
left to right?
squared?
Yeah, it
How
is.
much?
You
Are
times
you
the
guys doing
mile
left to right? Are you guys doing left to right curvature that you should
times
see?
8 inches. Left to right, you see further than straight ahead. And that's what I was looking left to right.
Are you guys doing left to right curvature?
512. Yeah.
So
Yes,
if we
we
go on
do.
a black, if we go to the Black Swan day, and we can see the oil rig, the second oil rig, are we seeing more left to right than we are on another day where we don't see the second oil rig?
No, I've got no idea, man. No idea.
Yeah, we are. You would have to be.
Yeah, I would say things that are out of sight. Your field of view will be this. Your field of view will be the same, Jeremy. So what will happen if you raise things up in the background and they come up over the horizon? You'll see further in that direction. So it'll represent a wider span of view, wider
That's
field
what
of
I'm
view.
saying. You'd be seeing more. You'd be seeing more than 8 miles or whatever left to right.
512 inches in feet.
He's using 3 miles, which is a
You want to call it
6 foot
9?
man.
You want to call it 9 miles?
No, it's apparently up for 1 kilometer. The curvature is 8 centimeters. Apparently.
Oh, look, it's got 667. Oh, look, 667.
Wow, 667, amazing. It's
Yeah,
almost
it keeps coming up.
666,
Do you
but
want
it's
to know
not.
why it keeps coming up in the numbers, Ron? Are you interested in that at all?
No, it's actually 666.
Yeah, so this is why
It
this
is 666. You're right. It's 666. Do you know why?
Yeah,
You know
because
why
the
you
8.
see that number so much?
Because they love it. That's their favorite number.
Do you know also that it could be a simpler reason?
No, nothing is by accident.
Okay, nothing's by accident.
excuse me,
So it's
Australian
not
math.
just what happens when you divide something by 3.
No,
two
it's
thirds.
not. Well,
It's
that's
just not
also one of their
2/3.
numbers. 33. 33 is their favorite number as well, but
That's
it's
1/3. Yeah, it's
right.
fractions is the problem, right?
Yep, they invented geometry and spheres so that they could say 666. That's
No,
why
no,
they
no.
did it. So
These are not
when we
arbitrary
How many,
numbers.
design
what's the
plumbing, when we
maximum
try and find out the
what
area
are
of
we
a
using for
swimming
this
pool,
debate?
it was designed to hide the fact that the devil exists. Swimming pools are the devil.
Oh man, you guys are dense, man.
So 42 foot. I'm getting a 42-foot hump from that. So that's not hundreds of feet still. If you're seeing 8
So
miles.
I posted
which
a
is your
picture
40
of this
foot.
bay. Do you remember where you were so I can because I'm gonna use Google Street View and see about how big it should be.
Where I was?
Yeah.
I was in Paceville.
Pace.
So if I have that,
okay, we can do this. We can do this. This is gonna be great.
So if I have it correct, then I got 0.04 degrees would be for the 40 foot, and you half that, so it's going to be 0.02 degrees, which puts it at just the ability of your eye to, or what do they call it? The minimum visual angle that
Angular
you
resolution.
Yeah, minimum angular resolution you can see, and you're expecting to see that looking with your camera over the span of your string, even with the
I'm
crazy numbers
expecting
you're
to
giving.
see a
It doesn't
high
make any
point.
sense.
Yeah.
Yes, it's too small to see. The angle is
Is
too
my
small.
thumb
for the
is
eye
my
to
thumb too
differentiate.
small to cover the sun, which is clearly bigger than my sun?
That is
If the sun
0.5. That's 10 times greater.
All right, what's a good maximum number? Because let's do the best possible.
Hold on, wait. You're not answering my question. If I have, let's say I have a dime and I hold a dime out at arm's length, is the dime larger than a moon or larger than the sun? I could cover the whole sun with a dime.
Wow. Okay.
So wait, that's the same perspective with the string. Okay, say the string is only 30 feet long, right? But the same thing is relevant with a
The
dime at
string is
arm's
above
length.
the horizon. The whole string is above the horizon, the whole length in the photo that you posted earlier. So
These
in
are
that case,
screenshots.
you would be
Those are
able to.
screenshots. They're not
It
photos. They're
doesn't matter
screenshots.
if you, whatever you want to call it.
Because
the
I'm
image
moving. I'm
the
moving. I'm
image you
aligning it
present,
by hand.
the image you presented is above the horizon with
Go
the
watch
string.
the video.
Now
Go watch the video.
we can compare that string to the horizon, and you're looking for a 0.02 degree difference from the center of the string to the outside edge of the string, which would be too small for you to see.
No,
Should be
there was
easily
none at
measurable.
all.
Hold on a second, guys. It should be easily measurable. 0.02 degrees. That's a lot of arc.
Not with his
So hang on,
test
that's from all
That should
all
be
the way to your
easily,
left ear.
that should be easily measured. 0.02 degrees should be easily measurable. Maybe
Not in
not
his
by the
test
naked
setup.
eye, but with a tool,
Not
you
in
should
his
easily be
test
able to
setup,
measure it.
Jeremy, his test setup, I'm really totally incapable of determining that.
Okay, but can you measure 0.02 degrees? Can we measure that?
You
He
can, but
cannot.
you need a precision device. You don't measure 0.02 degrees with pink string on sticks.
With water levels, there's water levels. You're omitting the water levels.
You still don't measure 2.2 degrees. It's below the angular size that you could see.
Yeah, he's done the
There's
triangle.
3 points.
I've
Wait,
posted
there's
the
3
same
points of
triangle
reference.
math in the thing, right? Which is
Hold on, there's 3
side
points.
A is 13 meters
Hold on,
high.
listen. Would you stop interrupting me and let me explain? You have 3 points of reference. You have the horizon, you have a front string, and a back. They're all in alignment. It's just like crosshairs on a rifle. You have different crosshairs. I have a rear string aligned with the front, aligned with the horizon. To get all them aligned perfectly takes some adjustment. And I'm walking around with the camera and I adjust it, but it's a moving thing. I have to breathe and I have to hold the fucking camera. So yes, my hand is moving slightly, but when you get it perfectly aligned, they all align dead flat.
It's not dead flat because you cannot determine dead flat. It is 0.02 degrees, which would be below the ability for you to see any deviation from that string.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't. So
here's the
like,
question that would settle it for me, Ron.
Yes. Okay, you can go.
The question that would settle it for me, Ron, is for every measurement, there is a too low. There is a beyond this, your car cannot measure movement accurately anymore, or this temperature isn't able to measure temperatures above or below this thing. To what degree down to how many degrees is your pink string accurate to?
How many degrees? It was dead zero. I had it dead zeroed.
If the bay is about 100 kilometers wide, which it probably isn't, I think that might be even generous. It would only be 0.8 of a meter down, but that's on both sides.
No.
Is that not correct? What's not correct about that?
You're off by a lot.
To the horizon as well. You don't. You're
that's because I'm saying it's 100 kilometers wide. What do you guys think is a good estimate for how much horizon we're seeing in that photo there? Was it like
the measurement to the horizon using
to the horizon?
What? No. But that's I'm in the going.
I'm about 40 feet above the water. Let's say, with my observation height, with my height, and then plus the ground I was on. The ground was higher up there than the beach, than the water. So I'm quite a bit above the water.
So you could use like trigonometry to see how much like
camera height's about 40 feet.
Okay, so then you know how far away you are from. Okay, well actually, yeah, you
From
know the
across
string, you know how far away. So what's a good
across
estimate
the
of what you
bay?
guys get? Just so I know.
Let me see. It's hard to say. I could measure Caseville to.
I could just measure the entire distance of the bay and say best case scenario. Although I don't know which direction you were looking at because on Google Earth, because I was trying to find street views of this, it was a bit.
See, I can see the cars traveling up that roadway straight across from me, like directly across from Caseville. You could see the little cars driving on the roadway.
Dude, they're saying it's 0.02 degrees or something, right? Now that's not you're not going to detect that with the naked eye. You need like a theodolite. You need like a theodolite or some kind of precision thing to be able to measure, but that is doable because it's a lot of arc seconds. So that should definitely be measurable, whatever you're trying to do.
Yeah, you're right.
Absolutely measurable.
I was being stupid because like we know it's at most 5.5 kilometers away, and then we know.
Well, my sight radius on the front string, it's 16 feet to the center, so I got 32 feet of sight radius. That's more accurate than a theodolite that has a tiny little tube of glass with a small sight radius. The larger your sight radius, the more accurate the instrumentation.
Okay, sure.
If I have a pistol or I have a rifle, which has a more accurate? Because the rifle has a longer sight radius. That's all it is. Your alignment can be more
Same, bro.
precise. The longer your 2 points of reference are further apart,
Bro,
you get
you
a more
can't
accurate.
eyeball.
It's
You
not
can't eyeball
eyeballing.
0.2 degrees.
Sorry, I haven't slept. How many you said degrees was it? 0.0.
Wait, what are you doing through a theodolite? Are you using your fucking eyeball? You're using your fucking eyeball?
0.0.
Yes, you're using your eyeball, but it also has marks on a disc to know how much you've turned.
Okay, you have graduated increments. What I've done, even though it's just a string, what is a string? It's a crosshairs on a piece of glass. It's like a rifle scope.
Bro, I don't even know what you're doing.
But it has no
I don't
resolution.
even know what you're doing. But if you're trying to see if something is 0.02 degrees off, you're gonna need a precision instrument for that.
Oh, all right. All I wanted to do is see if there was any convexity at all, and it was dead even. It was dead flat. It doesn't matter which way I looked, east, west, north, south. It didn't matter. It was just.
Oh, I hear
dead
that.
flat.
I hear
Point
that.
zero
Bro, yeah.
two, 0.02 would look dead flat.
That's what I'm saying. You can't eyeball 0.02 degrees. Like your eye can't tell. I can shift something off horizontal 0.02 degrees. You'd never know unless you put it, put something to it.
It would say
That's a lot of arc seconds. That's a lot of arc seconds. There's 3,600 arc seconds in a degree. What's 0.02? That's like hundreds of arc seconds, right?
Right.
That's
It's minutes.
still, though, an arc second is
It's
like
almost
nothing.
a minute. Almost a minute.
Yeah, but a minute, that's 60 arc seconds. It's like nothing.
So, just to be clear, is this 0.02? That's from the horizon going upwards, sweeping out a degree to the height that it would be above. That it's changing above the horizon in the distance.
Theoretically, that's from the center to the edge of deviation that one would expect. So over 16 feet, you should see a 0.02 degree change.
Well, 16 to the center is 32. Each post is to the center
from
point.
the center to the edge, 16 feet. That's what I just said.
I was outside the circle. I was not in the center.
Okay. It don't work. Have a ball. You ain't never gonna see it. Not with your setup.
But you can make your setup better by going to a higher place, because then it will become more exaggerated, and you can.
No, your setup.
All you have to do is step back from it. The further I step back, the larger area that it spans, east and west, or left to right. My left to right, just like the same analogy. If I hold up a dime, it's larger than the moon or the sun. Just a dime. The further I step away, the larger area it covers. So it doesn't need to be 30 feet or 100 feet is irrelevant. The further I can just move back slightly, and it covers. I could cover 100 miles just by stepping back. I could cover 500 miles.
Setup has to be able to include
But then, of
the
course,
measurements.
you're further away from the string and so you won't be able to.
That's all I'm doing. If I adjust it, I've seen someone do it with a 4-foot level, and it's just
but you'll lose precision there, because you're not. The string is now getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
32 feet was big enough.
Yeah.
Because that's all the land I had before I get in the neighbor's yard, so I didn't. There were certain boundaries.
Yeah, your setup has to be able to include the ability to measure 0.02 degrees, right? Or are you getting more from a different setup?
I would just measure the string length and know exactly where the camera is lined up to, and also how far away you are from.
Even
the thing
moving
is, you're
camera,
never going to see left to right. Never going to see left to right curvature, though.
You're never going to see any curvature, is my point.
Right, but you've got to do a test in a way that you will see it if it's there.
So you can see it. So you have to go up onto maybe the top of a building or a mountain.
You have to go high, really higher than that, bro. Way higher.
Why don't we see any?
That makes
ISS
it
height
so
and shit.
so that it gets less and less sensitive.
We don't see any from an airplane. We don't see any from the weather balloons. People putting cameras on
Because
weather balloons shows a perfectly flat horizon.
Right. Every time you go up, the distance to the horizon goes further away. So you need more curvature to see the curvature. It's a kind of a little bit of a problem until you get far enough away where those ratios start to balance out and really become visible.
Or when you do start to see that curve, you're just looking at your circle of sight, and that would appear to curve obviously as you went up. If it wasn't in the right ratio or something, I don't know, because when me and Brandon did this, we didn't expand the circle as we went up, which is actually what would happen in this scenario. Obviously, the higher you go, the farther you could see. But me and Brandon didn't do that. But as you come up off the circle, it appears to look curved. So
You launched a weather balloon?
no, we just did a little thing with string and some circles and shit, and we went to the center of the circle. You know, the circle's like imitating your circle of sight, and as you go up, we put the camera in the middle of it. You go up. The higher you get, from the bottom, it appears like a straight line. But when you go up, that circle of sight starts to curve. But we didn't expand the circle though, so I don't know.
I'd like to launch a weather balloon with a camera. All I have is the dog cam and a couple others, but I'd like to get my own footage.
I'd like to redo that thing me and Brandon did, but scale it to where it mimics how far you see on Earth to how far you lift your camera up from the circle that you see. But yeah, if anyone launches a weather balloon, what you need to do is you need to take a picture of the moon on the ground. From the ground where you're at, you take a picture of the moon. Hold on,
They
bro.
need an infrared camera.
Hold on. What you need to do is you need to take a picture of the moon from the ground where you're at. Ranty gave me this. This is straight from Ranty. This was Ranty's idea right here. This is a great idea. You take a picture of the moon on the ground. Then you put that same camera on the balloon. Same settings. You don't change nothing. You send that shit up. And you make sure it gets a picture of the moon while it's up there. And then you compare those two. If there's any kind of atmospheric magnification, you should see like in the globe model, the moon has to get bigger, right? But if there's magnification happening, if there's magnification happening or something in the atmosphere, we'd see it get smaller. I mean, we already know atmospheric magnification is happening.
You want to be careful though, because if the camera suddenly gets very cold, that's going to change the shape of the photo, isn't it?
I don't know. I doubt it'd be
Wouldn't it shrink and get brittle?
They put them in a box that's in a little styrofoam box. I think they put hand warmers because the camera won't. It does get really cold.
That's lovely.
No, it gets cold in there. They did insulate the camera.
They already say there's this atmospheric magnification.
No, all good.
They already say there's atmospheric magnification happening, but then they'll say it doesn't happen on like a local scale, it's 0. But then all of a sudden, when you start looking crazy far, then there's magnification happens. But at a local scale, it's no magnification at all.
There was a good experiment. It was the Go Fast rocket, and there was cameras and there was temperature sensors and everything on it. And when they got to a certain height, where the rocket stopped going up, it hit like some kind of fluid barrier where you hear like a sound like bloop, like a.
Yep, that was the yo-yo dampener.
Yeah.
Anyway, the camera was on as it was spinning, and if you slow it down the footage, you could see the moon, clearly see the moon in the camera frame. I think it was Arizona they launched it, somewhere in Arizona. And at that time, the moon was over New Zealand, which would be on the back side of the globe. So they were looking directly at line of sight at the moon. And if they're on the back side of a ball, there should be the Earth beneath them, blocking their view of the moon. But it was clearly seen. The only way that's possible is if it's on a flat plane, because there was a line of sight view.
New Zealand to where?
Arizona. Opposite ends of the ball. You'd have to look through.
I don't remember seeing the movie The Go Fast. Let me go look.
Yeah, there's people that have, you slow down the footage and you pause it at the right time and you can see it.
Well, if you have that photo, that would help. But if not, I'll look it up myself. I understand you don't have to have everything at your fingertips all the time.
Yeah, I'm on a phone, so somebody
So
put
am
it.
I.
I think Dave Weiss had it in one of his videos where he freeze framed the video and it's like boom, it's right there.
There it is. Go fast rocket. Okay, I see a white dot there. What is that white dot?
It was in the daytime too, so
that doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything. Is the moon visible very well in the daytime?
When you have almost no sky above you, yes.
Yes, right. And you don't see the other stars, but you would see the moon.
That's because everything's really bright. The moon's the only thing bright enough that you can see.
Right. So that
that's how
proves it's the
cameras work.
moon. That's my point. Is it proves?
Oh,
it's the
good
moon.
point. Good point. It could be a planet also. Depends on how much brightness it is. But it looks bigger than a planet based on this field of view. So let me try and get back to there. Yeah, it was lucky the Irish that had that white dot appear in, and now I can't find it.
Those guys were not even flat earthers. They're just rocket hobbyists.
I think the thing that kills me though is that you don't understand. Like you say, it hits something. You hit something at 1,000 miles an hour, or however how fast this is going, it blows up, whether it be water or anything.
It paused.
But that said, the reason that paused is they have a device on there called a yo-yo dampener or yo-yo de-spinner that is in the design plan for the rocket. So we know it was there.
Okay, let me ask you something. How would that work exactly to stop it going upward?
It doesn't stop it going upward. And what makes you think it's
well,
not
something stopped it going upward suddenly?
Gravity event. No, actually, what makes you think it stopped going upward?
Because you could see the footage. The camera's going up, 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 up. Boom! It stops.
Well, yeah.
Not only does it stop rotating, it stops going up.
Right, Ron has a point, dude. Like, don't things like once you get high enough, like that thing booked it to like what was it? How many miles? 70 miles in like 5 minutes, dude. Once you get up to a certain point, I mean, are we sold on the thing that you should just keep going or whatever?
No.
Like, I know the whole thing is like, oh, you need escape velocity and you need to be going in a certain direction to like leave the Earth. Here's the problem: is like when you get an object that high, and it did have significant speed, it did just stop. The yo-yo mechanism or whatever, like inside the craft, like stopped it from spinning, but that's a completely different tangential like movement than it going like forward. So I mean, I can understand that. Like, I can understand the yo-yo mechanism stopping it from spinning, but not stopping it from going forward. So what stopped it from keeping going forward?
How do you know it stopped going forward?
Because we can clearly see.
God damn!
It's clearly obvious in the video. You can see the thing stop.
I'm talking to you. Fuck you.
Oh, let's not yell or nothing. It's not. I realized you were getting louder because they were trying to interrupt.
The biggest problem with here's the biggest problem with these like go fast things, and one of the biggest holes that I'm finding in the heliocentric narrative is how is it that like this go fast rocket launch is like one, like it is like a black swan, or it's like this like rare event that happens. So we're like, oh, a few guys like get together and like, all right, let's launch a rocket. It'll try to get like really high. Why doesn't this thing happen more often? Right?
There's a lot of money.
Up to NASA. No, everything's left up to NASA, to SpaceX. There's no like millionaire, billionaire types out there like doing their own rocket launches, trying to be the first one to the moon, trying to get like even a rocket into deep space with like a camera. Who would be the first one? Like, why isn't a millionaire being like, all right, I'm going to be the first one to like do my own backyard. We're going to get a team together, hire. Yeah, no, I get that it costs a lot of money, but like, look at the go fast rocket launch only costed like, we could put a cap on that of maybe like $20,000 to $30,000. That
it was over $100,000.
No, I've heard no, it's not over $100,000. I've heard many then if it's over $100,000, give me that. I want to find where it says that, because I've tried to locate the cost of the GoFast many times. I've even tried to get in contact with people from GoFast themselves to find out how much that cost. I could never find it. So you just spitting out, oh, it cost $100,000. Where'd you get that info, dude?
Bro, calm down.
What the fuck is up your ass, magnet? Cunt.
Calm down, man. What the fuck?
Relax. Well, I think he's getting louder because people are trying to overtalk him in the middle, like Eggshells just did to me. So he's getting louder, so people, he's trying to get his voice out, which he should be able to, get his thoughts out.
Okay, so to the person who just claimed that the GoFast rocket launch cost $100,000,
No, it costs
go ahead
more
and
than
find
that. You
whoever
stupid
said
fucking
that.
Okay, it could cost $1 million for all you fucking know.
Just relax.
20,000 ain't dog shit, dude. Go find a fucking model rocket engine that you can buy for 20,000. And that's just the fucking engine. You have all this other apparatus.
No, Ron, it's not about. I don't know if you made that claim or not, but it is. I was just curious as to how much it costed, right? Because I had done some pretty extensive research into.
Did you find an answer?
No, and I didn't. That's why I was curious. Like, if someone said an answer, I was like, where did you get that? All I want to know is, like, where did you get that? Because I really want to know how much something like that costs, okay? Because if we can get a price point on that, I've heard everything from, oh, it costed about $20,000 to you just saying $100,000. I don't know. Maybe it did cost $100,000. I don't know, but
maybe
it would be
more.
damn interesting to, maybe more. It would be damn interesting to know how much that costed. The team of people to get the rocket, to do the launch, and to get it up there. My main thing is like, why aren't more people doing this? And I know it seems just like a flimsy excuse, but it's like the greater picture of it is like you would see some, your basement sort of rocket scientist or millionaire doing like a hobby. It'd be like a hobby for them to be like,
even a weather balloon that costs about $3,000 for a weather balloon to launch it, to buy the helium and get the camera. It costs roughly $3,000 for a fucking balloon. Okay, weather balloon. So, how many people have $3,000 to put into an experiment like that? Not a lot. Not a lot of people have disposable income to scrape together $3,000 amongst friends, even for something as cheap as that.
Bro, there's a lot of rich people out there, Ron. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm saying how many flat earthers.
Wait. So a weather balloon costs like $400, and it goes more than enough.
No, the helium inside to do the total cost to launch it. Buy your helium.
Okay, I'll look it up.
There's cameras involved. There's helium. There's a way to retrieve it. Your GPS. All those things cost money.
I don't think it would be more than.
And the total cost is about $3,000.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right about 3,000.
Yeah, you could probably.
But you'd be able to see the curvature at that. Apparently, you can see the curvature at about 35, right? Isn't it 1,000 feet?
You think you can see the curvature of the Earth at 35? No, that's just not
well, it depends what you mean by detectable. The thing is that I think these weather balloons will get up to like 170,000 feet. So
no, the weather balloons max out at about 130,000 feet. Okay, this is tried and tested and proven. Show me a weather balloon that gets 170,000. Even though it's about 50,000 feet, it's really not that much.
Yeah, it's not that much. But I am looking at one right now. It says that's the record. So maybe on average.
The most I've seen is 120 to about 120,000 feet where they all burst.
Okay, perhaps the record is like it's really not even that.
It really doesn't matter, yeah.
But even from that height, it's admitted that you can't see the curvature of the Earth, right? So we need to get higher. So why aren't more people trying to just... Because like literally, dude, from my perspective, this entire debate, okay, the flat Earth, globe Earth debate is solved, okay, when the community can get together, trustable people, right? We can crowdsource enough money to launch our own fucking rocket, okay, into space and get it far enough outside to see the fucking Earth. Okay, that's all we need to do is theoretically, all we need to do is get a camera on a rocket, okay, that we can control. Once that rocket just leaves the Earth and gets out and goes to wherever the deep space. Great, go to deep space. We're gonna turn around.
That would be the
camera
end of the debate.
on the fucking rocket and look at the fucking Earth. This entire debate is over as soon as we do that. As soon as we can do that simple thing. And I know it's a lot more complicated than
we got it.
Bro, yeah, you have made your point, but I totally agree with him. We could just put money together and send something up, but it seems
why does it need a rocket?
Who, like, hands up here? Which flat earthers are going to flip for a photo dangled from a weather balloon?
That's the thing. I feel like nobody wants to actually do this. It would end the debate, but no one wants to do it.
It wouldn't end the debate. Is my point. One person would send up one thing, and it wouldn't even change their mind.
But there is some.
Right. What if?
the
What
thing
if?
is
You say
Look
not
at how
enough.
many flat
Not enough.
earthers have come back with globe results and it hasn't changed their mind.
Big Show. What if Oakley and QE were the ones that did it? Wouldn't that sway people if they send something up and it show curvature?
Sure, yeah.
That's why citizens said it should be people trusted within the community, not any average Joe.
Well, no,
Bob got
but
his
it has to
ring
be
laid
like
gyro and found globe, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
There's
It has to be
Yeah,
like
but
falsifiable,
Bob
dude.
flip flopped on the result. You know,
No,
like
the
he went
rocket.
back on.
The
There's
rocket
someone
that we
that has
send
an
up.
infrared camera, Jay Tolan, and he does videos from airplanes, and he can see hundreds of miles from the airplane window, which wouldn't be possible on a globe Earth. If you look in the infrared light spectrum, you're going to see much further. It cuts through all the haze, all that stuff goes away, and you
except
can
for the
literally
fact
see
that when
from
you actually look,
just an airplane.
when you look at the landmarks that he pointed at, they are all incorrect.
That's immediately what
Hence,
I thought.
the
That was my
distances
guess.
seen
That was my
are.
guess.
I went and I did the Baja Peninsula one, and he said he was seeing 700 miles. Of course, he was seeing a mountain range that was only 230 miles away.
So you know that Blue Origin little penis rocket, the New Shepard thing. I think so. That only goes like 300 feet up. Is that enough? Would that be a good goal for
300 feet. What are you talking
I'm sorry,
about?
300,000. 300,000. My bad.
300,000. No, there's no way it goes that high.
Oh,
I'm finding a page here
300,000 would
of
be good.
altitude balloons that says reach 100,000 feet with your own weather balloon kit as low as 150 to $300.
Dude,
100,000 feet
weather
is
balloons
plenty.
riding on eggshells, dude. Have you not been up with the weather balloon dilemma is over. There's nothing we can do with a weather balloon that's going to prove fuck all. Okay, they've been done. The weather. No, listen. No, you're trying to, dude. Listen, eggshells. No, listen. Don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Okay, this debate has been going on now for the greater part of almost like 10 years.
What's the dilemma with weather balloons?
The weather balloons have been launched, tried, tested, and proven to not prove fuck all.
That was
okay?
his point. That was his point.
Jumps right in.
So I have a question for you. What is the rocket launch you've seen on maybe on YouTube or something that you see the curvature and you say, okay, that's enough, but I think it's fake. So if we can get to something that high, that's supposedly that high, and we can show that that's not the case, then you'll be happy.
How high did you say that weather balloon went? 300,000 feet.
Right. So do you understand my question? Like you've seen obviously the curved Earth from like the satellites and the International Space Station, but what is a good number for you based on what you've seen or what it should be?
I think 300,000 feet is a good number, right?
200.
Guys?
Well, I don't know.
You said 200.
The other guy I want to ask.
100,000 is the kit that I found.
No, but that's less than a weather balloon, right? So that's not good enough apparently.
Yeah, that was a cheap one though.
Yeah, but 170 is the world record. 170 is the world record.
And it's okay if you don't have that number offhand, of course. That you'd have to look it up, but.
Yeah,
so
Ron.
Anyway, just to put it into perspective.
But he's trying to ask the flat earthers what would be a good height.
So to put it into perspective here, this New Shepard rocket that you might have seen on goes up to about it's 100 kilometers, like the Kármán line, which is the definition of space. Although I don't know if that would probably be enough. Although we'd have to look at it to see from like a YouTube video of what it would look like. But anyway,
once you get above 30,000, when you're above the cloud deck, if you get 30, 50, 100,000, that's plenty.
What?
100,000 feet or what?
I think it.
But anyway,
100,000 feet is well above the clouds.
So if you the Kármán line is only about 3 weather balloons high, or even less than that. So, but then again, you don't know what that really means because you'd have to look at the math and see how much the amount of curvature could go up exponentially. So probably not, but you'd have to see.
You can only get so high with a balloon because the air becomes neutral. The buoyancy becomes equal. You can't gain at a certain height. You run into a limitation.
The world record balloon, I think, is 270,000. No, not 270.
I don't know. I don't think anyone's got that high.
170,000, I think, is the world record.
170,000. I've never seen anything that.
Oh wait! If you guys trust SpaceX, you'd probably be better off.
No one trusts SpaceX. So Ron, what's a good height for you? Where do you expect to
100,000 would be plenty high. I mean, even 50,000 would work. There was what was that guy's name? Picard, Augustus Picard. He was the first person to go over 50,000 feet allegedly, and he described the Earth as flat with an upturned edge.
You
He
can
was the
trust
first guy.
SpaceX though, because if you have a microsatellite.
SpaceX is so fake,
No,
dude.
but just listen. So you got a microsatellite. You can use a laser when it's supposedly going around the Earth, or you can figure it out using triangulation or stuff.
Hey, wait, do you
how
think
high it
that
is,
he
right?
actually launched a car into outer space? Do you think that
Wait,
shit?
wait,
He
wait,
even
just-
said, you know it's
I
real
know,
because it looks so
yes,
fake.
I know, but
He said it looks fake.
I know he did,
Because
but
it is fake.
wait, listen. So you give us your satellite to SpaceX, right? What exactly are they going to do with it if it's a big conspiracy? Are they going to? Are they going to? I mean, however you think it's going to go around, you can measure how high it is independently. You can do it through like.
Hey.
You have a cryptographic
Can
sort
you
of
go to
means.
Can you go to YouTube?
You can't just copy it.
Look up SpaceX CRX-19 mission, and at roughly 20 minutes and 20 seconds into the video, pause it. You'll see a rat crawling on the engine. And go in the comments, read the comments, what they say. Everyone's laughing at it. Oh, look, there's a rat on the engine. Like everyone's making comments and laughing. It's right
Okay,
there.
I will look it up. But just to finish off the conclusion here, if you can tell how high your satellite is, and then if you have a camera on that satellite, you can look at the curvature of the Earth. And I'm not really sure how SpaceX would even go about.
Nobody. The only time they show you curvature, like even the Felix Baumgartner, the Red Bull jump, is when they're using a fisheye. A fisheye lens.
Exactly. But
Everything.
this is your satellite that you're building.
What do you mean, my satellite?
Well, that is my whole plan.
Well, no,
That's my
but
whole
just
plan
that-
here. It's because
well,
launching microsats, which are like CubeSats that can be really small. It's not that expensive.
Why do all of the weather balloons with cameras? Why do they all look the same? They all show a flat horizon. They all show the horizon even with the camera lens. There's no down. In other words, you should be looking downward to see the curve of the Earth. The higher you go, you should look down to see the horizon. The horizon is level to the camera. Picture the camera is a pendulum. It's just hanging there like a plumb line, right? So it's hanging plumb, and then the camera is square to the plumb line. The camera is looking out 90 degrees to the plumb, and it matches the horizon. It's aimed dead at the horizon.
The main problem here too is that we have to make sure the apparatus that we send up has multiple cameras on it. This is something that's failed by NASA and SpaceX. They just fail this checkbox every time, right? They have like one of the same type of. They might have multiple cameras, but it's going to be the same type of camera, which is like all a fisheye. Okay, so this is the big problem. So we know that if we do send a rocket up or like some sort of apparatus that's funded by the community, we can instill the trust in this by putting multiple different camera lenses on there. We are going to put a fisheye lens on there. We are going to put a regular lens on there. We are going to put a rectilinear lens on there. We will put a wide angle fucking camera lens on there. We're going to put all the fucking different types of camera lenses on there. Okay, so there's going to be when we're going to be able to see it from every fucking angle. Okay, and the only problem in this is if we can get it high enough. Okay, and I know.
Wait. Why?
So SpaceX will be able to get it high enough, and I looked up the price of this would be.
No, I'm sorry, you're not understanding my point. It's not. I don't want SpaceX.
I know what you mean.
No, we're not trusting SpaceX. Okay, I'm not trusting Elon Musk. Yes, no, we're not going to do a balloon launch with NASA. We're not going to do a balloon launch with fucking SpaceX. We're going to do our own. Okay, we're going to fund our own scientists.
Citizen, please. I just want to. So, what part would you not trust if you're measuring the distance using, lasers and stuff? You can do like a interferometer type thing to your own satellite that's up there. You can make sure it's yours because you can have like some sort of like signal that only you send. I mean, what are you envisioning here that they do? You're saying that they're going to try to make a new replica of the satellite that's yours, or they're going to put it in a lower orbit? Well, I can't do that because we know how high it is. It's going above your house.
Yeah. First things first is we're not making a satellite. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's
here.
the
cheapest. Second of all, this was exclusively mentioned in the beginning of this. Is where this is community done. Okay, that's the most pivotal, important. I'm not concerned with SpaceX. Okay, I'm not concerned with NASA. I'm not concerned with their satellites and their devices. Okay, this is what we are doing.
Yeah,
That's the whole point. So you asking me, why don't you trust NASA? Or why don't you? What part of the SpaceX process don't you trust? It's all just irrelevant, dude. You don't understand. My main point was that yes, you're just completely being a dick, dude.
Okay, I'm sorry if you think that, but I just to get to the heart of the issue. At what point would they be able to? I mean, what could they even do to the satellite that would be suspect here? If you've got safeguards in place here, right? Because it's like the distance, it's yours. You can use cryptography to make sure it's yours. You're doing the cameras. I mean, really, the thing that's expensive here is the rocket. But exactly what are you even envisioning could go wrong here? Exactly.
But you didn't hear the point I said about the camera being level to the horizon.
No,
if we're looking down,
you'd be in charge
hold
of the
on,
camera.
listen for 1 second.
Okay.
If you the higher you go above the Earth, the further the horizon would descend. You would have to aim your camera down at an angle to see the horizon. If the horizon is remaining level,
we can put it anyway.
hold on, dude. Listen, hear me out.
Close
Close your mouth for 30 seconds and just hear me out.
All right,
the further you get above the surface of the Earth, if it's curving downward from your point of view, the higher you go, the lower the horizon should drop. It shouldn't remain 90 degrees from the plumb to the horizon. It shouldn't remain level. That's
all right. Whatever you want to find with your cameras, but I think I just want to realize. I think
all of the footage, all of them,
yes.
Every one that has been launched is level to
whatever
the camera.
Happy with. Now, with Citizen, I think maybe you misunderstand. And this, I think I get this. We're not going to trust SpaceX to make the satellite. These are CubeSats that people like. My university makes a CubeSat because, they're not like that expensive. Well, actually, they are somewhat. I mean, but they're only like I don't know how big they are, but they're only 20 kilograms big. It only costs $600,000 to get into space, which is and it'll be able to go really, really high. But you could probably put it. You'd actually be able. You might even be able to see the entire.
Yeah, I got a bridge to sell you for $600,000.
Oh, well, if you just disagree with me, you can look it up, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you send me the $600,000, I'll send you the deed, kind of thing,
Yeah, the problem.
All right.
Is again,
it's a space bridge, and you're gonna love its location.
But basically, these CubeSats, you can fit lots of them in a.
I've got your rats up now. I've got that. If you wanted to see them, the rats on the SpaceX manifold, I went looking for it and I found it. It's good if you don't pull out that clip, then what you just clearly see is there's chunks of some crap falling on that point, moving around a bit, and then falling off. Seems to happen.
To the gentleman who was complaining about the rockets stopping, these I don't want to divert too much, but I don't want to get too far away from it. The Go Fast rocket, looking at timestamps, leading up to the last 20 seconds before the D-spin, you can't see any change in height. So, I mean, essentially the rocket is so far away from Earth that the angular size of the ground objects, clouds and stuff, are not changing any longer. So you have no frame of reference to determine whether that thing was making forward motion or not. So when it does the D-spin, you cannot tell me that you're seeing a
good. My whole point to this conversation was let's get something higher than the stupid Go Fast. Okay, that was my whole point. Is the Go Fast is not good enough, the weather balloon's not good enough, the satellite's not good enough. Okay, we need to get our own object as if we can high enough. And I don't think it's possible. That's why I think this is the crux of the thing. I don't think it's possible.
That's really cute, but that had nothing to do with what I said.
My solution does get it that high, but Citizen, you are correct in that at a certain point you're not looking at the satellite anymore, and they could be tampering with it. But I think you'd have to think to yourself exactly how they could do that if you're putting safeguards, if you in place, and how high it is. Like I said already, I mean, I mean, I'm actually trying to think myself. Like, what could they? I mean, I don't actually know exactly what you guys are envisioning satellites are, so I don't really know what that would be. I mean, how are they doing that? I don't know. I genuinely
well, satellites aren't impossible on a flat. This is my perspective. Is that getting satellites? What are satellites? An object really high that like rotates around the Earth or whatever. Like in the heliocentric model, they're obviously circling the Earth, right? If the flat Earth is a thing, right, then satellites are possible. The only way that they would work is that they circle above the plane, right? So getting a
There's
just the
there's
base premise of it, like getting an object really high, and how do you know? I mean, we can launch objects really high, but there's upper atmospheric like drift currents up there that can carry things, and who knows if there's some toroidal sort of vortex like high in the sky that can make things like circle around. So I just don't think satellites are impossible on a flat Earth. They would just function differently.
Yo, aren't most satellites geostationary?
I don't know.
Very few
Probably
are.
not. Yeah, probably not. But
geostationary orbits so far out, it's too expensive.
Okay, well, regardless of
Too
how they're
far
moving
out.
around, whether or not it's some weird thing. I
Well,
mean,
I would think.
you'll be
Well,
able to
hold
get
on.
photos.
Can we offer up another possibility for satellites? I mean, like with the idea of like, I find it interesting. Like NASA buys the most helium out of any other company in the world. And maybe they're using like high altitude balloons for their satellites. You know what I mean? Like that's an
Right,
interesting.
176,000 feet. Do you think that covers that? Because you can only get up if you just take a balloon with no payload and send it up. You can get it to about 176,000 feet. Now let's assume lighter materials, half the weight. Maybe,
Well, maybe their
170,
signal.
100, maybe
the
170,
signal.
maybe 180,000 feet. Doesn't work.
Maybe the signal from the satellite goes further than the actual pinpoint location of where it is. So therefore, if you were shooting in that general direction, you'd be able to pick up the signal.
Well, you probably want to test it on the ground in places where you can.
Well, you could test it with fucking satellite TV. You know what I mean? You could test it with, can I get a fucking signal or not? You know what I mean? So like, if the satellite's up there and it's fucking, you got to point it at a certain place, right? Then like maybe, but what I'm saying is like, if you had a satellite up there, maybe there's like a giant sphere around the satellite with the signal in it. So if you're pointed in that general direction, that thing is going to get it. Right? Just saying, it's just an alternative because you guys are going down crazy street talking about.
No. I think it's a combination of that's a great. I think the Satelloon theory is excellent, and like I said, I just don't think that I personally think the Earth is flat, stationary, right? And satellites, this sort of idea of like having a gas lift, satellites, these sort of things that are like also have like drone engines in them too. It's not impossible. So I do think satellites are totally possible on a flat Earth, and it's actually a lot more simple than we think. It's just getting an object really high. Wow, getting an object really high, and leaving it, and there's a mechanism for it to stay up there for a while. I just don't think that that's really hard or difficult on either model.
I think it is. I think it's super impressive to get an object really high. Like if you manage to make your Go Fast rocket work, I'll be really impressed with that. Rightly so, don't you think?
It's like no, but like there's. Yeah, like, well, that's the thing, though, is it's, like, tried and true. Like, there's a method of doing it. Like, since the Go Fast rocket could do it, like, theoretically, we could do it, too. So it's not that hard. I'm just saying, trying to illustrate the point. It's, like, it's really not that hard. Like, we could hire a team of people, rocket, quote-unquote, scientists to get this, like, rocket high or satellite high or whatever. It's, like, it's not that hard. It is a little bit more difficult than it's easier said than done, for sure. You're right. Yeah, it's difficult for sure, but I'm saying that difficulty has already been achieved. They've already achieved it. The Go Fast has already been achieved. NASA already does it. We have drones now. You have a drone now. It's not going to be too long, dude, before unless they're nerfing the technology with these drones, you can get a drone pretty high. I mean, it's not going to be too long to where you could potentially get a drone 30, 40, 50. How high? Is there a limit to how high? If your technology is good, you could keep going. So I mean,
no, there's a limit. You can't have a drone. Drones, like helicopters. There are very few helicopters that can even make it over like the Andes and stuff. There's the flight ceiling on anything with a rotary blade. The tip speed. I found this out from, I think it was you, Moyok, the other night, wasn't it? Tip speed can't exceed the speed of sound, or the thing will just explode. It won't work. So that limits how fast you can spin, which limits how rare an area you can get into. And for choppers, they just can't.
Well, the idea here would be like sort of like who knows, man? I mean, I don't know. Like, you could potentially program a drone to basically just lift, right? Like if you're going to lose the signal or whatever, but you could just program the drone itself to just keep lifting and lifting and lifting.
You just can't get the tip speed fast enough to work in air that thin. Just can't do it. You've got to do it with rockets or something else that has some other method of thrust rather than just a spinning thing.
It could be a drone with other like thrusts. It could be a drone with other technologies on it too. So I mean,
it could be like a rocket drone or something.
Sure.
Yeah,
there's okay.
But yeah, standard buzzy ones that won't get you there, I don't think. So if you think you can make a go fast rocket program, that's quite a cool idea. Why is it you think that they aren't just making rockets and rockets are real and space is real?
Well, yeah, my point was more so to illustrate the idea why it's not being done. Yeah, I would like to do that. Sure, I'd like to fund a rocket program or do some sort of thing community driven and try to solve this problem. That'd be great. My point is just to sort of illustrate that it's not being done. Right? The Go Fast was what 10 years ago. Why doesn't Go Fast 2 out? Why isn't Go Fast 2? They're trying to like beat their record and go even higher. Why isn't there another group competing
12?
with Go Fast? Why isn't there another group that's like challenging Go Fast and trying to beat them and like trying to get to the, why isn't there an independent group trying to get to the moon or trying to put a camera on the moon? None of this is being done. Why? Because it's just not possible.
But what's even independent though? Because there are like civilian space agencies from like New Zealand. I think there's the I forgot what it's called, but they make the. I mean, what's your standard here? You don't want it to be government controlled, or you want it to be all volunteer? Because, or like, what's your standard here?
Sure, maybe a bit of both. Community, mix of.
Because there are rockets about that size that now go higher than Go Fast, but that's a I mean, I think what you want is something that you can trust, possibly. Or like, do you think all corporations are that? What's that? Do you guys know that New Zealand company? Because there's a company in New Zealand that makes small rockets that can put things into orbit. I don't know whether or not you trust them. I think I forgot what they're called. Damn it! They have the Electron rocket. It's brother. No, I don't know. I'll look it up.
Wow, where do they launch them from if they're in New Zealand?
They launch them from New Zealand, I think.
But aren't they so far south? Ouch.
Yeah. I guess they don't really get that much boost from going to the
I
equator.
think Australia should have a rocket industry. We're really safe, got good ports, roads and stuff, so you can deliver the payloads and stuff, and we're close to the equator, clear skies, good radio.
That's called Rocket Lab. And
666. Oh, it's there again. Oh, do you guys also freak out if you see 2/3? Well, then it would be 33.
Oh, I know what you guys can do.
273 is a way bigger number than the other one.
There's definitely a university challenge where schools compete against each other for this sort of thing, and that's
Yeah, we
something
made
you
them in
probably
school.
trust.
Not to go into atmosphere, obviously, but yeah, we made little model rockets at school.
But I mean, like
Cool.
like for undergrads and like like at university, they'll probably be able to go.
Can I ask you a question? How come like when like let's say you send off like a bottle rocket or something like that, it's like, but when they launch these huge rockets into space, it takes like 5 minutes just to get off the most rockets, aren't they like more like just fast, like it's like.
Well, they go pretty fast, pretty quickly. Like I just watched this one here, and it was like them from going on the ground to like being a speck in the sky is pretty quick. And if you look at their speed going up, like they're doing, I think they were pulling 3Gs the whole time. So it's 9.8 meters per second per second times 3, and just pulling that constantly for like 3 minutes. It's pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. And it's crazy. I've seen a rocket go up too. Like I was in fucking like.
Oh, awesome.
Oh yeah, like it was so cool because I was and this is back when I was really like because I used to love it all, right? I used to think we were going and everything, and I just remember seeing the rocket, and it was like I was up in like up by like Jersey way, and I saw it from it was launched from Florida, which was a trip. So it was like launched in Florida, and I get to see it up that way.
That's very cool.
Which fascinates me on a lot of flat Earth ways. I don't know, you know what I mean? Like because they're like, I mean, what are they following the convexity of the atmosphere to get into, like all the way up out there? Like, why? I don't know. It's so intriguing. Like, but I remember seeing it, like, and I mean, God knows what the military and all them are really doing. My issue And even like the brother was bringing up like SpaceX and all the rest of it. The real issue is this, right? If we're gonna stay true to the scientific method, right? Like eggshells. Are you familiar with Alhazen?
No.
Alhazen was the gentleman who came up with the concept of the scientific method, or is attributed with it. And part of what he wrote about was this idea of being an enemy of all that you read. So like when someone
An
comes and
enemy of all
tells,
that you read.
yes, be an enemy
Yeah,
of all
yeah,
that you
yeah.
read,
I've
and
heard
also
you say
to,
that before. Yeah.
and even to get to, and like and he says at the end of it too, and he goes, and even to suspect yourself of bias. You know what I mean? Like and just a very like really, if you look it up, Alhazen, scientific method, there'll be a quote that comes up, and it's a beautiful quote, and I think it almost should be read before any fucking debate because it's that brilliant. And it's like but this idea of being an enemy of all these people, like
Alhazen?
Alhazen, it's Al, and then I should come up with a nickname like Big Al. We should have a nickname for Alhazen. But
Alhazen,
like fucking
yeah.
yeah, Alhazen, and he's like I believe an Arabic scholar from back in the day, and I just love the quote. I mean, shit, if you find it, read it. It's fucking brilliant. But it's this concept of like when somebody comes and says, "Hey, we put a car in space, and here's a video on TikTok about it." Like I gotta be like hey, dude. like I'm aware of what we can do. Like the people today are so savvy regarding media, it just pops. Is like some shit's like, yeah, this is weird, and you got to think, why am I trusting this person so immediately? I mean, but granted, space and everything is kind of irrelevant. Like ultimately, it's the greatest troll ever. Like, what do you think about like JP? We were talking about Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons, you know who he is?
No.
He's like one of the founders of like JPL, like the whole rocket industry. Jack Parsons. He's like, and he was like big friends with like Aleister Crowley, and like who was friends with he was friends with L. Ron Hubbard, and like just this weird cross connect. And then you look at like the psychology of like quote unquote sending dicks in space and shit, and you've got like like all this innuendo, and it's kind of weird, and then you got all this digital media world that leaves the population ripe for being told anything. And we forget that Alhazen, the scientific method, said, hey, be an enemy of all this that you read. Not necessarily you're not going to come to the conclusion it's true, but at the same time, have that initial inclination. Because I think that's what fascinates me with the whole space stuff and Edward Bernays' eggshells.
No.
Edward Bernays is like the founder of like American, like he's the guy who told the government to change the name of propaganda to public relations. He's like he created the like I think if I'm not mistaken he created the Marlboro Man. He got women to light victory torches and got like cigarettes introduced to the female market back in the 1920s as part of the suffrage movement and all this shit. Real interesting stuff in the way that they learned how to.
What a yeah, right. Perfect
Right, so they
guy.
fucking legend. So like I mean, really, you got to clap when the bad guys are really that bad and good at it. You got to just clap. But like well done, well done. It's like damn. Like what you start learning, like, and then fucking you realize Bernays was Sigmund Freud's like nephew or something, right? And then like this whole notion of the Freudian dilemma of everything back to when you were a kid and sexuality, and then them using that as like a psychological platform to introduce the television to the moon landing, where now we've got the mass psychosis going on that everyone thinks that this happened because they saw it on TV. And that's the issue. And if rockets, anything I've ever sent up, like, it's just like, and then fucking, these things are like, I just don't know, dude. Have you ever thought about that shit?
No, not so much. I mean, I very much, I hadn't heard of this Al Haytham or something that you're saying. The name you give me sends me to him. But he said the thing you said about being an enemy before you read. Ibn al Haytham, it keeps saying, is Yeah, that's part of why I try to avoid saying I know X, because it's like if you need to be an enemy even to yourself, even to your own biases, you've got to be like, I could be wrong about everything. If
Right.
there's somebody in front of me disagreeing, then the odds are worse than 50-50.
Well, and that's why,
It's just
like in
math.
these debates, it's tough when somebody brings in like a satellite question or a, because these are all, necessitate a third party's answer, and like,
So
I agree that it's weak to appeal to a third party's answer, but like I can turn on a GPS receiver info thing on my phone and see that when I stand, depending on how much sky I can see, is how many satellites it tells me I'm picking up. And that correlates to being able to show my position X, Y, Z very, very, very accurately.
See, but I liken that.
But
I like real quick, brother, real quick. I just wrap something and I'll take over. I liken that to like, you're being in the woods with somebody, and like you see a deer track, and then you see that they nibbled on a tree, and then you're like, hey, there's going to be a deer around the corner, and like we get over there and there's a deer around the corner, and that person's like, how did you know? And then I tell them, well, that's because the Great Spirit speaks to me. And you should listen to me about all fucking advice that you're ever going to do in your life, because the the Great Spirit talks to me and me alone. And this is how I knew that the deer was going to be there. And now I sell you that the reason that the deer was there is because the Great Spirit saw me coming. And it was a blessing for you to even be here.
So you're
And
saying
you know what I
people
mean?
could
Like,
be
it's
telling
like,
me I'm getting it from satellites.
Well, I'm just saying that they're fictionalized. Like, it's not that the results aren't true. There was a deer there. They're fucking. But I saw that there was tracks. You didn't, maybe, or were deceived.
But there's ways that you can make it so that you can tell that the deer is the thing that you made, and by that
Well,
I mean,
no. I'm not talking about the deer. I'm talking about the signs that led me to know that there was a deer there. We can all agree the deer's there. But the issue is, how did I find out? Was it the Great Spirit that talked to me, or am I not hustling you because I know what a deer track looks like and I stepped on it as I was walking by it?
Then why don't you
wait,
just
so
learn to see the things
honestly,
as well?
I've been wanting to just say something for a while here. First of all, interesting. This is really interesting for you guys if you want to crowdsource this as like a project. But honestly, apparently Rocket Lab, this is just came out. The CubeSats for about like 2 kilograms by 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters is only between $50,000 and $90,000, and you could get ones for about $250,000 that are just I guess 30 centimeters cubed. If that's enough space for cameras and what else you need. And the only other thing that you would need apart from those cameras, I think, although actually anyone that has any other ideas can add, but I would say you need some way of being able to tell. Well, first of all, the distance that you can use interferometry. You can use something. There's ways to
Now
do
it
that.
sounds like
Honestly, like it's like
you would. It sounds like you might need that because we're already pretty sure what we're talking about, dude.
okay. Well, but no, I just so maybe you give this satellite to SpaceX, right? Oh no, to Rocket Lab.
How about just give me the money?
If there's
Give me the money it's going to take to do it. How about that?
if there's if you have it such that there's like a huge cryptographic function, it's really complicated in the satellite, and you send some data and then you get the exact right signal back. Of course, Rocket Lab could have maybe just dissected your machine and then
Hey, yo, bro.
they
Hey,
could have
bro.
tampered with everything. But the thing is that you're the one who built this thing, right? You're the because keep in mind, I want to make it so because that you're not trusting anything on faith. Like okay, if they try to tamper with it at all, it's gonna just explode. Like, or if it's gonna ruin the cryptographic function. Like you can set this up such that it would be extremely difficult for them to do that, especially for every single CubeSat.
Hey, yo, are you protected with
Yeah, I was
Coriolis?
thinking give it a Bitcoin so you could check.
No, I know. I mean, you guys making fun of this, but I would like someone to tell me what's wrong with this idea. Like, how would they? I mean, what are you afraid of here exactly? I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but you would know it's your satellite. You know how far it is away. You've got the images. It's cheap.
There's nothing wrong with that idea. It's just these guys are not going to do it, man.
Yeah. Well, then these aren't the right flat Earth people because we've got to.
Have you got a
They're
spare
not
200? Have you got a spare $250,000?
Have
They're
you got a
just gonna throw
crowdfunding? Do you
excuses
think
at
there's, do you think
you as to
there's
what.
enough flat
An
earthers out there that
excuse.
can?
Money
These
makes the
guys are
world
gonna throw a million
money
excuses at you. They're not
money
gonna do
makes
it,
the
bro.
world go
You gave
round,
them a
and
link where
you
they
have
could have gone to Antarctica
unrealistic.
for like 30 grand, and none
You
of them
have
wanted to. Like, come on, man.
dude. You're just gonna talk all
You
over the
guys
top of
don't
me.
care about what
One at a
You're
time.
big man in here now, Nate.
Merle speaking.
Oh, sorry,
Relax.
Merle. I you turned down. My bad. My bad. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had me turned down. Why would you have me turned down?
He was cussing me out the other day. I didn't want to do it.
Don't get stuck on the wrong thing, Merle.
Go ahead, Merle.
Well, it's just $250,000 is a lot of money.
There's a lot of flat earthers though, so if you each donate $1, I mean, how many? I'm gonna look up.
I'm not sure if you know this, Pinky, but the flat Earth has a long history of people just doing rip jobs with that money.
Yes. But actually, that so $90,000 or $50,000. I don't know how much space you'd need, but that actually isn't that much money, to be honest. And
They're not
building
gonna
the
do it.
satellite, so that would probably cost a bit of money if you want to hire some people. I don't know, but I think in total this doesn't have to be that expensive, really. Certainly not for a couple.
It's like, here's the
And-
thing, dude. If you're looking at like any celestial navigation, anything like that, like everyone says, like, imagine the Earth is flat, right?
What's that?
Like, if you're doing celestial navigation, right, and with a sextant or something like that, something practical maybe, you need to imagine, treat the Earth as, pretend, whatever you want to classify it as the Earth being flat.
No. Have you watched any videos? Like, I'll get you a
Dude,
video.
Not
hold
true.
on.
Very first
Well, why do you
video.
keep saying that, Lisa? Why do you keep saying
Can we
that?
not all agree? We have to go back to, can we not all agree that when we are
No way, man. Totally wrong.
Hold on.
Locally,
I just need
yeah.
one concession from you. It's just that we need to, even if it's only for a small section of the Earth, we can imagine that the Earth is flat so that we can do what we need to do, right? Even if it's just for that small section of the Earth that we're on, right?
You're using it because it's a globe. The whole thing.
My
You want
point
to
is
go
that your
how far around
satellite
the
is
horizon is
moved,
that
if that's what we do. That's what we do. We do that, and then the point is that once we have that in our understanding, regardless of the tests and all the Bitcoin and all the whatever, it's like, dude, it's irrelevant to some extent. Like, you know what I mean? Because and that's what we'd like you to understand, that what you're talking about in some regards is, it's irrelevant. It's just irrelevant to practical usage of anything. We're always seeking for level and level.
Yeah, if you're building a 500 feet stretcher road, yeah, definitely, Lisa.
It's pretty relevant to whether or not the Earth has a certain shape or not that you guys disagree with. It's pretty
relevant.
relevant.
But
There's a solution there.
Irrelevant.
But Pinky, the point he's making, if you're building something small like a 500 feet stretcher road, yeah, cool. But don't say when you're doing celestial navigation, you got to assume the whole Earth is flat. That's not the case.
Well, Akil, when you want to when you're trying to get, when you yourself are trying to do celestial navigation to get from point A to point B, you have to treat the Earth as flat. Any extrapolation outside of that is irrelevant, moot.
Bro, the shape of the Earth doesn't matter.
Right. But
I mean, kind of.
Maybe if I'm using a sextant, it's maybe not relevant. I don't know, but it's relevant in certainly a lot of other areas. I mean, you might not even be talking to me right now. Well, I don't know if you got satellite, probably internet, probably not. But submarines couldn't navigate, I don't think, properly because their gyroscopes wouldn't turn the right way. Lots of things. I mean, GPS. It's pretty relevant actually. To be honest,
the first premise.
What realm you're living in within that level of distance. I mean, the Earth isn't that big. It's pretty relevant.
Yeah, but the first premise, if you want a starting point, you have to assume the Earth is either a globe or something else. You have to start there.
First premise of what, Mo?
Well, people assume the Earth's a globe, and they start there, and then extrapolate all their assumptions about it from that premise. They've already decided somewhere subconsciously, unconsciously, subconsciously that it is a globe. But if you're honest with yourself, there has to be an alternative. Now, that doesn't have to be flat. It doesn't have to be concave. It's just unknown. But how to get to the bottom of it and to find out what the Earth really is the quest, but it's a huge undertaking for just one person, right? So we have to pull together. That's the only way we'd find out.
Would these rockets in space convince you, Mer? If they
the fact
successfully made a go fast rocket?
If it could be made a little bit more independent, Harry, and we could be involved, yeah.
Yeah, cool. You might.
Again, I maybe you still haven't given me a reason why the CubeSat wouldn't work, but that's fine because maybe you don't know what you don't know, so you'd still kind of wear it. If that's, I mean, that's a perfectly valid thing to say. Maybe they would go through it and try to.
I think just to back up Issa, they're like, they've watched the whole conversation unfold. There's been lots of ideas over the years of even, expeditions to potentially Antarctica, but they just never quite eventuate for whatever reason. But that doesn't mean that the ideas themselves haven't been conceived or thrown around between different people.
But the price
we've talked about this for years,
The price has just gone down drastically in terms of these small CubeSat launches. I think, it was probably. I don't think CubeSats were even a thing like in 2004. To be honest, it's only 50,000. It's like that's really not that much money. Like honestly, okay, yeah, that the launch could just be covered. I mean, actually, the entire thing isn't even that much money. One person could very easily fund that. Probably.
If enough people gave a shit or a fuck, you could raise that money quite easily.
You just need to find a rich flat earther. That's all you need to do.
See, but you know what though? Some of us aren't interested in convincing the world.
Right.
Oh. Okay.
Like, I think to a certain extent, I think the value in the world thinking that the Earth is a globe, because of its philosophical culmination of materialistic nihilism, right? Because of that, I think that, it's two-part. One, people that are going to wake up have to have something to wake up from. And two, it allows for individuality and self-government. Whereas a flat earth religious institution becomes the Salem witch trials, becomes the Inquisition. It becomes in this cosmology, it is permitted for us to be individuals and have strength in individuality, which I appreciate to the nth degree. And I think it's there for that purpose so that we can have that, because you can't have a religious oligarchy and control, which is what would happen if the flat earth, biblical, whatever kind of thing was allowed to flourish in that regard. But that's a little scary in light of the idea that these people do want ultimate control. So it's when people espouse flat earth, it's could we potentially be walking into the political trap of a monarchy? You know what I mean? So but I know that under this system of the globe, you're entitled to individuality, so much so that they've almost destroyed their nations because they've almost let too much go.
They're almost like the three sects, Issa, like religion, science, and politics.
Yeah.
But
and that's why but think of how cool it is in a system that tells you to break free from those things. Now, granted, they might be telling you to break free from those things and trying to invite you down into a path of fucking darkness, but at the same time, that's not your only option. And that's where I take it in the benefit of if that's the type of system, the ultimate individuality, then you got to raise your own, right?
Yeah.
That's all you really can do. And so, but I appreciate the globe for that. You see what I'm saying? I'm not trying to wake up the world, dude. These are a bunch of people, usually, but it's like eggshells, fucking eggshells. I love you, dude. I couldn't, if you think the Earth's a ball, that's what, I don't, God bless you. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? But in the same stroke, we're not trying to prove, pay 60 grand in satellites. Go talk to the ballers who got ripped off by that guy who said he was going to have a space flight, and everyone had to pay him 20 grand or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, you know, there's so much problems with that, dude.
Like early on, Harry, I'll just tell you one quick story. There was some activism, right, in England. But one story that touched me was like a dad, I think he had his grandchild or anyway, some kids there too, right? And they hung the earth is flat over like a bridge, like on a freeway. So like, all the cars coming towards it, you know, you could see it. But like, you know, but it's generational sort of thing. And there was a lot of that sort of grassroots thing just to get the word out, not bring the system down, just to let people know. But yeah, changing the world and flat earth takeover is a whole nother thing, right?
Yeah,
and like you say, maybe
that takes a lot. You know, very few people get the opportunity to do that in any meaningful way.
Well, maybe it is nice in a way that it's still sort of underground and a niche thing that only a small group of people really even know about. You know?
But yeah, I think it's cool to talk about some of the shit, but I think to get too serious about it is whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea of a satellite, but I cannot imagine of how I could turn 40 grand into something other than just a massive waste of cash.
I mean, the thing I've seen, it is a real life example. Like, I was at a party, and this guy was in a kitchen telling me about a UFO that he saw when he was young with his family in a car. And it was like next to their car, and it went doof, as he set out into space. He was telling me this story for a while, right? And they're all musos, artists, anyway. And I said, "Oh, what makes you think the UFO went into outer space?" And it was literally like the DJ and like the record stopping, and like everybody, it's like everything's time stopped.
Yeah.
So I mean, it shows how powerful it is, because everything else is talked about, right? Pretty much.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like, ooh,
the idea of missing out on space and this just being all it is kind of dull to me, though. Like, oh, what? Just this trapped in a little bubble? Oh.
Well, yeah, but here's the other side of that, eggshells, is that look at us watching you guys now get lured into the metaverse because they can't take you to Mars ever. We're looking at you guys.
What you mean. I don't know what you mean
Okay,
by that.
well, no,
What are you talking about, you guys?
Let me explain. Do you know about like the I think it's called a Oculus Rift? It's like a fucking okay, right? So like everyone's gonna enter into this metaverse world, and they're gonna do that, in replace of this is how I look at it anyway, is that they're gonna put the people in that world because it's easier to give them that than to ever take them to Mars. But the people will accept this.
Yeah, but that means shit. No, nobody's gonna give that much of a
Nobody's
shit.
gonna care, dude.
AR is going to be huge. Augmented reality is going to be absolutely fucking
right.
huge.
And if you can check it out, dude.
Years.
Imagine, and here's the hustle.
Never going to be that huge.
Eggshells, here's the hustle.
the grass got to be real.
What if I can get you to pay me 200 grand to send a rover up to Mars or up to the moon, so that you can control it from your house?
Yeah, that'd be great fun.
Right, and I could fleece you for 200 grand and give you a computer program that makes you fucking think that you're on the moon. And if you don't see that coming,
I'm not giving you 200 grand for that.
Right, but you'll give it to whatever. You'll give it to Rockstar or whatever company is going to create the fucking satellite that's going to send it up for you. You know what I mean? Like, you'll give it to the established company that's got your credit card already. Like, you know, what I'm saying is, like, this is how, and this is just to me, I look at it like in the sense of it's a bit of a hustle, and I'm clapping on the sidelines. I'm just not getting,
So
I'm
in
not
both the
strapping into
examples
the
you've
metaverse.
given, in both the examples you've given, you seem to take it for granted that these full ballers don't check things. Like in the last one, you were saying, well, it depends what story I tell you about how I found the deer. It's like, yeah, if some guy told you because the spirit speaks only to me, it doesn't mean I necessarily believe him. Like, I don't think just because there's satellites in space, I believe everything any space agency tells me, and I lack critical thinking altogether.
No,
And I know you
and
don't
I'm not.
think that, but that's what's
Yeah.
inherent in both of the stories.
Well,
Which
but
is
I'm saying that
like
to the
that
extent
these
that if
people
you're
will think that there's a rover on Mars, and there's not going to be a contingent of people, except for the brave flat earthers, going, oh, maybe they're just faking it.
no, but again, the answers that they're going to give you will suffice for you. Like, and I'm just trying to say, like,
How would you know
if
that? How would you know what suffices for me?
because
In a
well,
world
I
where
would
you
think like
must
if
doubt
you
even
accept, how about this?
yourself,
Do you
I
accept?
could
Hold
be
on.
right.
Do you accept, eggshells, that 2 rockets from whatever fuck I think it was SpaceX or something landed backwards on the platform?
Sure, yeah, I think it's eminently doable.
Right.
Like
Okay.
balancing a
Fair enough.
pool
And
cue.
you will. Right. And I think that to me it looks a little ridiculous, and I just have a hard time accepting it on face value
Sure,
because
but I'm
then.
not going to just point at the things you think is
But
ridiculous. I mean, we
no. But
can
my
play that
point.
game if you want. I mean, the
Right. No. But my
container's
thing
a
is,
pretty loopy idea. This weird glass
listen, man.
bubble that
All I'm
nobody ever
saying is
sees.
that, dude,
Dogs.
if you'll
Like,
give
but
them
we don't
the
want to play that game, do we?
hey, I'm just saying if you'll give them the inch, they will take the mile. And I'm just saying that in the sense of like it's interesting to
But
me.
what I'm saying about that inch and a mile is the only way they get a mile is if everybody is completely credulous and gullible. And I don't think that's the case. I don't think just because I think that satellites are real, or because rockets can land on their rear end after they've taken off, because we've been doing rocket technology pretty consistently for like almost 60, 70, 80 years now. 80 something years.
Yeah, I'm not
Seems
denying that.
doable, you know?
I'm not
80
denying that they
years
have
of
like.
tech to be able to land the things again. Imagine it took us that long with
I'm just
planes.
saying.
We're good
Okay,
at
hold
getting them
on.
flying.
How about this eggshells? Do you think that somebody could try to pull that scam that I just told you?
Oh, sure, somebody could try and pull it, but I mean,
And do you think? How about this?
I
Do you
think in the
think
real
people?
world,
Do you think
I think
people
in the
would
real
fall for
world
it?
it would be pulled. No, I think in the real world it would be pulled apart before it even went to launch. They would be right about to launch their AAA title driver Dune on Mars, and some hacker would have gone, here I've shown from these
No, let's say it's
ping
going through
values or
SpaceX.
something that
If
it's
it's
not
going,
actually
let's
Mars.
just take an established industry. If it's going through SpaceX, your satellite's going up via SpaceX and Rockstar Industries or whatever it is, and you're going to be able to control your rover on Mars. And you know what I mean?
I'm
It just
saying
costs
before
100.
launch, I reckon
It
we would
just
know
costs
that it was
100
fake.
grand. And check it out. They even give you a little button that comes from Elon Musk saying, "Great job, thanks for putting a rover on on the moon." You know what I mean? And you know what
You
even
really
better?
think people
Look,
lack the
how about this? No,
credulity
you know
to
what's even better? Eggshells. This is what's gonna happen. Eggshells. I'm
skepticism
calling
to
out your
question it?
future. Hold on, eggshells. I'm being divine right now.
Go on,
Look,
go
he's
on.
gonna get you to fucking. He's gonna get you to go to work. You're gonna mine the moon for Elon Musk and get paid for it in fucking Ethereum, and then you're fucking. That's how it's gonna go, and you're gonna think that all that shit's real.
Why would I
I'm
think
just
all
saying,
that shit's
because
real?
it
Like,
comes under the guise of Elon Musk, you will take that fucking paycheck, and you will
why?
you'll
Do you
pay the initial
understand how like
investment on the
simultaneously
real.
ridiculous and irritating this flat Earth habit is of telling other people what they would and wouldn't believe?
I'm
Like, we
saying you
have a
buy it
fundamental
already, though.
disagreement about the
Bro,
shape
you
of the
buy it
Earth.
already.
So
It's my.
if your incredulity
You
that
bought
the
it
Earth is a
already,
globe
dude.
is enough
Excel.
evidence for you
We're
to
here to
think that
save
I
you,
think
Excel.
stupid things,
We're here to
then
save
my
you.
incredulity about the flat Earth should render me able to do the same thing. It's really
Right,
weird to
but
be like,
Excel, do you
you
not,
people are so dumb you'd
dude?
believe
Hold on.
anything.
Do you
It's like,
accept
yeah,
that
the feeling's mutual,
Hold on,
man.
hold on.
We just don't say it
Dude,
all the time.
Excel, did Richard Nixon call the moon?
I don't know. Did he?
Yeah, well, that's your story, right? Sticking to it.
I don't know. Is that your
Well,
story?
okay, Richard Nixon allegedly in your line
Your
of theory,
story.
right? Granted,
Your story.
Eggshells. First off, I just want to clarify to anyone who's not an American in here who agrees that we went to the moon, right? Just want you to have a moment of silence and recognize that America is the greatest fucking nation that ever fucking existed, ever, because we proved Galileo, Copernicus, and everyone correct, for the record. So, America is officially the greatest nation that ever lived. Right, gentlemen?
Amen.
Okay.
Was that what you guys say, or is it no? It's like a
I'm just well, you know, I tell you what.
Hoorah.
Hold on, we had a
Hoorah.
moment. Who fucking right? You're damn right. So, I just think with that in line, you know, Richard Nixon allegedly telephoned the moon, and I'm just saying anyone who questions that might be fucking onto something, but I don't know. That's all I'm saying. And that's not a knock at American credibility either. That's a knock at some people that might have been the fucking Nazis that came into power and shot JFK. I don't know.
Cool. All right.
Was Werner von Braun and all the rest of the Nazis that came over, right? I don't know.
I struggle to keep up as well with conspiracy conversations. They go all over the place at such a rate.
Fuck, right. You're so, dude,
They
this is for you,
bounce from
Excel.
topic to topic.
This is a performance for you, Excels. I'm telling you, we're trying to save you. I like you.
It's nuanced, Harry. Like,
I
look
know,
at
I
what
get
he
the
out.
nuance. I'm able to follow it. I'm not. It just
No,
I just
X gets
sometimes
it,
find
man.
it funny where I'm like, wow, we went from like through decades.
Fucking
and,
right,
and
Excel. And I'm trying to
everything's
introduce.
connected. That's the thing,
There you
right?
go,
Everything's
there you go.
connected.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Hey, dude, I didn't write the rules. I didn't write this history.
No,
This
no,
was
I mean,
the
I'm
history.
saying everything's connected is a mantra that a lot of people who believe
Well,
in
dude, if
conspiracies
JP,
think.
how about this?
And
If
it's also
JPL's
indicative, like demonstrative of the mind state. That's what makes us think this. We see connections.
dude,
We get
Jack Parsons,
three
Walt,
dots and we draw an interesting line
check it out.
between them.
Dude, it's. I didn't write this part of the history books. The part where Jack Parsons was working with Walt Disney, who's working with Werner von Braun, who's a fucking Nazi, and who's working with fucking Aleister Crowley, or what's his name? Aleister Crowley's in there with L. Ron Hubbard. You know what I mean? Like this is like a group of people that were all together. JPL created the whole rocket fucking industry. It's really interesting when you look into it. That's why I think it's so intriguing. And I
No,
find.
I don't doubt that at all.
And then you look
sure
at, and like I just said, it's like they're gonna have people.
It's all
thinking
true,
that
Harry,
over on Mars.
and that's where that's because it's all been verified. Like you can do that research. It's there. It's easy to find too.
So
it's not even like
what Al Hazam said, that Issa said, which is be an enemy of all that you read. Are you able to be an enemy to this idea?
Of course.
Well,
it's the most important thing, right?
Right, of course.
it's
That's why I'm with you. That's why I'm like, I'm neutral on a lot of this, but at the same time, I got my fucking opinions.
Yeah, a lot of people were surprised that what was behind some of, the jet propulsion labs is also Jack Parsons, right? JP. So then you start to go, well, who were these people? And that's where the whole occult opens up.
Just saying if your message is
That's how we got into all that.
No, I don't doubt that that's the case. It's sure. I think it's an open secret that we jacked a bunch of Nazi scientists so they could work on our rocket program. Because, like I said, we've been building rockets for it's more than 80 years, isn't it? Because like artillery was rockets quite a long, so it could even be like more than 100 years. Well before the first flight, we were firing rockets at things. Yeah, I think that, and we've long known that rocket technology and grabbing someone's scientists after a war is a really snifty tactic to boost your country in the future. You've got to hide them. You've got to deal with the fact that you've given these Nazis a home. But if you can, you end up just, winning in the space race. I don't not like the thing that I also think is when you say it's all connected, I think you draw connections that no, here's what I can talk about. What I experienced. There were things that I was like, this clearly proves this. And it was because I was never like, hang on, could that still have happened and it have no bearing on this other thing that I relate it to? Like one of the examples was, could there have been a cover up about 9/11 and it not actually been an inside job? Like it was 18 Saudis and there was a cover up. And I was like, well, yes, that's possible. There's no reason why there wouldn't. In fact, I could see some reasons why there would. Okay, so that there's a cover up is no longer relevant or meaningful as evidence for that they did it. But it's very difficult to connect the two. If you see them as connected, they're very close together. And then these interconnected things about Walt Disney and stuff, I don't know, those connections seem really tenuous
Here's the
to
issue.
me.
Like, again, then that's where we can rein it back into the idea that, dude, it looks flat. We treat the earth as flat. Everything they say, these people are telling us, half of it's, ridiculous. You got to believe in dark matter that makes up dark matter and dark energy make up 97% of the fucking thing we see. And then we're going to make a bet on 3% that we can perceive. You know what I mean? Then
No, I think keep your mind open. Like this is again what I'm saying. You don't if you think the Earth is a globe, you don't have to go to like immediately worship at some hall of dark matter and agree with all of the tenets of it. I've got very little faith that dark matter is anything close to the current models that come anything close to understanding it. Sure, it could be many things. I think you've got this idea
right,
that
but it could just be a big
globers
hustle.
or me
It could be a big
particularly are
hustle.
like
I just think,
trapped and we just agree with everything.
right? No, but the thing is, if you're
Neil
going to
deGrasse Tyson or someone says, we don't. We take it critically.
well, then how come everyone's taking uncritically this notion of 97% made up of a bunch of nothingness? You know what I mean? And that's what's
I don't think anybody is taking it uncritically. I think it is uncritical to think that other people are thinking uncritically. All of us think we think critically, don't we? Is there anybody in this
right.
room
But
that puts their hand up and says, I don't think critically?
Will people not espouse that that's the case? That dark, you know, like certain, like they will accept these certain premises that modern science has offered. I perfectly.
The only premise with dark matter is there's this stuff and we don't know what it is, so we're calling it dark matter.
Right,
There's
and
no
fair
real
enough.
premise to accept there.
Fair enough. I
That
just
scientists admit they don't know something, I guess.
I think it's based on an assumption. You know what I mean? That's the thing. And it's like
they're saying we don't know what it is, so it's not. I don't know how you need
right,
to base
but they
something on
put
an
it
assumption to say
into
I just don't know what that is. Maths doesn't work, and we've got to figure it out.
well,
Call it
like
dark
take
matter
like
and
the
keep
axis
working on
of
it.
evil, like they call it the axis of evil, like some kind of or some like lineup of stars that shows that like the Earth would be the center. What do you think of like geocentrism?
Yeah, that's a huge problem. The axis of evil, huge problem for him.
You know, I mean, it's just like that's an interesting. You know, like even like is before even getting to the concept of flat Earth, even because like there's the concept of geocentrism. You know what I mean? And like, I think that's a big point. I think a big win for alternative cosmology in that there is no distinction really. You know, and it's admitted by science. What do you think of the possibility of geocentrism versus
Possible.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say it's entirely more plausible than flat Earth. A round geocentric Earth.
How about this?
You've just got a bit of retrograde motion of the planets to explain.
If it were
geocentric, it's pretty much done.
Let's say if it were geocentric, would then not like modern like would they have to would the let's say the machinery and the rockets and everything not work like you know what I mean in the way that they've been explained to the masses if it was geocentrism?
It still cause them. If the world was, if you had a geocentric, like a stationary sphere Earth, that it would still cause exactly the same amount of social upheaval. It'd still mean all the same things.
Well,
There's people hiding stuff from you, and
well, no, I'm not talking about social upheaval. I'm saying like would like orbital mechanics work the way that they say they do if it was geocentric?
But the Lagrange points wouldn't work, for example.
Lagrange, what the parking lots in space, dude? Please.
Yeah, those
I
would not be where
understand
they
what
are.
Lagrange points are, dude. I think they're ridiculous. Again, it's like
there's zero orbital mechanics that work in a geocentric universe because that's exactly the main problem it would have to explain is retrograde motion of the planets, and you'd have to be explaining that in some way other than saying things rotate around, orbit around other things commensurate with their speed and the mass of the body they're orbiting.
I always thought it was so funny that Elon Musk sent up a car into the parking lots of space, right? You know, the Lagrange points.
That car, that car is about the same size as a lot of satellites. That car is there's nothing special about it. It's just
I
the
don't give
same
a
weight,
fuck.
right?
I don't even want to talk about it, dude. I couldn't care less.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm just joking around because it's a car.
Oh no, well if you don't want to talk,
no,
seriously, I don't.
Not interested.
Not even into.
Not even interested. But like the fucking. But what is interesting is that if it were geocentric, that all this orbital mechanics stuff would fall apart, and therefore, in some sense, like you just kind of really got to the meat of it, I guess, is like then somebody would be making up stuff, and like and in that regard, that's a like you said, a social upheaval. Yeah, you're right on, man. Forgive me for yeah, you're right. And I just think if that were the case, like what would you like? What do you think about that? You know, geocentrism is a really quite an interesting point.
I mean, it could all come together, like you're inside the celestial sphere. So then it's like globe, concave, flat, all comes together.
I like my Zen koan about the Earth. You live on an infinite plane contained by a celestial sphere. You know,
Yeah.
like it's like that. You know, it's just not allowed to make sense.
I don't like that at all.
What's that?
I don't like that at all.
Yeah, it's disturbing almost, isn't it? Ooh.
Sounds wrong.
Right.
I
Well,
don't know.
what's the sound of one hand clapping?
One hand waving. I don't know.
Tat-tatting. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Just saying, like, that's the point of it. Is they're called like Zen koans. You know, just this idea that's meant to confuse the normal state of things. And that's how I look at the in that regard. Is that, you know, it's an infinite plane contained by a celestial sphere, like suck it up, buttercup.
Mm-hmm.
It is a little rough though, but I like that.
I reckon it's a basin.
You know, I always like the idea of just the microcosm of the bowl. You know, a bowl of water or something. You know what I mean? It's like it's a great microcosm. It can be replicated again and again. You know. But I don't know what the shape is. Only God knows, right?
If you could take the water away, we could walk across it.
Right. Yeah. Probably so. I find it interesting, that whole theory of, like, you know, before the quote unquote deluge, that like the people had traveled across the lands prior, and that's why like all the pyramids were everywhere. Like, you know, it was just one almost like religion. You know, like that's what's interesting with the whole mystery religion, is like the idea that in reality, maybe in its initial days, it was just people that were rational thinkers that were like, holy shit, if I talk about what I'm interested in, these people are going to want to kill me. I mean, look at like even Pythagoras, right? Pythagoras was like, yo, the sphere is like a perfect symbol, and maybe the earth is that. Everyone killed him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, like those types of people, like even us, if we disagree on these fine points, like to even be able to have these discussions should be enough to be grateful for. Because ultimately, it's useless information that has no fucking practical applicability except annoying your friends on the job. Fucking, you know what I mean? It's useless. It's so funny to me, and it's so,
It's
you know.
funny that they give kids that toy. You know how you put the circle in the circle hole, the triangle in the triangle, like that. That's it right there. It's stealth. They're teaching you about geometry, just in this really childlike way.
I think, like, you know, and that's a good thing. I mean, like, you know, it's like I think even again, it's like everyone who lambasts like the quote unquote system. It's like I think you know, these things are like the best we've got, and I think that they're good. I think that the good people need to work in those industries. You know, need to put their hands on the problem. There's a good hadith, man. Like, you know, I love it. It's like, you know, if you see something wrong in the world, you know, put your hands on it and change it. And if you can't put your hands on it, then speak about it. And if you can't speak about it, then make a prayer in your heart about it. But to make a prayer alone is, you know, the weakest of faith. Like, you know, but, you know, so ultimately it's like, hey, if you see a problem, put your hands on it. You know what I mean? And make it right in the world. You know, don't bitch and moan about it. That's why I also like that idea. Like, there's only two types of people, you know, predators and debtors. You know, and either you're a creditor or a debtor. Rich guys like rockets, solar babes. Rich guys like rockets, solar babes.
Was this intermission?
I don't know, feel free to come in. Nate, I think you're hot micing now. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. Rich guys making rockets just to get away. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the lames. Rich guys making rockets, put a car in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. So rich guys making rockets just to get laid. Just to get laid. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. Rich guys like it rockets. Put your ass in space. Rich guys like rockets, and so do the babes. Rich guys making rockets just to get laid. Just to get laid. Just to get laid. Just to get laid. Neighbors, all upside down. I know I'm right. You're just hanging around. Antipodal neighbors, how did you go? How did you get there? How would you know? Antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. How did you get there? Feet on the ground. Antipodal neighbors.
You're all upside down. I know I'm right. You're hanging around antipodal neighbors on the other side. How did you get there? Have you lost your mind? So much spinning, I could understand why you think you live on antipodal land. Antipodal neighbor, you're all upside down. When I think about it, it's really hard to frown. Antipodal neighbors, you're all upside down. But how did you know? With your feet on the ground. Grazie. Lies, diagnosis, give life to everything. Go watch it grow with people I know. Me in this medicine. Angry police said like disease. Destruction increases. They work to fight our people since on creation. So smoke one for me, smoke one for me. Love, behind those prison walls. Smoke one for me, smoke one for me. Darling, behind for planting a seed, cultivating thereafter weed, for fighting for freedom, waiting to catch anyone who falls in their snares. Waking the sheep, kept cozy asleep, one by one, each mistake. Explained in full so you know exactly why they fight us. Smoke one for me. Some lick patties, smoke them Dutchies. I'm the start to see. All of Jamis to me. Smoke them, show them that love. Know who you are from the Almighty above. Be one of them children since I bring down. Smoke one.
Anyway, that was good.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, I'm busy for a minute, but listening in.
Yo, that was pretty nice, Issa.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like agree with like the lyrics. I mean, it sounded like it was a Flat Earth song, but it's pretty good though.
It's not a Flat Earth song, but
Like I heard like Andy, I don't know. I was hearing like some like some sciencey stuff in there, so I was like, I wonder if it's like
really political science. That's all.
oh, political science. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't like I was listening, but like I didn't like I couldn't like catch all the words, so I was just I just assumed, But yeah, it was good. It was good.
I'll tell you what, man. I'll play a Flat Earth song for you in a little bit.
No. It's
What about billionaires making rockets just to get laid? Kind of.
Oh, you like that, dude? Oh,
For some reason, that sounds like a Flat Earth song to me. It's like they think it's a joke, but they're just trying to get laid.
Right, that's it.
Well, no, because I didn't quite hear what was going on. I just know there was some conspiracy talk going on. That's all. So it just kind of.
I forgot I even played it. Hilarious.
I mean, I just pictured you like in a sorrowful sort of like sitting on a bench or something, just like on a fence with like a cowboy hat on, just like.
Yeah, just mad because I can't get none and shit. Like, damn.
Oh yeah, just like I didn't even think about that. It's like, yeah, you gotta step up your game.
Just, lamenting at these dickheads with rockets getting laid, like you bastards.
Dude, if I was the creator of this universe, I would do a joke on everyone where you guys turn out to be true. Well, I mean, turn out to be correct. I mean, actually, you don't even need to do that. Just, I mean, purely by the fact that you're doing this is really useful because you don't want to.
You know what I've thought, dude? It's like, imagine like everyone thinks of God as like this, like, severe, thunderous character, right? And I was thinking, like, what if it's more like Mr. Bean? You know what I mean? Like, do you watch Mr. Bean at all? I hope you do. Yeah. But it's more like, a comedy in that regard, as opposed to being all so serious as everyone is,
Oh, yeah. It's like he's just like, hey, dude. It's like he's just a college kid, and it's like he's got a roommate, and he's just sort of like, dude, I'm just gonna flood them. Look, he just like pours his water bottle in. That was like the flood and everything. Like you think it's like all thought out, but it's just sort of like, well, don't do that, man. Come on, you're gonna kill him. No. I gave one guy some instructions. You're fucked, man. I mean, honestly. Well, at least I'm in.
Yeah, no, I got you, brother. Yeah.
I was gonna say, at least I'm in. Like, I was gonna come up with a degree for God to have, but I guess you'd be like, I don't know.
Well, no, there's that concept that it's like, you're, some people get into the idea of it's like, oh, you're a petri dish, and you're probably like, some teenager's fucking, in some teenager's lab, you know what I mean, for 15 minutes, and to you it experiences it as your whole life cycle, you know what I mean? like that's what I kind of gather from that. But yeah, that kind of thing. But which I don't think, I mean, for me, it's not really the way, but yeah, it's funny. I'm glad you got the lyrics though. That's fun.
No, I want to go now, guys, but hopefully you guys didn't think I was taking it too seriously. I was just maybe if I got passionate, it was just because I was like a riddle that I had to solve to like figure out. It's like a riddle that involving all of science, and it's actually the universe, and I'm having to show a certain thing. So when I get to the answer, I'm like, oh wait, maybe we could do this, you know. But
Oh, you're
yeah,
good to
it
go, man.
surprised me. Like, I mean, if you, it could. There's, I mean, honestly, it could be. It's way more plausible than you think at first glance, for sure. And
Yeah, man, it's the first time I've talked to you, so nice to meet you, bud.
oh, it only gets better from here because I've like stayed up
Right
for a
on.
while. But anyway, right. See you guys later. Nice music, by the way. Bye.
Thanks, brother.
I wasn't here earlier. Was there like a riddle or some shit he told? I wasn't here earlier.
I was singing a song about rich guys like rockets. I don't know if you caught that, but yeah, that's
Oh,
all.
he was referring to that? Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah, well, you were talking about it, kind of led to that. Yeah.
Oh. Okay. I mean, yeah, I was here for the song. I wasn't. I thought he was talking about something else. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think he kind of went off on his own tangent, but I followed him. You know.
Thank you, Dr. Silver. You can take a seat. You're going to thank her after what she just said? Dr. Silbeck has made the situation very clear, General, and given us an option. We should all be thanking her. That's just, I mean, my gosh. Maybe take this discussion offline. There's not going to be any discussion. You saw the numbers. Now, Pharaoh, he would foot the bill, but his money can't buy the time necessary to continue to evolve. That can only be good. Oh, come on. If we upgrade our fleet, cut the toll somehow. You're not listening. Robots can't do the fighting through this time. When it comes to hacking, this rogue swarm is an apex predator. Anything automated you throw at it, they will shake out and like this. With controlling civilians internally. Commanders, the enemy was senses self-replicate. Kill it. Eats biomass as fuel. Zero death. God. Put a railgun in the hand of every civilian strong enough to carry one. Show them where the trigger was.
Dropping like flies.
Damn, dude. Isa's music must have ran everybody off. Ran me off.
What's going on?
No, there was a bunch of people in here earlier, and then Issa was playing guitar, so I left. It looks like everybody else left.
Seems like it died down, maybe.
Dude playing guitar will do that.
feel you though, Coach. There's so many wheels, like it's ridiculous to think that doors would be more.
God, that's just one of the dumbest waste
so
of time
dumb.
arguments I've ever heard in my life.
But have you heard of the trapdoor spider though?
Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah.
How many of those? Because they all make 3 doors. So how many trapdoor spiders do you think there are on Earth?
There's still more wheels, man. The
What if they
argument's
had?
dumb.
What if they had 50 billion trapdoor spiders?
You said how many?
50 billion trapdoor spiders that all make 3 doors. So now we're at 150 billion doors.
Yeah, how do you know that there's that many?
I don't know. They did some crazy Glober math.
No, what they did was they took the number of them and then they multiplied it by the number of babies they have, right?
No, they took the number of spiders per acre and then did how many acres there are, and you come up with a 50 quadrillion spiders on Earth. And then there's so many species, and they divided the amount of species into the amount of spiders. So
yeah, but there's not a spider on every acre.
Bro, I don't know. It's a rough guesstimate. I don't know. Let's say there's 100 billion doors just from the spiders.
Even if there's 100 billion doors from those spiders, man, there's still no contest.
You count conveyor belts as wheels, like all the wheels on a conveyor belt.
There's no contest.
I hear you.
Yeah, there's wheels all the way, dude. I don't know why this argument's over.
That's because you heard me pitching the wheels argument. If you heard some of these other guys pitching the wheels thing, it don't even make sense. And as they're saying cars, what drives me mad is people are saying, "Oh, cars are a wash because 4 doors, 4 wheels." That's fucking insane. There's mad wheels in a car than the four wheels. Mad wheels going on.
Axles, there's crankshafts, there's camshafts, there's a lot of wheels. Yeah.
The alternator's got a wheel. The fan there's fans in it. Those are all wheels. There's like fucking 100 wheels. I'd lowball it and say your car got like 50 wheels and I'll give you the trunk and I'll give you all the little even compartments that open the doors. There's still gonna be more wheels in the car. Like even if you count the glove box and the little sunglass thing.
You only need to name a couple things. You say cars. You said Legos. I heard you say Legos. You said a refrigerator. I mean,
Bro, Hot Wheels. Yo, Hot Wheels makes 16.5 Hot Wheels cars per second.
Sure, man.
Those have no doors and 4 wheels at least. Maybe they got some 3-wheel ones. What's up?
Factories. You got. I mean, there's plenty of shits, man. That's what I'm saying. You sound like fucking Bubba from Forrest Gump, dude. When you're talking about this shit, you're like fucking. You got fucking shrimp with wheels.
Hot shrimp, barbecue shrimp, shrimp scampi.
It is like it's no contest. All right,
no doubt. I feel you.
There's no contest. The contest should be over.
I feel you on that. I feel you.
Who's still going against you? Is someone still?
Yo, people that think there's a zillion trapdoor spiders because they all got 3 doors, bro. How many doors? How many more wheels do you think there are than doors? Like it's got to be in the billions, right?
Probably like 1,000,000 to 1. Yeah.
It's probably like 1,000,000 wheels to 1 door.
Yeah, it could be. It's one of those things that I really don't care to think that hard about. I've been wasting my time. Other dumb shit like this Coriolis animation I did, amongst other things. I'm not too happy with it, but I'm actually making a 3D one, stupidly enough. But what do you think of this Coriolis animation?
I mean, I've seen them all, so I don't know.
I made it myself.
I mean, I've seen the good ones, so.
I mean, I've made all of the good ones and this one myself.
Right, but I've seen the good ones, and then I've seen your work, so I mean. Bro, what have you been doing for the last, 3 days? I ain't seen you.
The Lyft people took my car back, so I gotta get a new car and Just dealing with some shit.
They took your car back.
Yeah, because I rent my car through them, and
Why'd they take it back?
because I didn't get it. I used like 15,000 miles on it, and they wanted to take it back in for a checkup or whatever. Charged me like $1,200.
Where the fuck are my large garbage bags at?
Yeah, what?
Nothing.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
No, I was looking for something. Never mind.
Yeah, well, I think I'm buying a new car, but anyway, there's that. I gotta pay this lawyer fucking $800 a month. Top of that, I gotta fucking try to get a job at Tesla. And my girlfriend proposed to me the night before last.
She proposed to you?
Yeah, she gave me a ring. She gave me a ring and everything. It's 14 carats with diamonds and rubies in it.
Nice. Them rings and things you sing about, bring them out.
Yeah, it feels kind of girly because it's got fucking diamonds in it and stuff. And
I almost got a diamond one for mine, but I changed my mind at the last minute.
well,
Did you say yes? So you said yes then?
I
Oh,
said
look
yeah.
at
I
you.
mean, of course.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Snoop told us in '94 though, we don't let them hoes.
Well, I gotta buy her a ring now. I gotta get this job at Tesla so I can.
See, it was a trap. It's a trap, bro. I'm telling you.
That's all good.
Booty trap. You heard of a booby trap?
Yeah, that
This
is
is
what
the
it
booty
was.
trap.
It's a booby trap. That's what I'm gonna fucking tell her. That was good though. I mean, she's a good lady.
There you go. Good for you.
She's almost a flat earther too. She's basically on her way there.
Nice. Is that what pushed you to say yes? Because I know you've been trying to get with a flat earth chick for a while.
Yeah, kind of. She fucking thought I was a flat earther, dude. Because I was watching this video about
It would be
magnetism.
hard to convince someone you're not a flat earther at this point. You spend 12 hours a day talking about flat earth.
Yeah, but I talked to her every day, and I was watching a video about magnetism, and then they were talking about like neutron stars, and then she's like, "Wait, don't you not believe in space?" I just looked at her, I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about, dude?"
She got you pinned, bro. She got you pegged. In both ways.
God damn, dude.
She got you pegged. Sexually and thought-wise.
Fucking hell, dude. Yeah, right, dude. No, but for real, she really is almost there. I mean, she's basically like she doesn't believe in the vaccines or anything like that. She believes like the same stuff Lemon believes about the virus. Literally everything Lemon's ever said about it, she said the exact same thing. By the way, dude, I got mad vaccine cards. I know you don't need one, but I feel like there's a lot of people who are against getting it, but then they're also, it's going to come a time where everyone needs one for something. They have to go on vacation, go on a cruise, leave the country. I've got a lot of them. Anyways, on the low, even though this is on YouTube, nobody's watching. On the low, hit me up if you need one.
Did I hit you up for what?
I got let's just say Saks. They got Saks cards, right? For anyone who needs them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Too bad you're all the way in Texas.
I mean, I can mail them to anybody. They're universal. The
Yeah,
best
I'm
thing
not
about
fucking.
this country,
I don't know if I
I
would
know
mess
you've
around
already
with the mail
settled.
system.
So what?
I said I wouldn't mess around with the mail system because now you're looking. That's federal shit.
Yeah. The law before was pretty loose. Basically, they said that it's $1,000 fine per one that you sell. But anyway, I haven't sold any. I just have a lot of them because I was perfecting making it. Speaking of making, what's going on, Bacon?
Hey, what's up? What do you mean, speaking of making it?
Just it rhymed.
Oh, all right.
Aren't together. Hey, remember we talked about doing that thing? Speaking of that thing, my dad's birthday's tomorrow. We talked about doing that thing on the equinox. Are you closer to the equator right now, or are you closer to where you live?
No, now I'm where I live, but I'll be there again.
No.
I haven't bought tickets yet, so I can still pick a date to go there.
No, it's not necessary. What would be good, it would be useful, is if you know people who live there. That'd be useful. But if not, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on this website where I can talk to people who like basically anywhere, and I'm going to write out this, like $5, $10. I don't know how. Is $10 a lot for somebody in Brazil, or is that just regular? Is that not that much?
Yeah,
I might offer.
it's $50 for us.
Okay, yeah, I might say $10. $10. For somebody, and I'll just lay out the test. So they just have to get the cup and the thing, and I just need you to translate it. And then if they respond to me, I need to send you the message so you can translate it back.
Sure. Yeah. I know people that live there. It's not at the equator. It's 3 degrees south. Which is like my girlfriend. My girlfriend lives there. Her uncle also, and her uncle is a surveyor, so he has some nice equipment that depending on what experiment you want to do.
Well, 3 degrees south, that's like tomorrow and the next day for a subsolar point.
All right. So you want to check when the timing of the subsolar point?
Let me lay out the whole test just so we can be on the same page. Jeremy in here last year, he was we went over the whole thing with the concentric circles. Okay, so just imagine the AE map, and you have the Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, then you have the equator, and then you have the Tropic of Capricorn. And these are three circles that are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. On the globe, the equator is the biggest. On either side, they're smaller, same size. So the test ultimately would be to, as best as we can, get at least 2 people along the same latitude on the day of the subsolar point, so that they could measure the time apart from one subsolar point to the next one, and compare that with the distance, and then multiply that out to the entirety of the latitude line, so we can get the entire length of that latitude. Ultimately, if we can do that with enough people and enough latitudes, we can get definite data. This was a test that Jeremy was excited about, but he thought it'd be impossible to actually conduct.
Right. What was I gonna say about it? Oh, okay. So, when you said the distance, that the distance that we get wouldn't be the distance across the line of latitude.
I agree.
Right. Okay.
That's why it's best to have as many people as possible and have those people be as close as possible, because the closer they are, like let's say they're 69 miles apart.
Mhm.
You could treat that like a straight line. Like I'll do the math real quick, but it's basically the difference between a chord and an arc length. And at shorter distances, those are there's not very much difference.
Yeah, I
So
know.
we have to stay within that range. Yeah, you're right.
All right. Yeah, I think, for example, one way, or how are you thinking? I mean, I have my idea on how to do it. What's your idea on how to get the timing for the subsolar point?
How to confirm how to confirm it? You're saying?
Yeah. So what are you gonna ask people to do to make?
Well, I made an animation last year, but I'll just describe it. All they have to do is like in America we have something called a red solo cup. You probably know what that is, and so they'll have to take the red solo cup and cut out like a little window so they can see through it. They have to turn it upside down and poke a little hole on the bottom, which is now on top because it's upside down,
Mhm.
and then get an empty paper towel roll, like the cardboard inside the paper towel, put that on top of the upside down cup, so that now you have an upside down cup, paper towel roll with a window, and what you'll be looking for is the sunlight should be able to shoot down the tube into the cup, and you should be able to see it in that open window in the cup, and that will confirm your subsolar point, or you're at the subsolar point.
Right. Well, I thought of something similar, but it was just meant to confirm longitude. So, for example, if you live stream or just record the shadow of an object with a clock in your GPS on screen, you should confirm that at this given time the shadow is going to be the smallest, and from that, you given the time and given the size of the shadow, that should match your longitude.
Exactly. Yeah, that works too. Actually, the way we were gonna do the test originally, Jeremy didn't like this, but you can do that to do the same test. It's just you wouldn't be doing it for subsolar point. You'd be doing it for local solar noon, and it works the exact same way.
Mhm.
But he thinks subsolar point's the only way to do it. So
All right. Yeah, yeah. I don't have subsolar point because I live below the Tropic of Capricorn.
yeah, but I mean, where your friends are, they could do it the next day or two, and I mean, just as a just as a you just wanted to test out the idea or whatever. Because I think where you said they were, their subsolar point should be there tomorrow, the next day.
Mm. Let me check Stellarium because it might not be exactly where they are. Like,
Yeah, that's the other thing too is a lot of people don't realize this, but even if you live in the tropics, there's no guarantee that where you live is going to be a place where the subsolar point intersects with. Like
yeah,
there's a
because
slight chance it's
the ecliptic makes lines, and you can be in between lines. So
yeah, basically, yeah.
I mean, your zenith can be in between those lines of the ecliptic.
What do you think, Jeremy? We're actually going to do this test, man. I have nothing to say.
Hey, what's up, Gummy Bear?
Hello.
Hey Isa, remember when you sent the video saying that everyone that sails using celestial navigation assumes the Earth to be flat, and then you said a video to back that up, and in the video, the guy says, "Imagine that the Earth is flat," and basically the video ends. Remember
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Right. I found the video, and
Cool.
then I found an interesting cut. Uh, like he said something very interesting. Some seconds before that, after that, let me show you.
Oh no, he says that the Earth is definitely not flat, and he goes on to say,
Yeah.
like, that like everyone thinks. He goes, I just want to clarify. He goes, I'm not saying the Earth is flat. Oh yeah, no, is that the part you're going to show me?
No, that's not the part I'm going to show you.
Oh, cool.
After he says, "Imagine the Earth is flat," and he explains you how you could get your distance. He said, "Well, there are two problems with that. One is that the Earth is not flat, and the second is those calculations won't work." So then he explains how the calculations would do on a spherical Earth, and that's the ones that work. So it's not fair to say that he's using the first example to navigate, when actually he gives that example to say that that doesn't work.
And which example does he bring?
A curved surface. I'm gonna show you the video.
But essentially, he goes to the books, right?
No, I'm gonna send you.
The problem is that if you don't understand the underlying geometry, then there's no way to make this argument. It's
No,
just
it's
never going to
just
get across.
I think I personally think it's. I mean, I understand the theoretics of the why, because like I get how they go about explaining this. You know what I mean? My point is that they do have to, in order to get your measurement right, you have to accept that you have to imagine, you have to presume
No,
whatever you want to
it's not
put.
true.
yeah.
You don't have to presume
in
or
order
imagine
in order to
anything.
so in order to use the sextant, like that's to say that in order to use the sextant, you're gonna not have a baseline. And I understand that you guys just imagine a plane
That's complete separate.
that goes out, and I get it. Like I get it. For me, it just seems a little nonsensical. I mean, I understand the theory and I understand how they explain it. My point is that in order to
So
get that measurement, it's pretty agreed that you have to have a baseline, and they pretend that the Earth is flat, and they'll generally have to explain that,
That's
and
just
then
not
explain
true,
away.
because the baseline isn't supposed to be the surface,
I
even if the
understand. No,
Earth
no,
was
I
flat.
understand. You go
So
well.
how is that
Well, then
presuming
how
the Earth
come
to be
how come
flat?
they pretend the Earth is flat? They
That's
don't.
what you have to demonstrate. They don't. Oh, okay, Isa, just watch the clip I sent. It's just
I tell you,
25 seconds.
I'd be happy to watch the video. My point is, and I've watched it before. My point is, and I'm happy to watch it again because it'll refresh my memory to his arguments. But, and I understand the way that they come across when they're teaching celestial navigation. They extrapolate out into the globe. Now, the point is that I think we have to initially accept the fact that they all say you have to get your measurements, saying that the Earth is like imagining that the Earth is flat. Now, I get your
They don't
scientific.
say that.
I get your well, they do, but like the video is an example of it. But I'm just saying that's why I brought it in. But the idea is that you're going to say there's a plane that shoots off from the Earth and all the rest of it, and I get it, and I'm aware of it. I just think it seems silly to me to
Okay, let me respond to you.
that tone.
So when I said they don't, you said they do, and the video is an example of that. That's not true, because when he says you have to imagine the Earth is flat, he's not referring to what you actually do. He's just showing what doesn't work first.
I'll tell you, I'll have a look at it, and
Yeah, it's 25 seconds. I just
okay, yeah,
posted it.
no problem. I'll see what he says.
Also, I posted this one as well. He does the exact opposite.
Yeah, I sent this one specifically because this one comes from the video that he cited. So he sent the video of this same guy saying, imagine the Earth is flat. And no, it's not flat, but let's imagine for a second. And then the video ends. And then I was watching this video about celestial navigation that Colbo sent me. And then I got to that exact video. And I was like, interesting. So let me keep seeing that. And that's what he says next.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen all these. I've seen all this guy's videos.
So, yeah,
This is the same dude. It's just when he had hair.
so he said, yeah, he's interesting. I love his videos actually. Uh, the but like he goes on. Oh, we have to add on some additional information. That clip obviously doesn't get into it. I'd like to see what he brings to the table in regards to it. You know what I mean? I just don't think that his conclusion about the sphericity or whether or not it's flat in regards to what he's going to say is like it's
Do you
irrelevant
realize?
to me personally.
It's
Like I'm
Do you
aware
completely.
of the way.
understand?
I'm aware. Let's check it out. I'm aware of the way that, for instance, Stellarium positions us. You know what I mean? Like you can think about the Earth as a globe. It's and that in a celestial sphere. I think it's a great way to explain it. I just don't think that that's what it is.
Do you
But I'll be happy to.
realize the
I'll be happy
geometric
to look.
problem?
Well, I understand that this guy just. Well, I understand the geometric problem of it. I'll have a look at what this video is because I
Can
like
you try
watching
and
that guy's videos.
summarize it for us? What the
Well, I'm gonna go.
geometric problem is?
Your
Because
issue
if
is
you
going to be
understand it, you should be
your
able to
issue is going to
explain
be
it.
well. There's a bunch in regards to how you might look at the way we look at flat Earth. You know what I mean? But in the same stroke, like I don't think it necessitates sphericity, man. I think you guys add
So
that in because it's like this guy. He goes like this. Well, we know the Earth is flat because we know it's a globe. That's how we know. Debunked. Like
So
to me,
the
that just
geometric
seems silly.
problem is a singular argument. And if you understand it, you should be able to explain it to us without all that rambling you just did.
Forgive me. So explain it to me then.
So, don't understand it, or do you just clarify?
No, I'll just say I don't understand it. What is it?
Gummy bear?
I'm thinking whether I want to or not.
So is that the geometry of the 16 nautical miles per degree? Is that right? Oh, I mean, we hear that at least once every day here, right?
Yeah, you talk. I mean, I would imagine you're talking the positions of 69 miles. Is that all you're referring to right here?
The
I'm
distance.
talking about the geometric argument, which essentially is talking about how you're going from an angle to a distance.
The geometric
And on
argument, right? The geometric argument can be made on behalf, like due to perspective. Ultimately, I know that's
Oh,
not good enough for you,
so
but whatever it is.
one
okay,
second.
but then the answer is that it could be because perspective makes it so that a flat Earth acts like a globe in this regard.
My point is that if it were a globe, you wouldn't be taking a measurement from a baseline and imagining the Earth is flat.
That's a
Now you're
complete
switching
separate
argument.
discussion. Yeah, one
Not
second.
really.
So I
You're
say
like, hey, we know it. Look, it's the guy knows it's not a globe because he said he knows. He said it's not flat because he knows it's a globe. That's like what you're saying is your proof in a certain
no,
sense. And you're using and then you're using the 69-mile positioning and trying to equate sphericity to something that is apparently flat to us.
no,
So
Isa.
the laws of perspective can
One-
handle that argument in my eyes.
No,
And you're just dealing with light in the sky.
Isa. You can't say in my eyes because the laws of perspective are not subject to opinion.
That's right.
They're
That's why
pretty.
you guys don't see a
Let me
boat
finish,
go over the Caribbean.
Isa. I wasn't finished. So perspective give you pretty simple equations onto how to get the angle based on distance and vice versa. That's what perspective gives you, and that's exactly what doesn't match the 60 nautical miles per degree. So you have the formulas for perspective, and you have 60 nautical miles per degree. Those are very different. That's the problem. You can't just say, well, perspective handles that. That's exactly the problem. It doesn't.
You're using a distant light in the sky also too, though. And then I don't know, man. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's not good enough. I don't know what to
Yeah,
tell
but
you.
that's the thing. If you're on the flat surface and that's too far, the angle would not change. And the angle changes linearly. And that cannot be mapped to a flat surface, according to perspective at least.
The only other way it can be mapped to a flat surface is if perspective or some sort of phenomena makes it so that the flat Earth is acting as if it was a globe. Which again, does that not sound a little bit ridiculous to you?
Well, doesn't the celestial sphere come from flat earthers anyway?
No.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, you
It does.
use the term.
It's called the cosmic egg. You know what I mean? It's old school shit. But like the point is that like the sphericity of the stars matching the Earth has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth to some extent. Like so, it's a
That's
non
not what this
sequitur.
is.
Well, yeah. Is it not? Because you're measuring distance on the Earth to what you're seeing in the sky.
Yeah. So what
Right.
this
So
is
it's like
about is
so
the
it is
angle.
using so it is
No.
using the stars to map the Earth, and I'm just trying to say that
If you
that's. I
if
mean,
you
I
want,
understand your point. I just
oh,
think
you're not
you could
understanding
think
it
of.
because you just butchered it.
No,
If you
I'm
let me
thinking.
actually answer instead of interrupting you with a butchered
Well, I
version of
really
it,
couldn't care less, actually.
so you can't care less about misrepresenting the opposite side. Do
I
you
couldn't
think
care
that's
less about
honest
what
of
you
you?
have to think about it.
You just misrepresented the entire argument. And then
Did
you're
I
not
though? Really?
allowing any. Yes, and then you're not allowing anyone to clarify on it because you don't care.
About your opinion about it?
It's not the opinion. It's
So
just
Yeah,
if
because
you think
it's useless
that
information
your
anyway.
straw man and me not
It's not a
agreeing
straw
with your
man. You're
straw man.
using the stars
Hold
to map
on.
the. Are you using the stars to map the Earth? Are you using the stars to map the Earth?
Oh, who are
That's the
you
question.
talking to? Because so far you
I'm
haven't
talking. I'm talking.
engaged in a conversation with me. You've been trying to talk
I'm
to
asking
me.
you. Do you use the stars to map the Earth? Right, and that's the point. Is that if you're using the stars to map the Earth, I don't know. It's kind of a non sequitur, right?
I'll be ready to talk to you when you're ready to have a conversation.
Again, don't give a fuck. But my thing is that you're gonna have to imagine that the Earth is flat, and then get your angle, and that's the point, dude. It's that's all you really need, and you can get to a certain
And that's
position.
what you believe. You're completely wrong in that.
Okay.
Yeah. Where do we go
Yeah,
from
if I
here?
get the angle to a star, and I know roughly that star's subsolar point is this at that time, then I can head in the direction of that fucking star.
Yeah, you
That's
can
all
head
that's
in the
happening,
direction, but that's not
right?
what celestial navigation is about, not heading in direction.
Okay. Is that
You
celestial
need to figure
navigation
out
though?
your location on
Is that
Earth using
celestial navigation? Using the
that is
stars to find out
navigation
what to get a
using
bearing?
just using it to get a bearing. You can
Yeah, it's
call it
called
celestial
navigation, right?
navigation in the fact that it's navigation using a celestial object. But when we talk about celestial
Oh,
navigation,
now
we're
we're gonna
talking
talk
about
about
being
what? Your
able
opinions?
you're able
Shit.
to map out your location
Oh,
on the
you
Earth
ain't.
using celestial objects. That is what that name means. That's the way we use that word. If you don't
Yeah,
care
right. But
about
I'm
the
saying,
way we use the word, then what are you doing talking languages?
that's a stupid question. But
Is it?
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I just think if you're using the stars to get a bearing on where you're going on Earth, that's called celestial navigation, bro. And my point is, in order to do that, you have to imagine that the Earth is flat, which is fascinating, and it destroys all your banter
it's
about the rest of it.
fascinating and also not true.
I mean,
It's
hey, if you
fascinating how
think,
you still want to argue that point.
I'll tell you, do you believe that America went to the moon?
I don't know.
Do you believe
Haven't
America put a rover on Mars?
I haven't investigated that.
Okay, but would you accept it on face value that we went to the moon?
I'll be fine with that, but
Okay,
wouldn't
so you and I
hesitate.
are all right. No, that's cool. I just want to clarify. You and I are in agreement. You too, Gummy Bear. Did we go to the moon? The United States went to the moon. We'll take that as right. So, I'm happy that we can all agree that the United States is the greatest motherfucking nation that ever existed ever.
I know.
So I just want to congratulate you boys for taking that stance out here, and fucking thank you very much.
Well, that was a nice deviation from the subject. Yeah. So if you make a single position fixing using circles of equal altitude, you'd quickly realize there's no assumption of the Earth being flat, and it pretty much assumes the opposite. It assumes that the Earth is a sphere. When you're comparing your angle to the expected distance, you use your guess coordinate with the GP of the star, and the distance you use to estimate the angle is calculated using spherical geometry. How's that assuming a flat surface? Like, feel free to try to say it matches a flat Earth.
That's the thing. Real celestial navigation never assumes a flat Earth, but in his strawman version, it has to. But in the real world, it doesn't.
In order to get your angle, you need a flat baseline, dude.
Okay, okay. Let's if I live
I know
stream
you're gonna
Issa,
extrapolate that there's a slice of fucking existence that you're gonna extract, just push out upon off of the Earth's surface and try to make an imaginary
You know
baseline.
what
Is that what you're gonna
you
explain
know
to me
what a
right
dip
now?
angle is?
Issa,
Do you know what a dip angle is?
Issa, let me see if I can understand Steelman your understanding of celestial navigation, shall we? Can I live stream? And then you tell me if I do draw anything wrong.
I'm not
Give
really
me.
interested.
He's no interest.
Yeah, well, yeah. If I didn't know about what I was talking about, also wouldn't be interested. I'm trying to.
No, I've made my point, but it's like you're gonna jump over it, and that's cool.
His point is
And
that
that
he doesn't understand it, and if you get to show stuff, you'll have to show more about how he
And the
doesn't
point is that you
understand
just don't. You're not smart enough, Bacon. You can't pick up on what I'm putting down. That's all.
Oh, you can correct me
That's
in the
all, bud.
first mistake
And
you
I'm
made.
just joking around, but don't fucking start going there. No reason to bring the knives out. Look, I've made my fucking claim, and that's how and I'm sticking to it in that regard. But it's like I understand that we can go and extrapolate sphericity and all the rest of it, and bring in all kinds of stuff. I just think again, when you get out to that level of information, it's almost useless because essentially, like celestial navigation, the ancients have always used these fucking means to be able to fucking travel the earth, and so their presumption that the earth was flat and the idea that even today, like we have to argue
Oh,
about what
that's
the guy, like if you're look at it from this one, we have to argue about what the guy meant on the fucking celestial navigation video when he said we just need to imagine the earth is flat. Why
Only
bring
yeah.
it
because you're
up?
Just
taking
watch
it
the
out of
next
Why
seconds.
bring it
context.
down here, man? Why bring it up?
Because
Why
you're
not just
taking it out of
listen, bro?
context that we
Why not
argue
just
about it.
I don't
Just
know.
watch
I'm
it the
trying to
following.
oversimplify
Like
it. I'm
he
trying to
says in the
oversimplify it for you.
he says in
Like
the very next minute. He says, "Okay, two problems with that.
I
One,
I get it. I understand, but the thing is that you still have to do that.
no,
You
you
still have
don't.
to imagine. This one point is that the fact that we're arguing about this because the guy brought it up shows that like there's some reasoning to why they would have to. Why are they bringing it up? Why are they imagining the
You
Earth is
show
flat?
it doesn't
You're
work.
ignoring the context, Issa.
I
He
get the
It's
showed.
context. What I'm saying
completely.
is we're starting at point one and just having like a moment of like, hey, what the fuck is this moment? And then we're not going to go into jumping into how stupid things can get if we're going to extrapolate shit that we don't even need to know. What you want to know is the altitude of a star, its time that it might be over an area, and fucking you want to be able to maybe triangulate something using other stars. You might want to do a couple different, you know what I mean? But not too much, you know? It's like,
Issa,
we're not trying to map out the Earth when someone's trying to get to like wherever.
Issa. If when he showed when he said that, imagine that the Earth is flat, he showed you an equation and then he used that equation to do celestial navigation. You'd have a point. I'll agree with you. We would have a point that he's using math for a flat Earth or a flat Earth assumption. But when he makes that example, when he finished the example, he says this doesn't work. He gave that example to show it doesn't work. So you can say, what you keep asking, why would he show that? To show it doesn't work. It's pretty clear on the video. You just have to watch the very next seconds.
It's been a while since I've watched it. I'll watch it again just so I can.
It's on the
My
clip I
own
sent you.
argument. And no, because I'm from what I gather, I think I understand what the geometrical problem, if that's what you're calling it, is, and I understand maybe he addresses it. To me, I'm also at the point where some of it is extrapolation that's unnecessary. I'll have to watch exactly what he says though. And forgive me, I'm busy for like 10 minutes.
No problem.
Yo, no one's got any old cell phones laying around and wants to make like a couple, a few bucks a month or something. You like an old Android. It could even be an iPhone.
What is that picture, Gummy Bear?
It's just some concentric circle. Essentially, he doesn't understand how something can both be parallel and curved. And essentially, by definition, concentric circles are pointwise, both parallel and curved.
Means that curved lines could be parallel.
Pointwise, yes, correct.
Huh. I guess so. On a circle, you could draw one circle and that's called something else. What's that called?
Concentric.
Concentric circles. That's right. That was my name actually for a little while.
I think so. To get a curve to be parallel to another curve, I guess every normal vector from one has to be perpendicular to the other, right?
Pointwise, it is parallel in every sense. Of course, as a whole, you can't really call it parallel. You can only really call it pointwise parallel.
But if I just give you two random curves, you just don't automatically know which point you should compare to each other point. So that I'm trying
If
to
you
be
gave me
more.
2 points, two points, I could tell you if at any point it does match up for any extent of time or not.
Huh?
Like
if I give you two curves, right, and you want to know if they're parallel, so you get 1 point of one of those curves. Then you're going to compare that to a point in the other curve. But which part of the other curve are you going to get the point? Because depending on which point you get, you're going to get it.
You'd have to check the point that is closest. So using the normal of one curve, move until you hit the other curve. And
Is
then
it
you check
the one that's closest?
Hmm?
Is it the one that is the closest? I'm not sure if it would be the one that is the closest. I would.
It's not necessarily the part of it that is the closest. In order for it to be parallel or pointwise parallel, it would have to be it must have to be must be able to hit it from the normal vector.
Yeah, and it has to hit it in a perpendicular direction, right?
Yeah, exactly. Essentially, it needs to have the same slope as the original one.
Which means that
point.
if you get a curve, and then you get another function that gives you the normals for each point of the curve, and from that you get another function that gives you a point from that normal, that would create a new curve that is parallel to the first one, right?
Yeah.
Nice. I was looking the definitions of definition normal, I think yesterday, because it was being argued that you cannot have a 90-degree angle to a curve, but actually that's defined by normals.
Yeah. The thing is that it's defined by the pointwise slope.
Yeah, so if you get the definition of normal, it says it has a 90 degrees to the surface, and it also is defined as having 90 degrees to the tangent of the surface, which would mean they're both the same thing.
even the thing is, you know, like Bev likes to talk about Euclid in his books.
Mm-hmm.
Euclid even mentions angles to a circle in his book. And I tried
Mm-hmm.
bringing this up to Bev, and he muted me because he didn't want to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
And Euclid defines it that exact way by the pointwise slope.
Mm-hmm. If I use Euclidean to get distances on a sphere, is that spherical geometry?
No. So the thing that makes it spherical geometry is if you use spherical coordinates.
Right, but what if, like, what if I go from spherical coordinates to Euclidean coordinates, do my math, and then convert back to spherical? Is that whole equation, would that be considered spherical geometry?
I mean, part of it's spherical geometry and part of it's Euclidean. And I don't know if you could classify the whole thing by its parts.
Right, but the thing is, if you look to the input and output of the function, it would be mathematically identical to the formulas from spherical geometry, right?
Yeah. Input and
So,
output would be.
right. Okay.
At the same
That's what
time,
I do. That when I
at
have
the same
to.
time, whatever formulas you're using in Euclidean, if you can simply convert from spherical to Euclidean, do the formulas, and then convert back, you are able to simply just convert the equation itself into spherical geometry. So it's like it's possible to do what you're saying, but it's not necessary in any sense.
Yeah, I do because I don't want to use math that I don't understand.
And that's fair, yeah.
Just for like at least if I can, like I can swap them after, like if I do my own way and it works, then I switch to spherical geometry formulas and it doesn't make any difference. I think that's fair to use spherical geometry formulas because I know my own ones do the same thing. I would use spherical geometry because they're computationally easier. But for now, I'm just still using Euclidean.
The thing is, spherical geometry actually only refers to the surface of a sphere of a given distance or radius. So anytime you're talking about more than just the surface, so like talking about something above the surface or things like that, you're technically not using spherical geometry, but you are using spherical coordinate, or you can be. You know what? You get what I mean?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm definitely using spherical coordinates. Where's Kusho? Is he here?
And that's as well a thing. It's just like you can use spherical coordinates without it being spherical geometry.
Yep. Which is what I'm doing.
Time really that we use spherical geometry is when we're talking about like spherical triangles on Earth, like distances and angles on the surface of Earth. Like when we're talking about spherical axis, often use spherical geometry.
Yeah. Well, when you get distances between coordinates, usually it's done by spherical geometric formula. Uh,
And then, like a big misconception that a lot of flat earthers seem to have is that just because you use saying spherical geometry, it doesn't mean you're talking about a spherical Earth, and vice versa. It's not. You can use spherical geometry like on something that is on flat Earth. Of course, you
yes,
wouldn't
but
be talking about the surface itself.
but you then you would never get, for example, south latitude, for example.
Oh
Like,
yeah, of course. When we're talking about
some
longitudes and latitudes, yeah, exactly.
yeah, so they would not be mapped. Like, if you try to map them to something like the A map, they would no longer be spherical coordinates.
Like, we could use spherical coordinates or spherical geometry to talk about a quite round hill that could exist on a flat Earth. Of course, if we're talking about the whole thing as a whole, then yeah, it only works on a globe Earth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you use the same logic of spherical coordinates, you just use the origin, the center of the sphere below the flat Earth. Every point on the surface would have a pair of latitude and longitude and elevation. But you would only have coordinates on one hemisphere of that sphere. Do you get what I'm saying?
I don't quite get what you're saying.
Okay, let me. Can I draw it? Are you busy?
Yeah,
Can I? Okay.
Oh, yeah, you can.
So here's, say, the disk of flat Earth, and this would be like the y-axis and the x-axis, and the origin would be, let's say, below the flat Earth, right here. So, for example, a point here on the surface, you can get, for example, if this is the point of spherical geometry, this would form a sphere around this point, in which the points are mapped to elevation 0, right? For example,
Wait, okay, I get it. The thing with this though is that you wouldn't get an even spread of the coordinates. Do that?
What do you mean?
You
Well,
would,
for example, let me just give one
yeah,
example
okay.
here. So,
Yeah.
let's say I have a point on the sphere, not on the flat Earth. I have a point on the sphere here. So my spherical coordinates would point to this direction. And if it's at the surface of the sphere, the elevation would be 0. So I'll have a latitude, longitude, and a 0 elevation. But if I get a point on this flat surface that intersects this arrow, let's say here or here, I just gonna get a smaller elevation, but I can still map this point using these spherical coordinates. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. All I was saying was I'm pointing out that this could never, or this can never be how we use
Sure, definitely.
it, because of the fact that we know that there's an equal distance between, like, for every 1 degree you get the same distance. It's a linear relationship. And if you were to construct it this way, it wouldn't be like that. It would be
I
in the
think
center. It would be way more spread out, and then towards the edge,
exactly.
it would go. Yeah.
Exactly, but I think there's a more obvious way that doesn't work, because we have people that would be below the Earth. That's it. Like, we have coordinates, people having coordinates in all sorts of hemispheres, and for
The
that
other
to be the
thing,
case, the whole hemisphere will have to be this part below.
the only way to get like reasonable longitude latitude lines on a flat Earth is if you use polar coordinates.
What are polar coordinates?
So essentially, just think about a flat circle, and the one coordinate is the distance from the center, and then the
Oh,
next
it's
coordinate.
it's what the it's like the translation from circle coordinates to the A map.
Yeah, it kind of, yeah. It's essentially all you have is one distance. That's essentially how far away from the center, and then the other is an angle of where on the clock, essentially, or where on the circle.
Right. So if you use the latitude as the first one, I mean, you have to inverse that and add 90 degrees to start at 0 in the center. And then use the longitude as the second one. That gives you the A map, right? Let me show you another thing that I constructed. This is an old project, but it's like actually this is new, but it's a new version of an old project I had. Which is you have for now 5 source images. Each one of them is a projection. It's a sphere projection, and this is not just putting the image here. This is trying to map this projection onto the screen, and you can select how it's going to read the image. So it's going to read the image as if it was an A map, and it's going to project on the screen as if it was an A map. So you're going to have an A map. Like if the image is an A map, you're reading as an A map, and you're drawing as an A map, you're going to see an A map. But you don't have to draw it as an A map. You can draw it as a Mercator map. So this is using that image to produce a Mercator map. As you can see, the pixels here are very stretched because you only have a few of those on the A map, and here you need many of them. There are other projections. Let me, for example, if I get this A map with the south centered, this is going to flip the projection because
Yeah, you'd have lower graphical information on the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, so there you have it. But if I use the actual math of the A map from the south, it gives me back the Mercator. And then there are weird stuff you can do with this. For example, you can project the south as a north. One second, it's quite heavy math that it's doing there because these images are very big. So I'm going to project a north one using the south. So again, you're going to get the A map back. But this is coming from the source image of the south one. But if you do that using, let's say, the Mercator as a source image, it's going to flip the middle by the edges, and it's going to look like something, like this. So this is flipping the Mercator from the inside out.
Yeah.
There's also the equirectangular. Let me just use the equirectangular too. Yeah. So that the original image would look like this. And there's the GeoPeters. So this is the GeoPeters. Let me use the GeoPeters source image. This is, I think, it's the lightest image I have. It's not that big of an image. But one nice thing is that if you use, let's say, the GeoPeters to project a map, the mapping of the outside of the circle actually gives you a valid coordinate on the GeoPeters because it uses the arcsine function. It uses the sine function, yeah. And then, so if you extrapolate the angles in a sine function, it still gives you a valid result, right? It just flips. So here you have the whole map projected again, but now it's mirrored, and it's around the original one. So as you can see, It's like the things are upside down. And if you go again, you have it flipped again. So now it's on the correct direction, but it's very squeezed. And you have infinite of those. Like the more you zoom out, the more you see. Anyway,
That's a cool little project.
yeah, thanks.
It definitely shows off a lot of the like stretching and morphing and things that happen when you use different projections.
Mm-hmm. The original one was just meant to prove that all projections are compatible. Like they're all mapped to the same sphere. So if you can use one to project another, that proves it, right? Because if they weren't compatible, you would get a different thing when you try to project another one. The original one does more stuff. Like you can also create great circle routes on the surface. You can also find like you can get the coordinates of points. You can also create your own AE projection. You just double click any position on Earth and it's going to project that as an AE map with that point centered. So you can use any point on Earth to create an AE map.
Yeah.
It also gives you like, are you familiar with rendering?
Yeah.
So there are OBJ files, and if you create an OBJ sphere, you can paste the file there, and the web page is going to change that OBJ to match any projection you want. So for example, if you spheres on Blender, for example, by default, the mapping of a sphere is of an equirectangular projection. So it just uses latitude and longitude as XY axis on the image that is 1/2. And that's the default mapping. So if you want to create an Earth texture, an Earth sphere on Blender, you would use a equirectangular projection as the source for the texture.
Yeah.
But so if you use a different projection, it's going to be all distorted because it's not mapping that projection. So this old project allows you to pick a different mapping. So you can get the mapping for the A map, for example, and then use the A map as a texture for the sphere on the Blender. That's going to give you the same Earth than if you use the equirectangular one. So you can allows you to use different projections to map spheres on rendering software. I think I have a screenshot of every projection projected on a different sphere, and they're all together, so you can see that they're all the same. See if I can find it. Here I found it. So on Livestream text, you have 5 spheres, and each one of those using a different projection as the source for the texture. But none of them is distorted. They're all the same. They all from the same Earth.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Yo, Jeremy, what do you think about the test, dude? Looks like Bacon's all in. He's gonna get his Brazilian gang friends to fucking get this thing done, dude. Yo, dude. I'm looking at this thing in the chat from Crypto. And I gotta tell you, dude, this is how you know the flat earth is dead. Completely dead, dude. You guys are fucking sitting here talking about wheels for 2 days, dude.
What are you talking about, bro? What do you want to talk about?
I mean, the flat earth? Dude, I told you fucking Bacon's doing your test, man. No shit, dude.
The concentric circles thing?
Yeah.
So if it's circles going in an arc and you're going to get a straight line distance.
What do you mean?
Okay, you're going to get the distance between 2 points of the subsolar point, but that's not a straight line. It's going in an arc.
Yeah, I know, dude, but I didn't do the numbers earlier. And I don't really want to do them right now, but I will. So I'm going to show you. Because you know the thing with the arc and the arc length and the chord line, right? That there's a distance where if you're close enough, they're not that different. And then after you get to a certain point, they become very different. Let me see what that is.
Then what?
Damn it. I wish we used a metric system, man. Now that I think about it. I hate having to convert fucking feet to miles. So what distance do you think? So what?
I don't know. We need to get the distance between the points, but it needs to be a curved distance.
Let's see what 500 miles will give us. Let's see. Hold on.
How far are they going between each of the points? How do we even verify the distance?
Leave that to me. Just kidding. I don't know. I gotta figure out how to do that. I mean, that part's easy, dude. If they're on the same, if their longitude is getting the sun, right? We can confirm their position to that. So, give me a second. I gotta do this fucking 2 million feet. All right. So for 500 miles, let's say that these two fucking places were 500 miles apart. The difference between the straight line distance and the around the curve distance around the circle is only about 1/5 of a mile. That's good news for me, dude, because fifth of
Definitely
mile.
gonna throw our time off.
Look, yeah, a fifth of a mile. Come on, dude. Dude, a fifth of a mile, and we're gonna be trying to calculate how fast the sun's moving to determine the length of the latitude. Okay, so a fifth of a mile when it's supposed to be traveling somewhere like 9,000. No, that's not right. Hold on. No, 24,000 miles that day. Yeah, almost 25,000 miles, and we're talking about a fifth of a mile. It's good to have a margin of error. I'm gonna say give or take a mile, dude. That's not bad at all.
Okay.
That's 500 miles. Let me see how this thing changes. Let me see how it grows. So hold on.
You need to get one of your cell phones going, bro.
Bigger fish to fry, dude. But
I'm doing good off this one, so I make like 10 cents a day passively just from my referrals.
From a referral. That's what
start
fucking
with,
tell me
don't
about
start
it.
with the referrals. Don't start with the referrals.
That's why
Every place has referrals. Everyone's got referrals, bro.
I did. I
Don't
wrote a
even
whole
get-
program the other day, modeling that thing you were saying, like buying the phones with the money. You'd have to have 500,000 phones, but you could make $250,000 every year.
No, you can't do that many phones.
It's not impossible.
The 30 cents a day thing, you probably could macro it. There'd be a lot of electricity. You would need a special fuse fuse box in the house for that.
That's a good point.
You can't do that many phones, bro. It's crazy.
I mean, yeah, it'd be worth the money, dude. If you had $250,000,
it would take you, dude. It would take you like an hour to set up every phone.
Yeah.
You know how many? If you get 500,000 hours, how many years is that?
It's a lot, dude. But hold on, I'm doing a different problem now because I'm trying to figure out this I'm writing. I don't know why I'm writing this dumb program.
Bro, I'm not even worried about it. I'm trying to get my money up, bro. Get your money up, not your funny up.
Well, I finished my resume. I had to add all this dumb shit in there, like make shit up and stuff. So. Shop that's saved. Yeah, I just make shit up, put it on my resume, and I'm gonna give it to the people at Tesla. There's so many job openings. Even if that guy didn't help me out.
If you make up companies that just are out of business, you could say you did whatever you wanted.
Yeah, I made up the whole job. I made up the whole job, and I said I was the lead teacher or something like that. He's the one who told me. He said just fucking lie on your resume. That's what he told me to do. Give me a second, because I'm still working on this other thing.
Something probably got mad stuff where I'm getting like a nickel a day for my referrals, like 20 cents a day for my referrals. Some of it's like 2 cents a day. Referrals is key. I wish I had a huge following of people. Might get another phone plan. I'm scared to have more than 8 phones on one IP because this guy said he had 10 phones and they stopped fucking paying him or something. So I really don't want to do more than 8 phones. And I got 8 going right now.
Wait, what? He said what? He said happens?
He said he had 10 phones on one IP and they stopped paying on like 8 of his phones or something. He only was paying
Yeah,
like 2
dude,
of them.
that's why you have to have phone service. I told you, dude. You can get a phone service for like $2.
Yeah, but you gotta be able to watch videos nonstop on it.
Well, on those
On 8
ones, yeah,
phones.
but that's why you got to do the other one.
Or even, the 30 cents a day one, yeah, you can do that, but that's not worth having a phone plan for.
Yeah, it is.
Like
That's
I
what I'm
said,
saying, dude.
get
You can buy the whole phone plan for less than $2
a month.
Yeah, dude. I'll look it up right now. Hold on. I can't believe
And you'll be able to watch unlimited data for $2 a month.
You don't need unlimited data, dude. That's what I just said. That if you don't do the one where you have to watch videos all day.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, if you can do 8 phones on that.
Yeah, you have a unique one for each one, dude.
Oh, I was thinking of making hotspots and then putting 8
Oh,
phones
well,
on
the
one thing.
hotspots, that's expensive, dude. Unlimited plans are as low as $25, but it says, yeah, $2.
I guess you don't need unlimited.
$2 per gigabyte, dude. You're not even gonna need a whole gigabyte.
Yeah, it really just shows you like 3 ads a day. No, it's not even ads. It's
It's a picture. See, there's this thing that you get these starter kits for free. So they're supposed to be $3 or $7, something like that. No, yeah, it's $4 starter kit, but there's always a free thing. Like even when you go to the website, like I didn't even put in a code; it just says it's free. And then that gives you the service. It comes to you in a couple of days. You get 2 SIM cards, and then they have plans that are you can buy plans just based on you can buy each minute separately. Each gig separately, like a tenth of a gig. So you can buy the tiniest plan with a service you didn't even pay for like $1 or $2 for each phone. You should just you should order probably a couple of these, dude, like right now. Just because you sit them on the phones you already have.
Think about it, because I don't have enough. I need to get more phones, I guess. I don't know. Saying the eight I do now for $2.40 a day. These man, I tap bad and shit on them. Sometimes these 8 phones end up making me like $10. That's what like tapping on. If you just were to do the 30-cent thing, boom, shut it down.
Trying to see. Hold on. Because when I got my plan,
I would need 100 phones though to make $30 a day. That's not even counting the $2 fucking monthly thing that you'd end up paying for.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That this shit's if you get this shit, it's only $2. If you only need it to literally do this couple of things, you don't need to make texts or phone calls. Then
Yeah.
you spend less than $2 for each line.
Still though, I would need 100 phones. But how quick do you get 100 phones though? If you just double up every month.
Well, I told you I wrote that fucking.
Yeah, but you're not doubling up though. You're only getting 30 cents.
Oh,
You're not
yeah,
doubling up every month.
I put that in there. Hold on, let me go to that code because I put it in here. Hold on.
What's wrong, bud? What's wrong?
Yeah.
We gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. I ate 8 phones. 8 phones after 1 month is gonna make $60. Or more than that actually. That's like 2 phones though. Right, so then next month you got 10 phones. That's gonna make you 10 phones times 30 cents.
Damn,
Hey,
dude, I
that's
forgot what I named
$3 a day. That's $90, and you get three phones the next month. So now you have 13 phones. 13 phones times 30 cents is $3.90. Let's say
Fuck, dude, I
$4.
forgot what I fucking. Forgot what I called
No,
this damn thing.
you're unreliable. We already know
Hold
this.
up, man. I'll find it in a second. Give me a second. Fuck. Maybe I called it this. No, that's something else.
NOP. View X, Y, Z. All right, I'm in the swing. Bud. You got a different one? Like this one? Alright. Alright. I feel like even after a year, I don't know, you might be sitting nice after a year. It's not going to be anything crazy, though.
Yeah, it is actually, dude. Hold on.
You don't even have the math for you're unreliable.
Fucking hell. Just give me a second, dude. Hold on. I honestly, how about it? Because I don't. If it's not important, I don't name it something important.
This is important. This is the most important thing you've ever done, sir.
Yeah, not really.
Still, you need 100 phones to make $30 a day, which is doable if you only have to do that one thing. If you have to do that one thing, you could just turn them on, unlock the screen, and then shut the phone off. And then you'd only have to charge them once a week. Or you could leave the phone on, leave them on. See, it takes mad time every day if you got to turn the whole phone on every day. Still, though, I could lay 30 out. I could lay 35 phones out, do that shit in like probably an hour, and have them all shut off and put back and have the new ones out ready to go. So 3 hours for the 100 phones. That's not bad.
Yeah, it is. Hold on.
How long would it take you to get 100 phones though?
I wasn't listening, man. That's all I want to say, though.
How long does it take you to get 100 phones with that?
Oh, not that long, dude. Just let me find this code. Don't say anything else to me. I'll pull this code up, and you'll see exactly.
Listen, no rush, no rush. But I'm gonna need it within like the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, hold on. Problem is, my brother gave me this fucking. It's like a fake joint. It's not even real weed, I don't think, but fucking I got high, dude.
Oh, I
He
see
said he
weed
bought
on
this in the
TikTok.
store. It's got real. It has real. It's like made out of real weed, but
Yeah, that 30 cents a day starts to add up though after enough. If you have enough phones going.
well, I'll tell you in a second. Hold on.
And $2 a month isn't bad. Like, what do you need? 4 days. The thing is, it takes a phone 8 days. No, less than that.
I think I wrote over
30
Chronic.
cents a
I wrote
day.
this thing for Chronic. I think I wrote over it with that stupid thing.
So if you get 30 cents a day, it'll take 10 days for the phone to pay for its phone plan, which means you get 20 days of it. You're only getting 20 days of it for free.
You talking for the $2?
Yeah. You only get 20 days worth for free. Or maybe it's like 21, 22 days or something. It takes like 8 or 9 days to pay for the phone plan with the 30 cents a day.
What?
7 days. 7 days it'll take. $2.10 for the $2 thing, provided there's no like little or no tax. So you get 23 days times 30 cents.
Your made up numbers are gonna be meaningless whenever I pull this up, dude. Because
If you ever pull that up.
I think I wrote over Chronic's this thing I wrote for Chronic. I think it's in that file. If it is, you're in luck.
Yeah, you were doing some gay shit for Chronic at the time, I remember.
Yeah, no, it was actually
You tried to design a dildo shaped fleshlight or something. Gay ass shit.
no. It looks like I didn't. Oh yeah, I did. I wrote it in there. Wait, give me a second.
After 1 month, I mean, from 8 phones after 1 month, you get $60. But 8 phones is going to be $16 on a thing. You have all the math figured in, even for the phone plans?
Yeah, all that shit, dude. Hold on. I don't know why I wasted my time that day because we were talking about it for. And I realized, like, why am I writing?
Yeah, you wasted your time with that Chronic thing. You should have been focusing on my thing.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was working on for whatever reason. Hold on. I guess that random code, dude.
I mean, once you get up to 100 phones, it's worth it for me because that's all I really need for my bills. Not really. I really need like 35 a day. That's kind of pushing it though. I got crypto money rolling in still, not a lot, but still something. I feel like I could do like 200 phones manageably. That's $60 a day.
Ah, found it.
Because I could probably lay out like 50 at once, do that 4 times. It'd probably take about an hour. I can't keep all that many phones on though at once. They'll be hogging up my bandwidth or whatever. Or like, you can only have so many devices connected. Plus, then you'd have to, if you had them on, you'd have to have them being charged all the time because some of these phones drain quick.
Yeah, now they're
Even
doing
when
2 or
they're
3 things, dude.
what's up?
Now they're doing 1 or 2 things a day. Like you said, like 3 times a day.
I know the standby modes on these phones though isn't great. Like some of them wear out after like only like 3 days or
Dude, you
something.
can fuck those. You can fucking adjust those, dude. Make it so it doesn't even do anything at all. Like it's not even using anything else in the phone except for that.
Yeah, it's true. You might can make it better. Still, though, I don't want to have that many devices connected at once to my Wi-Fi.
Well, exactly. That's why you gotta get the fucking service, man. Just check out US.
Oh yeah, if it's on the
US, not
service, I
mobile.
wouldn't.
Check that
If
out
it's
right
on the
now.
service, it wouldn't matter.
Yeah. You might.
Yeah, okay.
You should order one right now just so you can get because it's free. You don't have to do anything. You just order it.
Well, I got all my phones are set right now. I gotta wait till
I know what I'm
wait
saying,
till
but
I
if you
get.
have it, you can at least know. Fucking.
There's nothing to put it on though. There's nothing to do with it.
You won't need to. You'll just get the 2 SIM cards. Literally, when I got it, I didn't even use it for like half a year. I just got it, and I got 2 SIM cards. And once you activate one of them, you can buy, like I said, anything. You can just buy, 1 gigabyte or half a gigabyte.
You know what? A lot of my phones are locked though to like Samsung or not Samsung to like AT&T or something because I buy those Walmart phones.
Yeah, but even those phones, you can take out the SIM card.
I'll try it with my next one. Like if your math looks good, I'll go buy. I'll just start using the gift cards to get more.
Well, if I remember correctly, it did involve. You have to get crazy about it, and then you wouldn't be able to. Here, let me just pull it up. Hold on.
Get crazy with what?
Oh yeah, this is it. I found it. No, get crazy with how many phones you got. So I don't know why I have the radius in there for some reason, but I also have. So that's what I wrote this code in a random other program. So you got to tell me like how many phones you're gonna have on each. So one of the phones is 30 minutes a day. So how many of those phones? How many of those 30-minute a day phones will you have?
30 minutes a day. What?
Okay, so basically the way I had the program set up was some of the phones you only have them on 30 cents a day, and some of the phones you have them on $1.30 a day. So you have to tell
but
me
you
how many
can't do that
phones.
$1.30 thing with the $2 plan.
Yeah, I know.
Because you're gonna blow through gigabytes.
Exactly. Well, that's what I'm trying to ask you: is how many of each of those phones do you have? How many phones do you have for each thing? Let's say you have 5 phones, and you use 3 of them for 30 cents a day, and you use 2 of them for. So you just gotta give me however many you use for each one. How many phones do you have now? Right? English? Let's pretend you have 3 phones. Yeah, pretend you have 4 phones and you have 2 of each. That's what I'll do. What the fuck? All right, so I assume that you had 2 phones to start with, and you used half for each
I have
thing.
8 phones. 8 phones.
I know, man. That's what I was asking you. You didn't say anything. So I'm going to assume that you're using half for 130 and half for just 30, just so it grows at that rate.
Wait, what are you gonna do?
So what? What?
What are you trying to do?
I'm doing it so that you have half of the phones. So 4 of them only make 30 cents a day, and 4 of them makes $1.30 a day. I'm just growing
You can only
it
do
like
that for 8 phones max. The ones that make $1 a day, you can only have 8 of those. Hold on, bro. I'll be right
$1.30.
back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay. The ones that make $1.30 a day, you can only have 8 of those tops ever.
Oh, you can only have 8 tops ever?
Yes, because the $2 ones are
I
never
got you.
going to be able.
Yeah. What is it? Is it 30? Is it $1 every day, or is it up to $1, but somewhere in between? Like you
Count those 8 phones for like $1 a day. Because that's like sometimes I don't have a lot of time to tap on them and shit.
Okay, hold on a second. Then
Sometimes they don't even do $1 a day.
Hold on. So sometimes they don't do $1 a day. Damn.
No.
I have 8 phones. Give me a second. Okay, cool. I'm gonna say 3 months.
Count them for $5 a day. Count my 8 phones for $5 a day.
Not $1.30. All right.
It's going to be $5 a day. Sometimes I can do more. Sometimes I do less. It's fine. $5 a day. I got other things going that I make $5 a day on, or that I make a couple bucks a day on. So no matter what, I'm getting $5 a day.
Well, after this first month, this should be $192 a month in the month, after 30 days, which obviously.
How'd you get 8 phones? How'd you get $5 a day over 30 days? And you came up with what?
Yeah, came up with 192.
5 times 30 is 150. How'd you get 190?
Yeah, 150. 5. Yeah, no. I mean, dude, I'm not even doing the math. This thing's doing it for me. But let's just, I'll do it in the calculator. just to be sure. 80 cents a day. Like 80 cents.
Bro, just say my 8 phones are making 50 cents a day.
No, you already said $5 between all 8 of them. So 80 cents.
$5 a day, yeah.
80
Where are you
cents.
getting 80 cents from?
That's a good point, man. All right, dude. All right. Oh, okay. I meant 62.5 cents. No need to panic. All right, so $150.
A
Yeah,
month, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. $150.
So after 1 month, that's
150.
3. That's
Yeah,
give you
so
3 more phones.
if you got 3 more phones, no, if you got actually, because I made it so you double every time, but I guess you're not going to double, huh? All right.
3 more phones would give you an extra 30 cents times 3, 90 cents a day.
How many is each phone?
30. Well, at that point, it'll be 30 cents a day. Oh, how much is the phone? I'm buying them for $50.
All right, hold on.
I like Walmart and Target and shit.
Hold on 1 second.
Some of them are like $60. I get like $50 though. You got 150. Gets after the first month, it gets you 3 phones.
All right, hold on 1 second. I'm writing a new code now. All right. So $150 the first time. Okay.
The next time it's gonna be like 175 or something. The next month, like it's not gonna be. It's not. It's only gonna go up by 90 cents a day. I'm getting three more. So it's gonna be 30 cents a day times 30. It's gonna be 90 cents a day times 30. It's $27. So you're gonna have to pay $2 a phone.
Here it is.
So it's gonna be like $20 more. You're not even gonna be able to get another whole other phone after the next month.
Pretty good numbers, dude. I mean, the math you did. But yeah, you're right. $150 the first time. 177 the second time. Third month, 214 total. That's only if you. I gotta get rid of one of those phones. There we go. Yeah, so 150, 177, and 213. Keep going up. Let's just do 6 months.
You're adding at the end of every month. You get 3 more.
Nah, well, I did not exactly 3 more. It's a ratio between the amount of money you have and everything.
Yeah, so after that 177 month, you get 3 more that month, and you're back.
Well,
so now you're making 3 more phones worth.
The way that it grew, based on the ratio. Hold on. Yeah, so 8. You had 8 at first, so you bought 3, and then you bought 4, and then you bought 5, and then it says you buy 7, and then 10. Yeah.
How many months? until you have
It's 6
100.
months. So after 6 months, you should have 37 phones. If you bought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much after a year? How many after a year?
After a year. 239 phones.
Damn, bro, really?
Yeah, $2,200 a month.
Oh shit, bro.
Yeah, but if you want to stay under 100, month 9, you have.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because you could do 50 of them.
Yeah.
If you could leave them on, well, it's all about how much time it takes every day too. So if you can leave them all on.
You have to remember that this code right now is based off of you having a max of 9 or 8 phones, and the rest of them are 30 cents a day only.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, so this code that I just wrote is based off of, you don't have to worry about how long you leave the phones on.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to figure out how long it'll take to do them. If they're all on, and you could do them all.
Dude, you just write macros.
Really, you could probably macro it, yeah.
Exactly.
You'd still have to check to make sure the phones were on and shit, though. But you would have to check on it every day. You know what I mean?
How long
I
does
guess
it
it would
take
be
you
easier to. I mean, all you'd have to do is look and see if the phone's on, I guess.
How long does it take you to open the phone?
But the phone's already going to be open.
Yeah, but I'm saying you have to look at an ad, right?
Yeah, but if it's macroed, to do
Don't
it
forget about
manually,
that.
to do one phone manually, if it's already on and you don't have to shut it off after, it will probably take like 10 seconds tops.
Why do you have to shut it off?
No, I'm saying if you don't have to if you just, all you have to do is unlock the screen, that'll probably take like 10 seconds.
Yeah, well, why would you have to shut it off? I'm saying.
No, you don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to.
Okay, I didn't know if that was something you had to do or something like that. All right,
No, you don't have to shut the phone off.
I've used all my pens.
Wow, over 200 at the end of the year. That's crazy.
You probably don't want that many. Plus, you never know how long a thing like this is gonna last, right?
Hey, Kosho.
Yeah, that's true. I'd probably stop at like 100, 130 or something.
130. It's 10 months. But like I said, at this rate, you've almost made no money the whole time now. Keep that in mind.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, because all the money is used to buy more phones, and if you'll have to, if you're gonna get this many phones and phone services, I'll have to figure it out so that there's not any kind of, because obviously if like the company, like if they find out that a bunch of like one person is getting a bunch of them, then they might just use the same IP address or something like that, or so.
Yeah, but they're all on different IPs though. It's a different service. At worst, I lose the 8 phones.
What happens if you have a family plan and let's say you have 10 lines? Do they put you on different IPs? I guess, yeah, for sure, yeah.
Kosho.
Yeah, what's up, Bacon?
Check her DM.
Okay, yeah.
But that's it. I'm leaving.
Oh, right, okay, man. This what's up. Actually, I was getting ready to write I forgot I was writing that program. Cool, dude. A couple of your friends were able to help out? Emily? That's what's up, dude. Hey, what's a good way, do you think, to confirm some of these distances? Jeremy was fucking asking. Dude, these distances aren't far, though. Well, this one is kind of far. Like from 51 to... What's 12? I guess that's 11. What's 11? $763 miles.
There's also a thing you can put on the phone to get like an easy. That actually requires watching a visual ad for 30 seconds a day, but you can get a nickel a day out of that. A nickel every other day because it's a 24-hour timer. So you have to do it at like specific times. So I would just do it every other day to make sure the 24-hour timer was always up.
Yo, Bacon. Me and Jeremy were doing the arc length and chord length thing. Is he still in here?
He left.
He left?
Yeah.
Son of a. All right. Well, he already gave me some numbers, dude. People are sending shit in, dude. So say goodbye to flat Earth. What you were saying?
Nah.
Fucking. Oh yeah, right. So there's 100. There's 130. That's 10 months. Fucking $1,200 a month. It's not bad.
Yeah, that's all I need. That's all I need right there.
Yeah, but
that would only take a couple hours a day to do. That's easy.
Grim was telling us earlier about how China has these cryptos that they actually have expiration date on the money. It's not crypto; it's their actual currency, which is going to be like a digital currency, but it's going to have an expiration date.
That's dumb. People are just going to be buying like silver and shit with it.
Well, I mean,
They're
that's
basically
the idea.
forcing people into the barter system now. It's just stupid.
No, people who actually invest money or people who make money, they don't hold on to their money. They'll lose it if they do that. So they.
What if you want to buy a stock?
Yeah, then you buy the stock. That's what I'm saying.
Oh.
Yeah, you just have to use it. I think part of the reason. So there's several reasons. One is because they want to manipulate their own market, but two is, you know how like Bitcoin. Some people have Bitcoin and they can't even access them, and so they're like useless money. So they can get rid of the money and give it some value without actually potentially without losing anything because it's already been lost. But they're honestly going to use it to manipulate it. But the other thing is, obviously they can easily control how people. They can easily control people by doing that, because. So it's beneficial for them, but it's also going to help their economy.
$10 months, it's not bad.
Yeah, but I mean, you could make it so that you can, let's say you want to get a piece of it every month, so you're not buying phones with all of it. I'll change it up a little bit.
No, I'm good. I don't need it.
Let me just see what happens.
I probably would just macro it to automatically do the unlock screen. I don't know that I gotta have it on and plugged in nonstop. I don't know.
If you keep them plugged in, they don't have this. They don't have this. You're gonna barely need to charge them, dude.
Yeah. I plug them in once a week or something.
Yeah, if that, dude.
Or once every 3-4 days or whatever.
Just make sure they're always above 50% or something, or 80%.
Yeah.
60. Yeah, just keep them above, and then
like just one phone. You could honestly probably even do just one phone at a time. Like throw it on the charger, let it charge up, put it in a pile, throw the next phone on. You wouldn't need like 100 chargers.
If you were smart about it, you would get it in shifts. Like you would have different phones at different areas, and do these phones. When you're gonna click on them and open them and shit, and then you'd have them scheduled for when you charge them and everything. Yeah. So this, okay. Yeah, you might not want to do it like this.
You got to spend all the money on the phones right away till you get the amount you need. Yeah, you don't want to be taking money and buying snacks and knickknacks and shit with it till you're straight.
Well, let me see.
There's some kid I met. He said he's 15. He just started doing it. I'm showing him the ropes.
Oh shit. Corrupting the youth, huh?
He's in a phone farm group, and people aren't really that helpful there, so I'm helping him.
You know, Bitcoin's been fucking so weird during this Ukraine thing. It literally goes from 37.
And I got him as a referral. I make like 5 cents a day off that kid.
Because he's a referral? Wow, dude.
I got him for a referral for something.
User and abuser.
I need to make 5 cents a day, 600 times a day.
Let me see what Bitcoin. Let me see what Bitcoin's. Let me see. Yeah, it's like it's going up and down from 37 to 42.
I just rebought into some of my baby swap tokens. I'm probably gonna end up buying a bunch more of those. It's a good coin, and it's really low right now. Some good passive income.
My brother lost a lot of his Cardano, so he just took it all out. You should have done that.
He should have listened to me.
Yeah.
Because I bubbled off the shit your brother would have got. The shit I would have put your brother into, he would have bubbled off of. I mean, it's down now, but at the time, like it went way up.
You know, Bitcoin's about where it was last year, but still, it's going up and down super quick. 44.
I make like 2,000 satoshis a day off of passively from Bitcoin. I don't know how much money that is. Probably not much. I got like 5 different Discord accounts. I got passive income ticking in on it. A couple pennies a day here and there. Yeah, I could have made. At one point, I could have made so much fucking money if you had like 1,000 Discord accounts. You could have killed it.
I do, dude. I mean, I did. I have a whole bunch of them.
You got to have them all online. They all got to be online at the same time.
The same exact time? Why?
Because they'll like rain coins. They'll rain coins to people. But you only get them if your Discord is online. Some of them you have to be active in the chat. Some of them you just have to be online.
What does that mean? They were just giving them to people because they were. Oh yeah, I remember that when those servers were like.
They still do.
Supposed to be there. They still do.
No, it rains coins like all day, all over Discord. Yeah, there's mad crypto rooms where it just fucking like while I'm chatting with you guys, I'm always getting free coins rained in on me.
How much?
It's not a lot. Well, it's not a lot. That's why you would need like 1,000 fucking Discords on at the same time.
Yeah, but I can do that.
Yeah. They're checking for shit though, like if you're on 24 hours straight, or like they know they can tell if you're fucking around.
No, but I mean like I can just get on and switch accounts and have it automatically switch and
yeah.
That's easy. I have so many accounts, dude. I mean, I don't go on. I don't.
You just gotta have them all on at one time, though. That's the thing.
I can have. I mean, I can have 50, 100. I mean, I can have a bunch of them on at once.
You like 5,000 accounts on at the same time?
I don't have 5,000 accounts.
If you did have 5,000 Discord accounts,
yeah.
You could get them all on at the same time.
Yeah.
How?
Just use virtual machines.
Oh.
Just get the cheapest ones you can get, and
you could just macro your computer to. Well, if you have to pay for the VMs, it's not worth it. I'll tell you right now.
I mean, I guess it really depends. I mean, there's
like each account is only going to make you a couple. I don't even know how much. Maybe like a penny a day or something. That's why I said you need like 5,000.
Penny a day. Yeah.
That's why I said you need like 5,000 accounts. Well, if you have 5,000 accounts, it's $50 a day.
Yeah.
Which is banging.
Yeah, but
it might be more. It could be like 5 cents a day. I don't know how much. Depends on how much they rain. It probably varies.
What kind of coins does they give out?
Just all different coins for whatever room it is.
I'm still working on making
some rooms are doing Doge. Ethereum, XRP, a whole
I'm just
bunch
gonna
of
go back to
different.
making a. I'm make a game, dude, and try to get into the try to get into like the other side of it, dude. Because if you have a good enough game, then you know in game purchases and shit like that. So I'm making this game. My friend, she plays this game. It's like a fashion game, and she dresses these girls up and competes with other people. And I was gonna make one of those for, you know, like VR, like the metaverse, because people can actually like shop for them for real, and you know,
I heard. What's
gather
this?
up a wardrobe and shit.
I heard somebody has a job working at a Subway inside the metaverse, and they make like $2 an hour or something.
What? Why would people be going to Subway? Do they get real sandwiches or something?
I don't know why. Why would you even be? Is it like you have a health bar or like a food bar that you need to keep up on your character or something? I don't know how it works, bro.
Where did you hear this?
TikTok, so you know it's legit. Or YouTube or something.
Look this shit up, dude.
People are definitely doing jobs inside the metaverse for money.
Why not? I just found it. Holy shit, you're not wrong. I know that. I bet you that's not real though. Well, no, maybe it is. There's another video where someone's buying one.
I had this one guy who offered me $100 a week to mod his chat room. Like, I didn't even know they wanted me to like talk about it and hype the coin up and shit. I don't know. I didn't even.
Yeah, you're basically a whore, dude.
If there was what?
Said you're basically a whore.
You're providing a service to people. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he wants you to hype the coin up and sell
Oh
to
yeah,
people
yeah.
and fucking.
We're not selling, but he did definitely wanted to hype the coin up and shit. Or not hype the coin, just talk about it. Just talk about it.
How much were you gonna get for that?
Offered me $100 a week.
It's actually not bad.
If I didn't even know what to say about the coin, like it's not really that interesting. There was nothing for me to talk about it for that long for.
Honestly, dude, being a mod in Gem server, should actually be a paying job.
Yeah, yo, if Jem got everyone to sign up for one of my things, he would kill it if he got like even half the people in there to do it. 'Cause like I said, there's one like I put someone on a coin on like a couple different things, and like every time they cash out, I get like I'm making like 10 cents a day from one guy from this one thing, and then 5 cents a day from other people. If you got that from like 100 people, it's pretty good money.
Yeah, dude, it's kind of one of those
Some
things.
like daily passive income.
This went on for a long time, you'd be golden, dude. But if it,
This shit's been going for years. It's been going for years. These things. Like this didn't just spring up yesterday.
Well, actually, it was Trish. Trish, she was the one. She told me about that queen, that bee thing, the one
What,
that you
the honey
do.
gain one?
Yeah,
The
she
honey
was telling
gain?
me about that 2 years ago.
Yeah, that shit's. I get 20 cents a day off of that.
Yeah, because she was trying to get people to join.
Yeah, I get 20 cents, and my referrals. I got 4 referrals. I get 2 cents a day from them. So, You had like 5,000 of those referrals. That'd be some nice money.
I gotta stop writing these dumb codes, dude. I gotta go. I gotta get a car in a second.
All right. Deuces.
Well, no, I mean, I was supposed to go a long time ago, dude, and
Oh.
I'm probably gonna miss the bus. And hold on.
Maybe my angel hair or something else.
You said what?
Okay. Penne? Rotini? What's up? I was not talking to you. You're taking buses and shit?
Buses? Yeah, I gotta take. I don't have my car anymore. I gotta take a bus.
Take
to
an
get my
Uber.
car.
Take an Uber.
Yeah, this is a waste of money.
Those are such a waste of money. I can't believe that people have spent so much money on those, right?
Yeah. Well, South by Southwest is this weekend as well, so it's probably like $1,000 to get an Uber.
Oh, damn. I made $300 last weekend off Uber. They had a deal, do 15 rides to get $175 extra. So I did the 15 rides. That was like $125, and then I got the $175 extra.
If I had a car today, I could make $1,000 right now, probably.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Let me see. I'll look how much it costs right now.
The surge used to be crazy, bro. Like a year or two ago, the surging was like it would get up to like 5x. So if somebody was taking like a $20 ride, it'd be like $100 ride.
It's probably gonna be worse than that, dude. Let me see. Hold on.
I brought someone 5 blocks once and got like $15 for it.
Check this out. I'm going down the street. Whoa, that's not expensive at all. I should probably take this. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying, bro. You're fucking around with buses and shit.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna take this.
For a couple bucks.
What the fuck? This is weird.
Listen, all I need to do is make like $35 a day from home, bro. Figure it out and get back.
Yeah, they're not cheap. They're not expensive right now, so I'm probably gonna run out and get one of these now. Then I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, I would mod. I would be a mod for fucking dirt cheap. You give me a mod. You could give me for dirt cheap to mod, son. Just make sure people. Yeah, you want me to babysit adults? That's fine on the internet. I don't know what's cheap per mod though. You could probably get like a Filipino to do it for like $10 a day. Actually, I'd probably be a more expensive mod. I can't be doing no shit all day for $10. Like I couldn't work at that Subway for $2 an hour. That's not in the cards. It's not enough money. Depends on how detailed it was. If you gotta wear an Oculus all fucking day for 10 hours or something, that's only $20.
I go away for 2 minutes and I come back. You're talking about hiring a Filipino to be mod?
No, I was saying I'd probably be you could get me for dirt cheap to be a mod in the chat room or something. But then I remembered like all the crazy countries that would do it for like way less than I would.
Yeah, dude. The thing is, you know what? There's a good. I had a fortune cookie once, dude. I gotta try to remember here. Maybe actually, is this it right here? If you don't, no, that's not it. No, it might be my bad. I don't know. It doesn't matter. What it said was, I don't want to misquote it. Just give me a second.
Like be a paying job, like if you're a mod somewhere. Because then you'd get great moderation. You know what I'm saying? If people were paying people to do it, it'd be fantastic moderation. Especially in something like this. Like if you brought a non-biased mod to this who didn't give a fuck about the shape of Earth, literally did not care. That's a great mod right there. I mean, I could be non-biased if I'm not in the conversation, but yeah, we need like $50 a day, 5 days a week. I'll mod your shit for 8 hours.
Hold on, let me see.
I'm telling you, Jem should have try to get all his people to sign up for something. Like that one with the bees, the honey gang thing, that's fucking easy, but you need like thousands of people to make any real money off it. The one thing I do with the watching videos on the phone, like there's two of them I got, they're semi-passive, so every once in a while you gotta click it every few hours or something. But every time somebody cashes out of that shit and I refer them, I get like 5-10 cents or something. So if he had like, I don't know how many people he's got over there, 100. He's getting 105 cents a day. What's that? It's only $5.
I found
Still
the
that's
quote,
100.
dude.
What'd you
105
find?
cents today is $31.
What's up?
Or $31.50.
What's 31.50?
You said $1.05 a day. I mean, $1.05.
No. If you get 5 cents a day from 100 people, it's only $5.
Oh. Anyways, yeah, the quote was it was fortune cookie. It said, "The bitterness of poor quality remains long after the sweetness of a low price is forgotten."
I don't even know what that means, bro.
That means that sometimes people are always worried about giving people a cheaper fee. Like either they want to beat out the other competitors and be the cheaper guy. But what this quote is saying is that sometimes in winning business, it's not the most important thing to be the cheapest one, because it's saying that the bitterness of poor quality remains long after the sweetness of low prices is forgotten. So people are going to, soon forget about they're going to soon forget the joy they had of getting the cheapest phone or the cheapest meal or something. And they're going to, the good quality is going to far outlast that goodness and prices.
That's what you get when I come in to mix quality.
Well, that's what I'm saying, dude. Is if you were a mod and you don't have to charge the cheapest. If you're, people know you're like, well, it's that mod.
Are there people like hiring? Where do you like apply to be a mod somewhere?
That's what the shittiest thing about being a mod is. It actually is work, and it doesn't pay anything.
There must be people paying for mods somewhere, no?
Yeah, some places, yeah. Like real debate servers where they actually make money there and shit. Yeah, I mean, if they make money, then what's that show called? Red's Rhetoric, that whole fucking show. What was that show called? The Team Skeptic and Red's Rhetoric. What was that show called they were on?
I don't know. I forgot the name of that shit.
Why don't you just come into Gems, dude? Because I gotta jump in the shower now anyway, so I'm gonna go in there and see what they're doing. There's only 40 people in there, dude. We should just merge the servers, dude. Merge the servers.
All guys are spastic, bro.
Who's Le Point? There's a new French guy in here. Is Le Point French? I think
Point, you don't get that in France.
Hold on.
French, you don't get Le Point in French, Coco.
It might be French, man.
It could be some guy we talked to on a regular who just changed his name.
Well, I think Le Point wants to get his, we situated.
Of course.
I unmuted him. Here we go. How's it
You've
going,
got it
LePoint?
right, Kosho.
What's going on, Le Point?
I'm good. And you?
I'm always good.
That's nice.
You sound familiar, Le Point. What's
Maybe. Do you know Don?
Which one? I know a few Dons.
Don.
Like D-O-N or D-A-W?
D-O-N.
Yeah, I know Don. He's cool.
And Fundamental?
Fundamental?
Yeah. We know that. We know who that is, yeah.
And Illegal?
Illegal, yeah.
And Bacon and
Bacon Bits, yeah.
So many others. Sirius?
How do you know these people? Where do you know all these people from?
That's a long story.
Well, a different server or?
Oh yeah.
Which server?
From the
Science
Asylum.
versus pseudoscience?
Tell me.
Asylum, okay.
Science versus pseudoscience?
The Asylum, it's a new flat Earth server.
So, what is Earth Awakening server?
It's like where we talk about Earth's related subject.
Oh, I have found a crazy. I've made up myself a theory about the shape of the Earth.
What is it, man?
I mean, colloquially, right? Not like scientific theory, right?
Wait, don't give it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's a regular theory.
Sure.
Yeah, so shoot, dude. I'm
I
curious.
share my screen so you can see.
I hope you're porn bombing on us.
Okay. If you see my screen, you see me. Tac.
What's up, dude?
Oh, sorry. It's push to talk. Yes, that's working now. Yeah, it's nice. I've made a theory that I've shared to Namphy Noah. Okay. You all know Admiral Richard Byrd.
Yeah, I've met him a few times.
The guy who go to Antarctica and made the first movie about it.
Right.
And it was... at a moment in the short video, he says the North Polar Sea is surrounded by frozen continent.
Right,
the North Polar Sea is surrounded by frozen continent. The Antarctic, so the south one, continent is surrounded by frozen sea. So it's interesting for me. And I was, okay, that's interesting. Okay. And then I look into that. I couldn't say, be lying, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yes. But it's interesting stuff. If we don't hear it, we wouldn't even think about it. That's true also. And I have to share you a story that I find interesting. Go ahead. I copy and paste what I have previously shared. Sorry, I have to put it in a correct order. I have to read it, this guy. I have the most fucking holy moly interesting story you'll ever heard about Flat Earth. This comes back to the time I was studying the origin of World War II, when Germany have at the beginning of it made a deal with the Zionist party to send back to home through exodus the wealthy Jews before the beginning of hostilities to a port in Palestine where they can settle safely in a Judeo-Nazi boot camp. Here is the coin of the colony, Ashkenazi colony. So this is a coin, and you pretty much, if you have seek into, you will find it. The coin with the Star of David and the swastika. And then I write another thing. The thing is that my attention get coked up by the fact that I will know that the Palestine, was the Philistine colony settlers come early in this part of the world. Judea was called the Galicia. The Philistines were described by the locals as tall bearded men coming from the north by the sea. And the story of David versus Goliath. Goliath being the huge giant man, bearded man coming from the north in Galicia. When we say the world is round, we encapsulate the thing like the Pokeball, avoiding anyone to escape it. The thing is that at the time of the Roman Empire, when they were fighting for the Mediterranean commercial dominance, using citizenship as a tool of freedom to incorporate the foreigner in their army, one city that dominated the sea trades at that time won't surrender. This city was known as Carthage, in actual Tunisia, when the worst enemy of Roman Empire was a Hamazigh, the famous Hannibal, worshipper of Baal that realized the impossible, crossing the Alpine mountain in Europe with its army on the back of elephants to conquest Rome capital city. All of this come into one central point. The so-called Phoenicians have their main central trading post in Carthage, actual Tunis capital in the Mediterranean area. This guy, the Viking, that are the real Jews, not the common 80% strawman Jews that think they are, were the Philistine and the Phoenician dominant sea traders that discovered America way before Christopher Columbus, a Catholic Roman admiral. And for a long time, everyone thinks that beneath the twin pillar of Hercules, between Morocco and Spain, there was nothing more in the horizon than the fall of the water, in the unknown with
with water dragon in the ocean. But the only one that doesn't believe in this shit were the Phoenicians, the Carthaginian sea traders that, to preserve their unknown terra incognita, contribute to spread false news to the northwest Roman province. I have to find two interesting pictures that illustrate my point.
Saying Vikings. Hold on, bro. Hold on. That's a lot to digest right there. So you're saying that you're saying the
Saying
Jewish
Hannibal,
people.
Hannibal was a Jew, and now
No,
you
no,
know.
no, 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 it's
Vikings,
not this.
The Vikings
It's
were the
another
Jews.
thing.
They're real Jews.
It's
Yeah,
another
the
thing. Yeah,
Vikings came from the Carthaginians, is what he's saying. Saying they weren't really Vikings.
In reality, you know, when we say that the Jews today, we portray them as traders. It's right. They are the best trader, actually. We caricature them like that. And I was looking far back into the past. I was thinking, okay, who were the best trader? Because for me, many said that I have a book that is from David Graeber, the one who have wrote a book that you may know, but which is about bullshit job. But he did another book. He comes from the London. Tell me.
The Jewish people, or the Vikings, were the actual Jews. That's where the Jewish people came from.
Oh, in reality, the thing is their language, Hebrew language, sounds like a lot the Danish language, sounds a lot, and Swedish, and Finnish, and all with an ish at the end. It sounds the language. You just have to put two language. You just hear the two language. It sounds a lot like Hebrew, and it's so amazing. And we as I study the sounding, the phonetic behind each word, and it's so stunning that a people that were used to be sea trader, because Viking before being called abruptly by history pure barbarian, which means barbarian, the one with a beard, a barb, coming from the north to kill everyone on the south because it was too cold on the north. They were traders, but no one knows exactly this story. And this trader used to go to actual Israel, which was called Palestine before, called Israel, and before Palestine called Philistine, and before called this it was called Judea, and before Judea it was called Galicia. And Galicia, it was the name used in the, I'm French, so we used to it was the name given to Spain, and Spain used to be the main central land where the Jews, Sepharad Jews, used to live.
Yeah, before the Inquisition, right?
And the thing is, and I was like, okay, that's interesting. And I was digging into, and then I was like, but who were? I'm Italian also, but I'm not only French. And in Italy, I used to go to Venice when I was a kid, and in Venice it was a sea trader capital, also in Italy. And in Italy at that time, during Christopher Columbus, big city, like it was port city, which means the city just in front of the sea. They used to be enemies, because traders enemies, to make it simple. And they not just be enemies in a sense that they are enemies, they were also different tribes, meaning literally they are not of the same race. Do you know the point? Why
Yeah, they're from different families.
Because many people think, oh, it's just Italian cities fighting between each other. No, it's not. It was race before. There were many ethnicity living in what we call Italy today that were not of the same race.
What race? What race? What race is this? What race?
The race, the thing, I don't know exactly, but the thing is, I know that the Etruscs, the ones that live in the inner center land of Italy, used to be in conflict with the new arriving tribes that founded Rome and founded all the port, how do you say? Greek, exactly, because all around the sea line
Greek
of
is not a
Italy.
race.
No,
Greek
no,
is not a
no.
race.
No, the thing is much more subtle than that. It's a race in a sense. They are not from the same ethnicity. It's like
Yeah, ethnicity is not a race.
sorry, I mixed the language. But you know, when someone doesn't look exactly the
Because
same.
it makes you sound like a racist.
Oh no. But
Well,
you
I think you are, because you're calling people who are just from a different ethnicity a different race, right?
how can I say that? Someone who doesn't look exactly the same in a sense. I can
Yeah, that's called prejudice. It's usually also called racism. You are a racist.
No. For the point
Yeah,
of
you are.
Italy.
I think he's talking
You
about
are.
the 1500s, though. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
he's
no.
just
What
talking
I
about there's
want.
different races of people
There was
all
no
over the place.
difference back then. There were no races back then, just like there's no races now. There's no
No,
races.
it's not.
It doesn't even make sense, Brenda.
But it's not the point I
There
want
are no
to.
races.
What?
I don't even know what that means.
It means that there are no people who are of a different race. Race is just a name that people made up for people with black skin, with olive skin, and stuff like that. Right?
I'm
You just
saying.
sound like a bit. You just sound like a bigot. That's all.
He doesn't
What
sound
is
like
big?
it to me. I don't know.
Well,
Wait a minute.
yeah, you're not very bright, Jeremy. So there
He's
you
saying
go.
there's people of different races all over the place. You think races
Yeah,
don't
there's
exist?
no such thing as race, Jeremy. There's no such thing.
How do you spell bigot?
I mean, a lot of people would beg to
Yeah.
differ with that.
I mean, I
How
was
do you
listening to a
spell?
story for a bit. Hey, I don't think he was.
Scientists would beg to differ. Science begs to differ. There's no such thing as race.
Fanatic? Sectarian? Intolerant? No.
Yeah, I think that's what you're saying. But I was listening to him the whole time. He was just describing the story. He'd gotten to that point. He was just describing why they were at war or something.
Exactly, because they feel each other as different people, not the same race. In them, they don't feel like they are not of the same tribe. Let's say, because Alan taught me it was not from our perspective today. It's like it seems racist and this I understand, but therefore before they don't give a shit about what the public people think about. They were much more inclined to defend the tribe or the people of their offspring of the people that look like them. To put it in a simple word, and the thing I find about that is the thing is they used to describe why I make this assessment that Viking were the real Jews. And because they used to be the one who bring all the gnosis, which mean all the knowledge coming from the north, that used to be used by the local tribes of the country. They don't conquest the country, but they make trade with the local of the country in the Mediterranean Sea. Due to climate change, they have to move from the north and go to this city, because we are much more like to think, people who at the ancient time used to live around the Mediterranean, and due to climate change, they used to go up in the north atmosphere due to climate change. But in reality, it goes the other way around. This is the thing that I found. And this show another aspect of what history looked like. It looked like that the tribes, they used to do, how can I say that? They used to do the analema. It's like, how do we say that?
About like
Analema?
migrate or
Migration, a lot of migration, and they used to go back to their land where they come from at the beginning. They do the circle second of the change, climate